Everyone, we'll make a start because we've got a full day again. After a really full couple of days, we've got another full day and we've got to stick to time. But I think we've got, now I just want to say this right, Ilana? You've got you instead. I was going to say, I don't see your name here. But Thomas, welcome. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Thomas Skibbins here presenting for the Waikato Community Lands Trust instead of Ilana Frost, and there's only a few key points I wanted to bring forward this morning. The first is encouraging Council to continue with the work it's been doing around inclusionary zoning and to go further with that to the point of implementation of inclusionary zoning. It's really, really important that a short-term fiscal crisis of sorts doesn't overtake what is a long-term housing crisis, and in particularly a large issue with affordability, which still exists in this region, and particularly in Hamilton. So it's really important that affordable housing continues to be prioritised as an area of need. Wanted to emphasise there's a lot of players in the sector who are all working with each other very collaboratively. So Waikato Community Lands Trust has a memorandum of understanding in place with Habitat for Humanity, who's doing our property management for us, and working with Bridge Housing Trust as well. So want to emphasise that collaboration is happening. What we do want to see, I believe collectively, is for Council to continue the path it has started on around emphasising the need to meet affordability needs and to implement inclusionary zoning. I think the message there will be if we let these things go, we think that in a couple of years they'll be picked up again as really important issues that need to be restarted, and rather than any new initiatives, we'd rather things carried on and Council did what it has said it will do already. The need is definitely still there in the community, and there's a very important part to play among those in the community helping to respond to that need. Wanted to briefly touch on the growth funding issues as well. From a Community Lands Trust point of view, it's very clear that development contribution increases will impede affordability. They will get in the way of it rather than help deliver it. However, we'd also want to emphasise the point around community housing providers and casting a larger net than them. So we are not a community housing provider, but we are a charity set up by Council to help deliver affordable housing, and we partner with a CHIP, Habitat, to help deliver that affordable housing. So Change 5 in the DC's policy was about extending their emissions beyond registered CHIPs to other charities such as ourselves who are still involved in the delivery of affordable housing. So summing that up very quickly, we do want to see inclusionary zoning prioritised. We do want to see Council continue to have a focus on affordable housing, and we do want to continue to work with Council and others to keep delivering those things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Short and to the point. I'll just check and see if there's any questions. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Good morning, Thomas. Thank you for the presentation and your submission. My question is just in regard to the other future-proof councils and whether yourself or others are also advocating to them around progressing inclusionary zoning so that we can do it together.
Yeah, yes, definitely. I mean, we can only advocate the decisions in your hands and in the other councils' hands, but certainly it's something we hope that all the councils will pick up on. But I'd encourage Hamilton, dare I say, to take a leadership role in that respect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Casey Cox.
Just a question around, you mentioned extending the community housing remission to include charitable trusts. We did look at that, and it was there was some, I guess, some projected considerable cost associated with it. I guess that would fall to ratepayers, and I just wondered what your views are on that.
So the view there is once there's a decision about this remission being a good idea conceptually, which it is, certainly in respect of CHIPS, it's seen to be a good idea. I think the next step is looking at why that remission is there and what it's designed to achieve. And if it's designed to achieve better housing outcomes for those in need, then it's about looking at the substance of how that is being delivered, perhaps rather than the form. We are certainly, the Waikato Community Lands Trust, involved in delivery of affordable housing outcomes, even though we're not a CHIP. So I would suggest that the difference becomes a little bit semantic given the terms of our trust deed and so on. I think if I was being a bit more critical, I'd say why make us go through a regulatory paper filling exercise when we can already do what council is aiming to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the submission from the Lands Trust and for taking the time to come and speak to it today.
No problem. You'll see me again later. Thank you.
Good morning, Russell.
Good morning. Made it by the skin of my teeth, I might add.
Sorry?
Well, not really. We're calling you things.
Oh, that's all right. Well, firstly, greetings, Mayor Paul and councillors. Probably some of you know my name is Rosselle Knapp, and I happen to be president of the Hamilton Roller Skating Club. We thank you all for listening to the many submissions from the public at large, and people do put a lot of time into them, and we do appreciate it. Unfortunately, the tick-the-box surveys only tell part of the story. Only the tick boxes are collated as for or against a given question. In real life, nothing is that simple. What is in the comment section is actually the most important, but not necessarily taken into consideration. So today I want to speak against the proposed 4% rate to fund the infrastructure of Hamilton sporting facilities and make some alternative suggestions. Proposals such as floodlighting and artificial turf suggest that large, more financial and often professional sporting bodies would be the prime beneficiaries. I apologise to Councillor Sarah and others who were offended by the word fudging recently, but it's the only word we can think of to adequately describe an exercise to reduce an initial 25% rate increase to 19.9, then tacking targeted rates on top and hoping ratepayers will think they've had a win. Most people say council is insolvent, and we think now is the time for all of us to tighten our belts, sports bodies and community groups included, and the community included. Hamilton Roller Skating Club has a model that we believe could be replicated around the city. Involving local communities in their recreational areas would not only help with finances, but would lead to more respect for the multi-million-dollar facilities council and ratepayers have provided for them. Our roller skating club is sited on leased land at a council park. Council has fully funded a wonderful skateboard and multi-purpose recreation adjacent to our rink and backtrack. The vandalism and destruction on the area, however, we see daily is mind-blowing. More than that, there's danger as well. Bins are kicked over, attempts to destroy literally everything that's standing, ripping up gardens, intimidation, setting fire to our rink and the new toilets, and even setting fire to a tree. It's quite unbelievable. I'm on that park at least 3 nights a week, and you just have to shake your head what goes on. We believe, however, that if the community was actively encouraged to help with the construction and maintenance, there would be an investment of much needed pride in the area. Locals could help with planting. There could be mentors for some of the lost kids, and I'm sure there would be people who could teach the kids skating and scooter techniques, things that would involve the kids and teens who currently destroy what they are provided. If something like Friends of the Park was created, involving kids in whānau, many of the current problems would evaporate, and that could work all over the city. Communities would blossom and there would be improved safety for all. A win-win that would save council many thousands of dollars replacing equipment. Simply throwing money at groups is rarely a solution. So now a bit about us and how we do it and our funding model. As you heard from Kathy Moody yesterday, we're a registered non-profit club. We have built and maintained a great facility for our club members and competitive skaters, several of whom are currently New Zealand representatives. More importantly, we provide low-cost, supervised use of our facility to the general public and the local community. Over time, we've created a covered roller skating rink, an international bank track speed circuit, which is one of only 2 in New Zealand, built to international standards, and they're debt-free. About 25 years ago, the club received some seed funding from council. It has grown that seed funding from a single piece of concrete in the middle of a park. We've enlarged it, fenced it, put up a roof, enclosed it with mesh to keep out the vandals, and more recently we've built a bank track which is open 24/7 for the public use. We've done this independent of council funding, with some pub and well grants over the years, and by providing public skating sessions run by volunteers. We're in the middle of a low socio-economic area. Kids can skate under supervision for $3 for 2 hours with music and games provided. Whole families participate. Parents are happy to either skate or just watch, but they're equally happy to just drop their kids off. Many of them tell us they wouldn't leave their kids in the publicly funded, unsupervised and often dangerous park adjacent to our facility. Our rostered volunteers run 3 public sessions a week. These people give up their evenings and weekends to keep the facility viable. Our board of trustees and club president range in age from 65 to 84, but we are encouraging a younger group of volunteers who hopefully will take over from us. We're currently building a storage area to house equipment, which we've had to build like Fort Knox to keep out the locals who recently set fire to the building. All of this has been achieved without looking for handouts from council to fund our sport. It's a model we believe that could and should be replicated around the city. We hear a lot about the community. Well, ratepayers are community too. Our volunteers are all ratepayers, and while we slug away to build and maintain a facility that benefits the city, it's often galling to see money handed out when there's little self-help evidenced by some of the recipients. We're against targeted rate handouts, and we want to see more evidence of self-help before council stumps up with money. Self-help is actually how the city was developed, how things like this lake skating rink, founders celebrating age, and many sporting facilities were built. Now's the time to be encouraging more of that. If funding isn't forthcoming, we believe the Kiwi self-help culture will re-emerge. Business people will contribute, not necessarily with money, but with labour and mentoring. We do not want ratepayers hit with targeted rates, and we think council must cut its coat to fit its cloth. That's the old age ticking in. We suspect we're the only group who's appeared here who hasn't had their hands outstretched for money. We now think it's time to stop and reset. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I have one question. So you're quite clear on not supporting the targeted rate as an addition. Are you saying that council can get away with out providing half as much community funding as it has because...
Yes, we think if we started looking at different models, and as I said, what I said at the end, this is the way the city was built. People got together and they did things. You know, we didn't have to go through miles of red tape. You know, the Lake Skating Rink was built by, I think, the Hamilton Builders Association. And some donated time, some donated goods, people helped out. But, you know, we hear such a lot about community. This is how you develop a community. If, you know, the stuff I see on that park every night, you see kids trying to kick over the barbecue, they'll kick over the bins. If communities were more involved in these projects from the beginning, but also in the maintenance of it, they would pull those kids up, I think. You know, down where I live in the west, council built this beautiful curved slide. About a month later, someone pushed a rubbish tin underneath it and set fire to it and melted a hole in it. Well, if you'd been part of the community that had been involved in that, I reckon you'd make life pretty tough for those people. You'd certainly make your views clear.
Thank you. Sorry, we've run out of time.
It's all right.
Oh no, that's your 1 minute warning. Yes, well, Andrew, you do have time for your question.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Rochelle, is there any non-funding help council could provide with City Safe, that sort of thing? Yeah.
I mean, this is sort of early stages of thinking and you develop it, but obviously you would set up, well, I would think, set up a group in the area. We're going to build a playground or we're going to build a whatever. Get people involved from the beginning. But I suppose health and safety might get in the road, but you know, we used to have things like working bees, you know, where the people could actually come down, invest some time and dig something or make something or be part of something. But probably there'd be a rule now that said you couldn't pick up a shovel because it's dangerous. I don't know. So, but I do believe that by getting communities involved, you'd end up with a much better model. It would save money, it would protect your investment, and life would be better for all of us.
Thank you very much for your clear submission and coming in. Appreciate it. Steve Atkins, please. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Steve Atkins. I'm representing myself, my 4 children, my 10 grandchildren, all living in the Waikato, most in Hamilton, and contributing substantially to the city under the radar, I guess. I've spent 40 years in education, have a master's degree in educational leadership, produced a scholarship student in the top 1% in New Zealand, and recently ended my career in one of the most educationally recognised deprived areas of New Zealand, and that is within the city. Could we shoot to my PowerPoint, please? It's the balloons over Hamilton. Okay, thank you. There's some pretty balloons there, and I'm sure the last speaker represents one of those with the community work they're doing. Next slide, please. What hangs over this city is a false ideology that's proven unsoundness, and I've seen on Hamilton Press several quotes from councillors that revenue is the problem. Next slide, please. I'm sure you can see the storm in the background, the girl sitting there with the umbrella awaiting it. Next slide, please. I started a month or 2 ago asking ratepayers to complete this sentence. No matter how much revenue the council received, it would. Next slide, please. These are the responses. Spend it, spend more, squander it, blow it, spend it, and borrow more. That's probably the only one that's true. Maybe the third and fourth ones are too. They take a negative view of council's ability to manage a budget wisely. Next slide, please. Borrowing funds for CapEx spending or growth, that's the narrative. 2019, the debt was 510 million. It's set to pass $1 billion under mismanagement and without a mandate. Next slide, please. So I posed this question again. This was prior to coming in contact with this document. If we're paying 7% interest on 850 million debt, that's 60 million a year, 600 million. Would you comment on this, please? Next slide, please. I feel very upset. Incompetent clowns. I'm surprised they haven't fixed it at 8% for 30 years. We're stuffed. You'd hope they'd pay down debt, but they won't. The truth is so far worse than what I was surveying I can to survey. And these were random people. At 8% and 10 years interest alone will approach $200 million on the debt that's forecast in this plan. And that's not acceptable. Next slide, please. The top-down approach is how councils run. Government spending so much, New Zealanders paying more tax. Even if the economy was booming, Treasury says the government would still be in deficit. New Zealand's OECD report, which I downloaded in May, is that we're one of the worst performing countries in worsening in debt situation in the OECD. And finally, a quote I came across about 30 years ago, which has stayed with me all my life: those who don't understand interest pay it, those who do collect it, and banks are at the top in this top-down approach. They do like to have people with long mortgages at very nice interest rates. And my mortgage, which I still have in retirement, has gone from 4.55% to 8.75%. And had I not been able to decrease the amount of principal in recent years, due to a bit of good fortune rather than good management, I would be paying about a quarter of my pension in interest alone. Next slide, please. So Hamilton East by-election, and Mr McIndoe was the person in the first bullet point there, the elected member. 13 of 16 candidates wanted wasteful spending to stop. This is a clear indication council is spending wastefully and the public want it to stop. So what is it that council doesn't get? Next slide, please. The opacity balloon, hiding the true picture, that's taken directly from this document. It's meant to show decreasing interest rates over time. If I ask people which figures are likely to change, it's the number 5. Would it likely go down or up? It'll likely go up. And the debt balloons to 2,356 million. Next slide, please. Increasing rates, if you do the cumulative effect of 19.9, within 5 years we're at 113.3% increase and a 1.118 billion increase in debt. Next slide, please. The next slide shows the increase in revenue and spending, and from this point in time with the 440 million.
Can you finish this point because you're over time now?
It's very near the end.
Okay. Very quickly.
As you can see, the true picture is, in absolute dollars terms, is horrendous. Next slide, please. What is a city if it's not the people? What do most people do? Pay down a mortgage. New Zealanders are hurting. They've got $2 billion in overdue mortgage payments, the biggest waiting list for school. Next slide, please. And this.
We are really out of time, and I wonder if you could leave your slides with staff so that we could look at them.
Right, that's fine.
Would that be good? Thank you. They are on Diligent anyway, so yeah, I haven't seen them yet myself, but they're very useful. So thank you for putting them together in this clear way. We appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have Graham Pollard online. Friends, hello, Graham. No, we can't hear you. You're mute.
Can you hear me now? I think I'm unmuted.
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
You are, okay. Right, thank you, Mayor Paula. Good morning to everybody. I'm Graham Pollard. I'm representing the Friends of Hamilton Zoo. I'll try and keep this brief and to the point. I know you're very pushed for time. The Friends of Hamilton Zoo have been supporting and advocating for Hamilton Zoo and its development for over 40 years. We're now asking the City Council for 4 things through this difficult long-term plan. The first is education. As part of the zoo's master plan, the council has designed and completed the Takara Nature Precinct spanning Bryce Road and linking the zoo with the Waiwhakariki Natural Heritage Park. This is a fantastic facility and it's enjoyed by staff, visitors and the wider community who benefit from it, even if they don't actually go through to the zoo itself. Te Kararo is part of developing Hamilton Zoo as a major visitor attraction in New Zealand's ambitious fourth city and in a fast-growing region. The council has well spent millions of dollars in its development, but it's only the first phase of the job. The next phase needs to build on the success of Te Kararo. The zoo and Waiwhakariki desperately needs top-class education facilities that are also available to the wider community. It's in the master plan, it needs to proceed. Now, I hear people saying council should stop all these nice-to-have projects, but education is not a nice-to-have. Education is a core service of society, a core service. It's not just a service provided by schools, Ministry of Education, polytechs and universities. Education is lifelong and throughout society. It's a core service. It should be a core service for all zoos and all councils everywhere. At the moment, the zoo's education facilities amount to a single multi-use room, plus the outside zoo as well, of course. It's definitely not a classroom and does not have the space for any indoor working, displays, or anything like that. We need a properly established and equipped education facility. We shouldn't be having local schools travelling up to Auckland Zoo for education outside the classroom when they've got a perfectly good zoo here in Hamilton. And just think of the extra carbon emissions from travelling to Auckland. We should be cutting those back as well, which is why education is so important, and the zoo is a great facility to do it. Television and the internet are all artificial media that do not give you the experience of seeing, hearing, and maybe smelling the animals live. Society and conservation needs us to connect with young people regularly, and they can't do that if they go to Auckland. We need to speak about the threats to wildlife, the climate, and the world we live in. So please keep the planned development of Hamilton Zoo in the LTP as a priority. And second, keep up the operational funding for education. The council staff at Garden Place appear only too keen to cut operational budgets for education services. So please don't let them. I repeat what I said a few moments ago. Education is not a nice to have. It's a core service of society. For the sake of our future generations, please do education at Hamilton Zoo because conservation cannot wait. My third point is Waiwhakariki. Because conservation cannot wait and because we shouldn't start funding something and then stop to leave it half-baked, the predator-proof fence at Waiwhakariki needs to be funded and installed as a priority. There have been many years of hard work by hundreds of volunteers there, and the heritage park remains vulnerable to pests. As a potential release site for zoo-bred animals as part of our collaborative conservation programs, it's dangerously open to predators, meaning all of the zoo's hard conservation efforts should be wasted. New Zealand has the highest rate of native species extinction of any country in the world. New Zealand is the worst. Let council play a part in stemming the tide. Waiwhakariki needs security just as much as the zoo does, or else we're just wasting more effort, more time, more money. Fund the fence. And finally, please make provision for the zoo to make strategic property acquisitions around its boundary and bring its visitor facilities in the zoo up to a suitable quantity and standard. Both of these measures will increase visitor capacity, visitor revenue, and grow Hamilton Zoo as a local, regional, national, and potentially international visitor attraction. So four
Graham.
final points.
Graham,
Please.
we're really out of time, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Fund
Sorry.
the education program, fund the fence, and increase visitor capacity. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your full submission online as well. So we appreciate that. And we appreciate the work of the Friends of the Zoo, looking at the list of things that you've contributed to. We are very grateful for that contribution to such a special place.
Yeah, it certainly is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Javaya. Seed Waikato hat on this time, isn't it? And a very good hat it is too.
He mihi ki runga, he mihi ki raro, he mihi ki ngā mea katoa, ti hei mauri ora. Tēnā koutou rauranga tera mā. Kua tata mai nei I te kaupapa o te rā, ko te kaupapa o ngā rangatahi. Woohoo! Kua tai mai te wā kia ārere mai ngā tāringa o te kaunihira o Kirikiriroa. Ko he tono tēnei kia whakairoahia mai e rātou, he huarahi kia mahitahi ai rātou ki ngā rangatira o Naia nei. Ara, ki te hunga rangatahi me era o ngā rangatahi, e tūwana hei kaimahi, ara ko ngā hāpori o Kirikiriroa. E matakiri ana te nākau, kaore I tau tokona, te whakaro kia whakamanaia, kia puipuia inei o a tātou kākano. I rua mai I te kura whakaro, I tā kia mai, I te wā watanui. Ko te kai whakatipu I ngā kākano ko ngā roimata o ngā tūpuna, ko ngā roimata o ngā rangatira o Naia nei. Poi poi a te kakano ki a Puawai. Poi poi a te kakano ki a Puawai. E tū nei ngā rangatahi e tū nei. Nurture the seeds and they will blossom. Kia whakakotahi ai ngā kaimahi, ngā rangatahi ki tēnei kōrero to this submission as well. The submission was supported by Go Eco, Young Workers Resource Centre, Rangatahi Voices, Hoho Te Rongo Kahukura, Youth Town, Rainbow Hub, Tiaka Matua Collective, Glenview Community Centre, Seed Waikato, YWCA, Seeds for Change, Te Ahurea Rangatahi, Youth Employability Aotearoa, and many more signatories like the people here today. So, what we are asking for is that we want to ignite a transformative spark within the heart of Kirikiriroa's future by crafting a bold new youth strategy. It's time for the Hamilton City Council to heed to the voices of our youth and those deeply connected to the youth of our community. Within our midst lie numerous organisations intimately acquainted with the needs of our youth. We urge the Council to not just acknowledge but prioritise their vital role in shaping the success of our youth strategy. Let's ensure that financial support is not just an afterthought, but a cornerstone of our commitment to empowering these community champions. But this isn't just about allocating funds, it's about fostering collaboration. Let's carve out a space for collective brainstorming, for co-design processes, for the weaving together of diverse perspectives into a tapestry of change. Together, we will craft a youth strategy that serves as a beacon of hope, a roadmap for progress, and an emblem for our commitment to our city's future. So we have a draft strategy with suggestions about 6 important things that the youth strategy could include. Number 1, we think that narratives are really important for shaping the behaviour of our rangatahi in empowering and mana-enhancing ways. We know that there are a lot of kōrero about youth and crime, and we feel that it's really important to do kōrero in a mana-enhancing ways that embrace diverse, uplifting, and inspiring, empowering narratives surrounding our youth. We think engagement is also important, crafting a robust plan engaging with our young people. Tika! Consultation, establishing a transparent process for youth consultation and involvement. We think programs are also something that can be considered. Implementing programs tailored to meet the evolving needs of our youth, we need that, yeah. Resources, providing the council with essential resources to better understand and address the needs of our youth. In community, we have a tapestry and collective group of people that work with rangatahi every day. Collective wisdom is where it's at. We don't have to recreate the wheel to do that. We also are asking for awhi, ensuring that community organisations receive the support necessary to effectively uplift our youth. Ko te whare tapawhā te mea nui. But it's also not just with te whare tapawhā, but also including financial support as well. Which is why we are asking for to retain the community grant funding. We do not accept the proposal to reduce community funding grants. We know that community organisations are directly impacting youth. This funding will be key in supporting our rangatahi in alignment with the youth strategy and providing the outcomes that we desire. Number 2, a youth strategy. We want youth voice reflected, accessibility for youth involvement. Young people will be living in the reality of the long-term plan, so let's ensure that their voices are reflected throughout. Toru. We want kaitiakitanga, a person, a committee, or a group from Kirikiriroa, Kaunihira, who will engage, care, and awhi and work in partnership with overseeing our youth strategy. Altogether, we feel so excited for the hopes and aspirations that our rangatahi can be included in these processes, have their voices heard, so we can have our say and work better together for the future of our city. Poi poi a te kakano ki a puawai. Poi poi a te kakano ki a puawai. E tu nei, ngā rangatahi e tu nei. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora.
Thank you so much for your well-presented, thought-out submission and the very clear actions that you've asked of us. I'll see if there's any questions, but I don't see any straight up. But thank you very much. As always, we appreciate that you take the time. Not many young people do, although we are seeing an increase in that, and we just appreciate the young person's voice across the city because you are an important part of our population. So, thank you. Have a great day. Loving the pink cardigan, by the way. Yeah. I'm not sure. Do we have Melissa? We do have. Oh, there you are. Hello. Good morning, Melissa. And Kelly.
Is the timer up there working okay again? Happy for me to start? Thank you. Thank you very much again for allowing us the opportunity to come and speak with you about your long-term plan this morning. We want Hamilton to promote a fair transportation system that allows all residents and visitors to safely and reliably access their preferred destination based on individual needs. We want Hamilton to provide a more forgiving road system that considers human mistakes and vulnerability. We want Hamilton to be a sustainable city, and that means challenging the way that we grow and live within the city. We want Hamiltonians to feel like they want to use a bike, a scooter, a skateboard, or a bus instead of a car, as it's more convenient and more efficient. While these are sentiments that Bike Waikato certainly agrees with and try to embody in our kaupapa, These are not actually our words. These are your words. These are the aspirations that are laid out in Access Hamilton. And we wanted to start our submission with these aspirations laid out clearly to underpin the rest of what we're going to say. We support cycling and transportation as a priority in this city, as laid out in Priority 1 of the long-term plan. And we know that 78% of Hamiltonians would consider biking if improved facilities were provided. This tells us that there is a large, suppressed, unmet demand in this city for active and alternative modes of transportation. And this is data that was provided within your own strategic documents. For that reason, we do not support the proposed reduction, of funding for cycling infrastructure. We are cognizant that many territorial and regional authorities are facing economic challenges due in part to inflation. You have asked us that if we're going to ask for more funding, that we talk about where that funding can come from, because we know you're trying to save money. So you should keep the following in mind. Dedicated bicycle infrastructure is cheaper to build than dedicated car infrastructure. Bicycles and other alternative modes of transport like scooters exert significantly less wear and tear on the road than motor vehicles. This means that if bicycle trips are able to replace more car trips, required maintenance costs for the roading system will decrease. And people who regularly ride bikes tend to spend more money at local businesses, making it good for the economy as well. In the written submission that we provided, all of these statements have citations that you can look at further if you'd like. And these are only the benefits that are easily quantifiable in terms of dollar amounts. Cycling invariably provides health benefits, emotional benefits, mental health benefits, physical benefits, social benefits, and environmental benefits. What is the value of a human life? What is the value of independence for our tamariki? What is the value of having freedom to travel around our city? Expert opinions will vary, but the benefit exists nonetheless. On this same point as well, in terms of not reducing funding for cycling infrastructure, there is a persistent but incorrect belief that cycling infrastructure is an area where you can cut back. We wanted to test this claim, so we put in a local government official information act to see how much money you spent in the last year on cycling. From the period of July 2023 to December 2023, so half of that financial year, you spent $11 million on the construction and maintenance of cycleways, and at the same time, you spent $112 million on the construction and maintenance of roadways. So even in a period of time where Hamilton City Council was spending an increased amount on cycling infrastructure due to the SURF program that was occurring at the time, the total spend was still less than 10% of the equivalent spend for roadways. So we believe that it's time for Council to rebalance the budget in favor of these sustainable and cost-effective modes of transportation, as the majority of Hamiltonians support and as outlined in your own strategic documents. And this will mean that you will save money in the long term. You also asked us for our views on the cycling bridge. This is something that we support in principle, as it is always great to have additional accessible modes of transportation accessible routes, into the city center. However, we want it to be noted that any route improvements, such as the bridge, also needs to be delivered alongside improved connections in Hamilton City Center and Hamilton East, on either side of where the bridge may go, because it's all well and good to have a cycling bridge there, but if there's no way to get to it, then it will be underutilized. Lastly, we wanted to touch on the parts of the long-term plan that were that mentioned the proposed government policy statement on land transport, which we appreciate that was still out for consultation at the time that the long-term plan was being prepared. So your long-term plan states that you have assumed that operating and capital expenditure programs which have received Waka Kotahi subsidies will continue to receive subsidy over the course of the long-term plan. Given what was in the draft government policy statement, this might not be an assumption that pairs out to be correct. So that's something to keep in mind when finalizing your long-term plan. And in light of that, and in light of everything that we've discussed in our submission thus far, including this widespread support for cycling in Hamilton and the cost effectiveness of this type of infrastructure, we are asking you to continue to fund this regardless of whether the subsidies are still available. So to summarize the key points of our submission, we support cycling and transportation as a priority in Kirikiriroa Hamilton. We do not support the reduction in funding for cycling infrastructure, especially given that continuing to invest in this infrastructure will save council money in the long run. We support the proposed cycling bridge with the understanding that it will form part of the larger network, and we're concerned about the potential conflict between the draft government policy statement and this long-term plan, but we expect you to continue to deliver for Hamiltonians and the promises that you've already made to us through Access Hamilton and previous improvements that have been made on our network. There's been a lot of progress that has been made in the last 3 years, and we are excited and optimistic to see it continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, we have a couple of questions. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. You said, well, we know we've spent tens of millions in dollars in cycling recently, and we've seen no noticeable increase in number of cycling. Why?
So the dollar amount was 10 million, not...
No. We've spent tens of millions in cycling infrastructure over the last few years, and we've seen zero increase in number of cycling. Why?
Well, is that a true statement, Councillor Ewan? Because, yeah, of course.
Thanks for your question. Look, there'd be lots of reasons why, but I know personally it's just the lack of connection. For example, this morning my daughter's biking from Frankton School to Mairoa, but you might have seen the state of Rifle Range lately. We're not quite there yet. So every time there's a bit that's not connected, it means our kids and we're not safe to do that whole trip. So you can't just bike a part of it, you need the whole network or it just doesn't work and we're not going to get on our bikes in the way that we'd like to.
And at the same time, if I could add to that as well, we have seen an increase in the number of people cycling. I'm personally very excited for the census results to come out, which of course measures the number of people who actually cycle, but I would challenge the statement that there's been zero increase. Even anecdotally, I bike to work every morning and I've seen more people on the road with me every day.
You asked the question.
One other thing I'd like to mention while we're here. I don't think that you understand how scary it is to biking sometimes. And it's not just because the infrastructure's not there, it's because we've been set out to be some sort of enemy of residents of Hamilton. So we don't know how drivers are going to treat us when we're on the road, and it's actually stressful biking, and I don't bike as often as I would like.
That was my other question. You asserted that the majority of Hamiltonians support cycling.
Yes.
We've seen very clear evidence, both in written submissions and oral submissions, and your own testimony, Kelly, confirms that we're hearing a lot of people are very angry. So where are you getting this data that says a majority of Hamiltonians support what we're spending
From
in
your
cycling?
own documents.
It's on page 23 of Access Hamilton.
So what does it say?
I think you could read your Access Hamilton document yourself. I don't think we need to do that
It doesn't say
here.
majority of Hamiltonians
Excuse me,
support
we're not going to
cycling.
have a debate about it at the moment. You asked the question, you got an answer. We can test that into deliberations and discussion later. I'm aware that Councillor Hutt has a question.
Thank you,
and
thank you both for being here today. Outside, I asked this question to Phil Evans yesterday as well, so I'm just curious about your perspective. In terms of things that are not infrastructure, keeping in mind our current government, are there other things that you would prioritise, not against infrastructure, but additional to, that would improve the user experience of cycling in the city?
I think I guess it depends on how far you would go with your definition of infrastructure, but I think additional bicycle parking is something that is really key, and other end of trip facilities like that, and repainting of cycleways as well, whether you would put that definition in with cycleways, with infrastructure, because we have many existing cycleways that don't appear to be so because the paint is so faded. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that, Kelly?
I think you need to spend more money on your communications and letting the public know what it is, why the changes are happening. People don't like change. I get that. Life is hard. Things changing makes it harder. But if you're communicating the reasons why we do this and the benefits for everybody, not just cyclists, I think you'll see some improvement in understanding of the facts.
Sorry, we are now over time, so sorry. Thank you, sir.
We've been quite respectful through 2 days of hearing, but I'm hearing comments and noises from within the chamber which are not respectful to our submitters, so I just want to, I guess, pull that up.
Thank you very much for pointing that out, and I just remind councillors that, we are...
On the same basis, just a procedural point, I noticed a couple of times in the last 2 days terrible expressions on individual councillor faces when certain comments were made regarding both their own performance and spending. So if we're going to be equitable,
excuse me, Councillor Wilson, please stop. Please stop. Please stop and let me finish what I'm going to say. Please stop. It is imperative that both the submitters and council remain respectful of each other during this process, which we largely have. Nobody's perfect, but let's endeavour to show mutual respect for each other in this process. And that's all I want to say on it. Thank you. Let's not argue about that. We have Erin. No? Stephen. Sorry. We have Stephen. Apologies, Stephen. Good morning.
Good morning. Do I just start? Yes. Oh, brilliant. I've had the privilege of calling Hamilton my home for close to a decade, and over my time living here, I've really enjoyed some of the outputs from council, such as in 2020 when we won the Prettiest City of the Year award. And if I could segue on from the previous conversation, I used to live in Hamilton East and enjoyed cycling under the tree-lined roads that get plenty of shade in the summer. And in the winter, there was the open cycleway along the river, which I could access recreationally and to get to and from my place of work. When I moved after that further to Norton End, where there is a lack of that, there is less safety and comfortability for me to do that, meaning that I have had to use my personal car for transportation as opposed to the cycleway. In addition, other options such as Lime scooters do not operate in the area that I now call home, so I am barred from that access as well. I think the 5 priorities of council are great ones to have. For the Shaping a Green City, I think cycleways are a cost-effective solution moving forward for the reduction in spending and encouraging of people to take alternative transport options. I think the tree-lined streets is a positive thing for also encouraging our native birds to come to the area. Growing up in Auckland, when I was studying at the university over half a decade ago, I can recall vividly a kaka eating from a ginkgo tree on the corner of the road, and it was my first time outside of a reserve seeing one, which I thought was a really beautiful experience that I would like the rest of Hamiltonian residents to be able to share one day. For shaping a city that's easy to live, from my understanding, the latest altercation of the long-term plan has been cost restrictions, but without proper investment and strong leadership, the costs will be higher in the long term. The rates cover the excess costs now, including the debt ratios, which don't, if uninhibited, the urban sprawl and the cost savings that we have now will come at an impact for a more sustainable and livable city in the future. In shaping a city that people want to be, the joke from the Auckland side was the best part of Hamilton was the bypass. And thinking that was cheeky, I decided to ask a local, who informed me the best part was the gardens. I think to be fair, the gardens are lovely, but I think with a growing city, there is more room to invest in a more diverse array of attractions, which could then also increase council revenue. In a previous survey asking Hamiltonians what the best part of Hamilton was, I think the number one answer was closer to other places people would like to be. While I don't deny that being close to Raglan or Tauranga, depending on the surf, is a nice get a bit of leeway between the two. Having quality transport between the two, I think, would definitely help make this an easier transition for people who miss living coastally. Thank you. I don't think Hamilton should resign itself to be a cheap city of sustainment and should push to be a city worth living in its own right, encouraging its strengths we already have, such as the diverse city. I think investments in festivals such as Matariki, Diwali, Chinese New Year, or Pride, backed council staples, enriching our theatre venues, like the Gardens and Hamilton Lake, to be multi-weather venues that can handle the weight of a growing city. Even Hamilton River would help bring in further revenue from things such as round the bridges and ticketing of those events. One of the largest woes complained about in Auckland was traffic. As Hamilton grows, traffic is going to be a larger problem if infrastructure is not invested in early. According to research, the best answer is having AM monitored traffic to reduce idle time, discouraging parking in central areas,
I'm afraid we're out of time, but thank you. We have got your submission. Thank you for the time that you've taken and a nice positive tone around our city, which we've really appreciated this morning. Thank you, Stephen.
You're welcome.
Yep. Thank you. And next up we have Erin. Hello.
Hi, hi.
How are you?
Good, thank you. And yourself?
I'm not bad.
Just checking the mics are on. Yes, great. Okay, lovely.
You would, wouldn't you, being in film? You'd have to do that.
There goes.
That's all right. We can control it from here.
Great. Kia ora, me Paula and tēnā koe, councillors and staff. I'm Erin. I'm representing Waikato Screen today, and this is Esme Mackenzie-Norton from our advisory board, and she joins me. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to give feedback to your long-term plan. In this current economic climate, we know it's hard. We're seeing the trend of councils pulling back from investing in economic development at a time when it's most needed. Our concern is this is a short-term gain with an inevitable negative long-term outcome. This will disadvantage our region's businesses and take money away from our regional economy. So I'm here today as Waikato Screen is not part of your current budget, which gives us grave concern. If I could put the slideshow on. Super, thank you. And we'll take it through to the next slide, please. As a fairly new council, I will share with you who we are and what we do, the service we provide, because although there's a current recession, the film industry is booming. Waikato Screen is the regional film office. We are not for profit, and we support the services. Our organisation is supporting and servicing the screen sector within our region. Our immediate team consists of myself in attraction and marketing, Tracy Hamilton, our office manager, Jack Barry in talent and sector development, and Matt Hicks, our talent coordinator. We are supported in kind by prominent and well-known Waikato-based advisory board, which are each experts in their fields. So what do? We attract and market our region for potential film locations. We facilitate relationships with national and international film industries, with government and key stakeholders in the Waikato. We connect productions to our local businesses to stimulate economic growth. We assist connecting productions to iwi, hapu and local communities to ensure cultural sites of significance are managed with care and local communities are informed and have minimal impact. We host workshops and upskill our people to be job ready, and we connect them to paid work. And as a byproduct of our work, tourism increases and opportunities are provided, like Hobbiton. So why have a film office? The international film industry spends on average $3.3 billion annually in our country. Auckland alone boasted $1.5 billion income last year. With such close proximity, Waikato cannot afford to miss out on being a part of this thriving industry. This is new money injected into our regional economy, with many productions coming from outside our region and outside our country. Waikato Screen provides the necessary resources, information and connections to a global market ripe with opportunities. With the hard work from Waikato Screen, we've already grown our piece of this lucrative pie. So what is this industry worth to us? This slide breaks down the film expenditure. For example, the average budget for a medium-sized feature film is $125,000 per day, and a simple commercial is not much less than that. The screen sector includes TV, streaming series, documentaries, music videos, and much more, and they are all spending. While 40% of the budget is on screen specific, is spent on screen production specifically, 60% is spent on our local businesses. That spend spreads far and wide, as you can see. This breakdown shows the example of 8.9% for budget and travel and transport, and 8.2% for construction. That's our Ubers, taxis, rentals, builders, and construction-related businesses. There is huge money in this industry, and what I can tell you is there's 11 other film offices in New Zealand, and if it isn't being spent in the Waikato, it is being spent somewhere else. On our first year as a fully funded organisation, we had 39 inquiries. I'll share some of our top productions. We supported an international production in Coromandel, and they had $150,000 spend over 14 days, equating to over $2 million, with 400 people involved, and many were paid as to be warriors. Beyond Goodbye, a Japanese Netflix production, doubled Raglan as Hawaii. The spend was $425,000 and benefited both Raglan and Hamilton communities on a large range of businesses, including accommodation, cafes, restaurants, security and traffic. They engaged with community, paid for locations and services from the rugby and surf lifesaving clubs, iwi and hapu, and employed over 100 locals during their visit. There was a well-known Huntly production that Mayor Paula and Councillor Donovan were privy to visit. This production initially was going to import everything and everyone from Auckland. Along with our services we provided, we strongly encouraged the production to spend locally. This resulted in 200 crew being accommodated in Hamilton hotels. I personally convinced a Waikato documentary to choose Waitomo over Auckland, and The Gone is Back, previously boasting $1 million spend last season. And it also gave exposure to our beautiful region in Ireland. We've demonstrated our ability to deliver tangible economic returns to date, and we have assisted with delivering millions to our region. That is why we need a regional film office. We have delivered all that we said we would. We have. We've fulfilled our agreements and laid the groundwork for success in our first year. We've facilitated many productions, increased filming in our area, established a crew directory with over 100 professionals, in which 42% reside in Hamilton City. We've created a regional image gallery, provide regular updates through newsletters and social media, and represented our region at multiple forums, and even delivered a stunning new show reel early. This isn't about potential, this is about proven results. With work in the pipeline, the latest news of the return of Peter Jackson's new Lord of the Rings And with that news, we will keep on delivering, providing we're in the position to do so. All that we have been doing would not be possible without the generous funding from councils. So thank you, Hamilton City, for giving us the opportunity to kick off our first year at being a fully funded organisation with the contribution from your Creative Partnership Fund. As you can see, we keep our budget aligned to purpose. We have no shareholder payouts, no physical office overheads, and we keep our budget skinny. Our funding is split between the Waikato Regional Council, territorial authorities, and community and industry grants. Our request. We ask for the continued support of your awesome staff and the elected members who have championed Waikato Screen. We ask for the annual contribution of $57,000 for the multiple services we provide. Hamilton City is a vital hub for filming in our region. It has the best infrastructure, crew, and a broad range of businesses. We need Hamilton to participate, to contribute to the work that we already deliver to your territory. We ask you to think not just of the future, to think of the future, not just the now, and include us in your long-term plan. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks for your presentation. Why should we fund $57,000 when we're having to cut community funding, community grants in Tourism Waikato, all of which we've had long-term relationships for over your particular project?
You've never actually, with regarding to the Creative Partnership Fund, we did achieve half of what we had requested, and you've never actually, from your long-term plan, put into us to be able to cut our funding.
That's what I meant. Why should we now when we're cutting?
Because we're delivering these amazing results and we're working for your council and we're delivering to the businesses of the Hamilton.
Right. And you believe more than these other organisations that we would have to not fund to fund you?
They're saying they're delivering economic benefits. If you accept that, you do. If you don't, you don't. But that's what you're saying largely is, as a standalone organisation, you deliver benefits to Hamilton.
We've delivered amazing benefits, and it's definitely come into to the Hamilton area. We've been operating 1 year as well compared to the other
Before we run out of time, Councillor Donovan does have a question.
Yeah, I might reserve mine for deliberations, I think. So it's probably slightly peripheral, but I was just going to ask. I never received my contract for the for my part in the day I came out to visit.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, I just realised I also had a handout for all of you. Sorry, should I put that out?
Yes, please hand it in to the staff and it'll go around.
They'll do that afterwards?
Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you.
Sorry, was there any other questions that was here?
I don't see any other questions, but thank you for taking Mark and I out. It was, apart from the weather, it was a bit of discussing weather, but it was a really eye-opening experience and very, very useful for us to see.
We will try and get more councillors on set, but as you know, it's quite confidential. And we will try and get you out because I think that people don't understand how huge it is. They just don't understand the impact until they're there. So yeah. I'm sure that you felt probably was a bit more than what you expected.
Yes, yeah. Indeed. So. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. He would only be a B-grade actor anyway.
I was going to say, and if you want to sign up with our crew directory, there is one specific to background talent, so we would love to see you on screen, so yeah. Feel free.
Yeah, I already dropped large hints about if there's ever somebody supremely tall in as an extra, then I'm your girl.
I haven't forgotten The Witcher, Mayor Paula.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Well, if you've read the newspaper, or maybe you're reading it tomorrow, we'll put you down. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We've got one more before we have. We've got one more before we have a break. Roderick, thank you. We've brought you forward because you were a little bit later, but we may as well hear from you now if you're ready.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Roderick Aldridge, retired orchardist and service worker. I have lived in Hamilton for over 30 years. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my suggestions for ensuring that Hamilton continues to be a great place to live. Clearly there aren't enough resources to do everything to build the kind of Hamilton we all want. This will have become painfully clear to everybody at these hearings. We have built an entire system which depends on a continuous supply of cheap fossil fuels, but simultaneously depletes many essential resources. Even our food is grown mostly by high-input industrial agriculture, which uses on average 6 calories of fossil fuels to produce 1 calorie of food. And it's 10 calories for one in USA. Now we have to learn how to continue building growing communities with fewer resources. Rather than urging the Council to accept my particular choice of which policies, businesses and activities you should support, I wish to suggest some ways that we can use fewer resources to achieve a better result. Transport, housing, infrastructure provide some of these opportunities. For example, changing to alternative and active modes of transport, walking, cycling, e-cycling, public transport, before the fossil fuel transport systems become unaffordable, which is coming sooner than we thought. Planning that enables the development of diverse communities with local shared facilities, such as playgrounds, gardenlands, tools, machines, vehicles, workplaces, halls and informal meeting places, and ensuring that these communities are well connected with transport corridors and hubs will enable more people to be well served with fewer resources. And promoting a circular economy where one produces waste as another's input. And choosing nature-based solutions rather than engineered-based solutions. For example, instead of confining a waterway to a channel and speeding it downstream to cause worse damage, instead restore the natural path of the waterway, enhance with artificial wetlands if necessary. This will slow the flow, filtering it and enabling it to replenish the aquifer against future dry periods. Engineered solutions always have limitations, as shown by the recent extreme weather events, whereas well-maintained wetlands can evolve to meet new conditions. So this is an example of how, taking a long-term view, we can get multiple benefits from one decision. Similarly, coordinating denser housing with provision for better alternative transport modes and better public transport can get better results than you can get doing either separately. We've been using fossil fuels to force ecosystems to prioritise supplying our needs at the expense of other life. But this has been degrading the very ecosystems we depend on. Our future for the next 10 years will depend more on how well we learn to build the health of the ecosystems while they supply our needs. And but I think need to keep the long-term goal of using fewer resources to get better results. And the longer we wait to change, the worse our future will be. Thank you.
Much. Thank you for your time. There doesn't appear to be any questions. So thank you for you're a consistent submitter. We appreciate that you take an interest in what Council does. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're a little bit early, but we're going to have an early break, which is, you know, take it while you can. So we'll do that. We'll be flexible actually. There you go. Thank you. Well, it is 15:15 when someone's here, but if they come earlier, we might stitch back in. Is that okay? Thank you. Because then it'll give us more time at the end of the day. And first up, we've got Jenny Nand, who's known to us all, and she's on Zoom. So I think she's zooming in. Hi, Jenny.
Morena, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Fantastic. Morena Rangatira. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission today. As a homeowner, I firmly believe the proposed 19.9 increase is neither affordable nor sustainable for our community. We are already grappling with severe impacts of cost of living crisis. Residents, whether homeowners, senior citizens, renters, and those on fixed incomes are struggling to make ends meet. The data clearly shows mortgage defaults and rate arrears are on the rise as financial pressure mounts. For people in my community, such a drastic increase simply is not feasible. We already hold 2 jobs to survive. We are not a financially privileged people. And while for some the increases doesn't matter, for us it means making a choice. Can we still afford to live in Hamilton? What do we cut from our already thin budget to afford this increase? What food items do we drop from our list? That's the reality for us. I understand the council faces its own financial constraints with 70% of income derived from ratepayers due to a fundamentally broken funding model. However, further burdening residents who can barely afford current rates is not the solution. Instead, I urge you to prioritize fixing this flawed model. Please work with central government to implement the recommendation from last year's local government report. Shifting to an unsustainable cost burden onto ratepayers is deferring the real issue. Please look at other revenue sources, cut costs appropriately, and re-evaluate spending priorities. This is a tough decision, I know, but I ask you to reconsider your current proposal. Find fair solutions that don't burden or overburden those with little means like me. The solution lies in shared sacrifice. The council must control costs diligently, while residents share some of the burden through moderate, sustainable rate increases tied to inflation. A 19.9% spike falls unfairly on the shoulders of those who can least afford it. All I want to do is say all the best with your deliberations, and may you make the decisions that keep the most vulnerable community members in mind. Thank you for your time. That's me.
Thank you, Jenny. That was very straightforward. There aren't any questions by the look of it, are there? No, but well understood what you had to say, so thank you very much for taking the time. Thank you for what you do in the community, which is lots. We appreciate it. Okay, we have Neil. Good morning. I think it's just, it is still morning.
Yeah, it's still morning. So I take it because I'm early, I get a lot longer to follow. Is that right?
No, but that's a really good try, but...
But no? Okay. Right, Madam Mayor, councillors, thank you. Thank you and thank you. As a representative of the History and Heritage Fraternity in Hamilton, I would like to thank you for the current work that you are doing on Plan Change 9. The work on historical heritage, natural environment, significant natural areas, notable trees, archaeological sites, built heritage and historical heritage areas requires to be done, and you are doing it. Thank you. Hundreds of thousands of dollars this council has invested on the plan, however, for changes in these areas is notable. Even though in some cases outsiders were used and similar results on this as others have on the likes of founders been eventuated. Some of the properties identified in Plan Change 9 have already been returned to the status quo. What is Plan Change 9? Under the Resource Management Act, all councils are required to have policies and rules in their district plan to help protect heritage and natural environment. A fund should have been made available at the time of establishing this item in your district plan. And the $100,000 fought for by Councillor Chesterman should have been given. And those of us who have received funds from this should not feel as if we are beholden to the council for something that should have been there as of right and in line with this district plan in the first place. Plan Change 9 acknowledges a lot of our history and heritage. It recognises what we need to keep and why. Yes, we have a current district plan and there are 122 built structures, 5 special character areas, 500 trees, 59 significant natural areas and 52 archaeological sites. However, there are 2 buildings on Victoria Street listed which you paid over the top prices for because of their heritage significance, and they're in line for the bulldozer if you're going to put a hotel there. As the demand for land and housing grows, it is critical we strike the right balance between supporting development and protecting, enhancing those things that have helped shape the city. This is exactly what Plan Change 9 is all about. The Mayor is quoted in the media as saying, we must look after our city, keeping current assets in good order. This is despite the examples Council's failure in recent times of the municipal pools and Celebrating Age and many others. Consider your position here on Council and reflect on your family, your grandparents, great-grandparents, your history and heritage. And when you went to them when you received treats and nice things. This is a situation that has been developed here. Those people whose built heritage you have identified didn't ask for it. Most are thankful that they have been recognised, but there will be those times when they need a treat to do something about their built heritage. The Waikato Historical Society thanks you for the contribution that we were given to be able to do a conservation plan on our Hocken House. Refer to your website and you will see others who have dipped into the golden syrup tin the council had in the linen cupboard. What I'm asking is that we retain the Heritage Fund. We ask that you retain a separate, clearly identified account of at least $250,000 for Heritage Fund, so that we can treat and look after those heritage and natural environments, the significant areas you have identified, the notable trees, the archaeological sites, and the built heritage. I did notice actually that one of 2 of you raised your eyebrows at the longer term ones would have raised your eyebrows because you had 100,000, of which 20,000 was earmarked for Beale Cottage. That's that little past doctor's residence sitting on a very valuable corner section in Hamilton East. We urge you to retain the Heritage Fund. When you come across history and heritage, think of your grandparents and your great-grandparents and remember the treats that they give you. The 250,000, sure, 2.5 million over 10 years, but I'm sorry, 250,000 is because through Plan Change 9, you have increased the number of recognised properties and therefore the number of people who may require a treat. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, councillors? No, it was very straightforward and very topical, so thank you for bringing that to our attention for our deliberations and discussions later on. Thank you so much. David Douglas, please. Good morning.
Morning. Madam Mayor, councillors and council staff, thank you for the opportunity to talk further to our submission from Wanderers Sports Club. Just quickly introduce my son Jet, who is a proud member of the club as well. For us, our submission centred around four key things. The approval of an extension from the 15 to a 25-year lease for our club so that we could then continue our proposal to build an artificial turf at Porritt Stadium, of which we would be covering that, sort of similar to the current Marist Park situation. The second one would be the provision of floodlights around the current athletics track. The third point being the extension of the current driveway and pathway that gives access into Snell Drive, but continuing that through Pirate Stadium to link up with Tramway Road, so as to provide a greater access to the Fairfield developments, Green Hills, etc. And the fourth one was our sporting club's support of the targeted sports rate. For us, and I don't speak on behalf of athletics, but obviously we co-share Pirate Stadium with them. As a sports club, we're incredibly proud to be at Pirate Stadium. I believe that Pirate Stadium has a very good regional footprint. I believe, though, it has the ability to become a national sports hub with some investment, both obviously from ourselves and maybe some from the council. Given the access point that it has, straight off a minute drive off the expressway, the current, I guess, car parking availability and so forth. So for us, we believe that if we can get our project underway, bringing artificial turf, which would only be for our club, but for the greater area as well, and we've spoken to local football clubs around not just Hamilton North, but spreading down into the likes of Cambridge and so forth. It would very much be a community facility, because as a sports club, we're happy to try and bring it to life, but we know that we can't sustain it either. It has to be a community facility. Given some of the other areas around Pirate as well, some of our other sporting fields, we believe that they can then be opened up to other codes as well when football isn't around. But for me personally, it is something that, as I say, myself and the club, we believe Pirate Stadium really can become something special to not only the city but to the region. The bones are there. We've now got a world-class FIFA football pitch. We've got world-class gender-neutral changing rooms already, a brand new athletics track. For us, we believe that if there was just some other things added, floodlights, it would then start bringing more and more people, not only from the city to that area, but also from out of the region to that city. We do have security issues around Pirate Stadium, unfortunately. They've been highlighted to the council before. For me, with these sorts of projects and that coming to life, you then have more and more people just around, which then stops maybe people bringing their motorbikes onto sports fields, maybe stops people bringing their cars in late at night to do undesirable things, unfortunately, which do happen in our car park. So for me, the more people you have around starts to minimise that sort of risk, and even having a pathway, as I say, the extension of the pathway, it then gives those young kids going to schools around that sort of Chartwell area the ability to literally not go anywhere near a road, because you've already got the existing tunnels and so forth. But it would allow some of our wheelchair supporters as well to then go and support sports on the backfields. Currently there is no access to them. It would also, I believe, start to alleviate some of the illegal dumping that happens around that area, which is a constant cause of concern, not only for us, but for athletics and so forth. So that's our submission. I say we're very happy to work with council around this, and we believe that if we can bring these to life, that it could be a real jewel in the crown for the city.
Thank you. We have got time for a quick question. Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Dave, for your submission and all the work that you guys do. One of our previous submitters talked about the input of volunteers and putting the onus back on that part of community as being a provider of funding or mentorship, if you like. How does that fit with you? How does that sit with you guys? Because
carry on.
Yeah, it was just timing. Sorry.
In terms of just putting more pressure on volunteers.
Yeah, that funding gap. Yeah.
Yes, there's always, unfortunately, in anything, there's always going to be that pressure put on volunteers and for clubs like ourselves and many others to go and, I guess, try and take the burden for financial costs and everything. Hence why we're so strongly wanting an extension to the normal 15-year lease, so that we can look to do these projects, bring them to life with a little bit of certainty for us at the venue. And as I say, that was one of the key points of our submission.
Yeah, I noted that. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your submission. Thank you for the way you've worked with council over the last period of time, and we do acknowledge especially the work that you did with us over preparing for FIFA Women's World Cup, and it couldn't have done it on our own, so we do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Bryce Wheel, please. Good morning, Bryce.
Morning, Madam Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity. I am sure you're looking forward to the end of this process. On page 12, I'm going to refer to this, on page 12, it notes, because rates have been lower than costs and because of the pace of our growth, we have not had the surpluses to repay debt. And then on page 37, the graph shows there are 3 years to go before the books are balanced. So to me, those clauses understate the real situation, that you need to take on more debt to actually pay debt. So I see that as quite worrying. No one wants to cut services, but desperate times, and I think these are desperate times, need desperate measures. In my view, the forecast debt to revenue ratio is too high. We need to be reducing debt, not increasing it. On page 7, it states large-scale growth has driven Hamilton's economic success. 1 year at 19.9, 4 at 15.5, and the 6th one at 9 doesn't fit my definition of economic success. But those those levels of rate increase and the increase in development contribution will have a major effect on growth. On page 16, it notes we need to embrace the opportunities growth brings by investing in the right places at the right times. Couldn't agree more. CBD intensification is the right place, and it probably is the right time. But CBD intensification doesn't solve our most pressing problem, affordable housing. There are sites within the surrounding areas, Melville, Hamilton East, Fairfield, where we can build 3 residential units on a site, which only has 1 at the moment. Some of those are vacant, waiting for Plan Change 12 to be approved. But even then, there are other issues with the infrastructure, because you cannot get an extra 2 connections for sewer. So even though you might be able to pass your Plan Change 12, there are other issues to solve. And I understand those issues, those infrastructure issues, aren't even destined to be solved until 2027-28. So in summary, I suggest you reduce costs further, you increase rates or hold them at 19.9% and try and reduce the 15.5s. You approve Plan Change 12, and you improve the infrastructure in the outlying areas. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the straightforward submission, and don't appear to have any questions, but you were very... oh, we do. Sorry.
Bryce, so from your long business engineering experience, and you've worked for councils on projects, haven't you?
A little bit here and there.
Yeah. Would you be able to come back to us with any thoughts that you have on how we are doing infrastructure so expensively, and whether we could save money by changing the way we do it?
I can do it, yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Any new information you bring will be circulated to councillors.
Yeah, sure. Understand.
Councillor Wilson, got a little bit of time for a question.
Thanks, Bryce. Thanks for your presentation. It was very clear and very insightful. I'm fascinated by the proposition of keeping the 19.9, but trying to reduce the subsequent 4 years. I haven't heard that argument over the last couple of days. Walk me through why you feel that is so important.
because the 15.5s effectively double what a person would pay for rates in about 4 or 5 years' time. It's double. So I think we have to get, because we have a high interest cost, I think we have to try and drag that down, because it's just wasting money. So that's why I'm saying if you can keep the 19.9 but reduce from there on the intended levels, I would have thought that would have been a positive step.
Wouldn't that...
Time, but thank you. We now have Bryce, Snow, Ron, sorry. Ron?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak with an oral submission to the long-term plan. I have read a sampling of the 2,992 submissions that are made. I realise that's an impossible task for each of you people to do individually. I have sampled probably 100 or so submissions. It is obvious from what I've read, people in our community are under severe financial pressures, and rates is one of the items that affects their individual budgets, and we have to do something to address that. In the Mayor's introduction to the draft plan, you made mention that there is some debt which is good, and you suggested the bridge over the river at Waikato was a case where it was prudent to borrow money to build that bridge, because the people of the future, including our present people, are going to use that bridge, and so we should all pay towards that. You also mentioned that it is not fair to raise debt to pay operating costs. Both of these statements I agree with wholeheartedly, because they underline a general principle that users should pay. Users should pay. That's one of the reasons why I again mention the part of the Rating Act which refers to capital infrastructure projects. I cannot understand why you keep on charging all ratepayers for new infrastructure capital projects. There is a provision in the Rating Act that gives a system of providing funding plans, which then means that the people who will use that particular lot of infrastructure will pay for it. They don't pay all the cost, because I guess there are some items of income that help them. But they are the people who use the project, the projects, and they, in my opinion, should pay it. It shouldn't be lumbered on the rest of us. I don't know whether anybody would like to question me on that aspect.
Finished what you want to say. Sorry, Ron, when you've finished what you want to say, then if there's time left over, we'll take questions.
Yes, you can ask me a question. If no one's got questions, I've got some general points I would also
You
mention.
make your points first. You make your points first.
Okay.
Thanks, Ron.
My question to all of you, how many of you can spot the major flaw in your present strategy as is clearly evident in the long-term plan for this next 10 years? Can you see the major flaw? Does anybody like to tell me what they think it is? No? Okay.
To hear what you think it is at this point.
Let me have a look. 10-year inflation for the next 10 years at a nominal 3% per annum accumulates to a total of 34% increase over the 10 years. Your 10-year plan is not sustainable because in the 10 years you promise your ratepayers a doubling of debt. Can you not see that having a target in 10 years' time of $2 billion debt is out of kilter with a 3% nominal inflation rate over the 10 years? You need, in my opinion, see you've got 12,000 new ratepayers coming into your district as per the plan. There's going to be 12,000 new properties. That's only a 20% or thereabouts increase in ratepayers. But you want 20% increase in ratepayers to fund debt going up to $2 billion. I'm afraid I see that as a major flaw. You've got to do something about changing your strategy.
Thank you, Ron. We've run out of time, I'm afraid. So
yes, that's right. Thank you.
We've got your written submission, which we've read, and we appreciate that you took the time to come and speak to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I thank for the opportunity I've had.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thomas, is he? Thomas, there you go. Different hat. Same chair.
Same chair, thank you. Actually, different chair. Here on behalf of Waikato Housing Initiative that many of you will be familiar with, the focus of WHI is across the full continuum of housing, everything from homelessness through renting, affordable housing and onto full ownership. What we wanted to emphasise today is a few things, and that's the utility and usefulness of the work we're doing for organisations like yourself. So some of our key things that we've been working on is updating our housing stock take. That stock take often gets referenced by this organisation. And also our housing scorecard, which is used in various things like applications to central government for funding. So we're wanting to carry on our work, which is focused around 3 pillars for housing: land, policy and funding. And it's clear that there remain big issues in housing across the whole region, but particularly in Hamilton. What the recent scorecard stock take showed is that probably we're getting to a point of building enough houses. We're just not building enough affordable houses. And that's playing out in the community in a range of ways, including the emergency housing issues that pop up from time to time, including stress on renters as well as owners, and ultimately will show up in issues around employment and ability to attract people to the region as well. So what we really wanted to emphasise is that we are the core group looking at housing need across that whole continuum, and we're keen to continue working closely with Hamilton City and the other local authorities. But yeah, there is a need to, I guess, keep up the energy and attention to affordable housing as an issue.
Okay, so I'm going to put a question to you then. What is, give me your 2 top suggestions for affordability as opposed to just yield.
Sorry,
you said that the yield of housing is reasonable, but the affordability is not. So what are the two things that you think are game changers for that, please? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no, I think I'll respond by saying it's not just a matter of game changers, it's about a series of policy choices that need to be made. The concern at times would be there's a lot of local government generally will give a lot of attention to this idea of affordable housing being a priority need, but sometimes then make decisions that don't actually support that in things like plan changes and so on. So certainly WHI would be keen for council to continue its work around inclusionary zoning and intensification, because both of those would have an impact on supply, and particularly supply of affordable housing. But it's about taking a holistic view to needs in different parts of the continuum. I think we'd emphasise again and again, there's no one silver bullet that will solve everything. It's about a series of choices at central government level, local government level, and elsewhere in the community.
We've got time for a couple of quick questions. Councillor Pike.
Sorry, I jumped to the other side. Thank you very much for your submission and time. In the past few days, I've had a lot of rhetoric around DCs and how that plays with affordable housing. What role do you think DCs play in affordable housing, and do you think Hamilton City has that balance right?
A couple of questions there. I think it's important to accept or understand, I think, that DCs do have an impact on the price of housing and therefore on the delivery of affordable housing. So if a product can be delivered at let's say a $500,000 raw cost, and you add $100,000 of development contribution cost on top of that, that is by its nature less affordable, and there will be certainly those economists who'd say then that affects the price of all housing, including existing housing, because you can't deliver new housing in an affordable way. So I think it's really important to understand that development contributions don't just impact on developers, they impact on the end user in a significant way. That's the key comment I'd make there. And there's also certainly an impact on supply from that, and I think that's been canvassed by other people who are developers themselves.
Thank you. We've run out of time, but thank you for the question. Thank you again, Thomas.
Thank you. I can come back to you, Councillor Casey Cox, on yours.
Yeah, well, that's right. You can connect later. Thank you so much. I think I've got John Webb. Is that right? Next. Chedworth Properties. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come and not only submit, but to come and speak with us in person.
I'll just wait till those handouts have been delivered. We're submitting on the DCs today your proposals for 24 and 25. Those sheets are quite enlightening compared to what you're proposing. Hello all, my name is John Webb. I'm the sole director of Chedworth Properties, or commonly known as CPL. CPL is a long-standing developer of Hamilton and has provided over 6,000 sections over the last 64 years. Obviously, my father was involved before me. CPL is currently developing Greenhill Park, a greenfield subdivision in northeast Hamilton. Our written submission, which I hope you've read, has outlined the significant concerns we have with the proposed DC increases. I shall not repeat those points here. However, I would like to reiterate the points made around the potential for the proposed DC increases to put a complete stop to residential, commercial and industrial development in Hamilton. which is a very serious effect. Hamilton currently has the momentum as a fast-growing and attractive city. In fact, we currently have the honour of being the fastest growing city in the country. Council and the development community in Hamilton should be extremely proud of this fact. However, developments across the country and in Hamilton have come under pressure. First, in terms of increased costs, and now also in terms of reduced demand. Excuse me, I'm having injections in my eyes every 6 weeks, so I'm having a little problem in reading. In the residential space, buyers are already struggling, as Thomas alluded to meet the market pricing, and there is no room left to pass any increased costs to purchasers. With less buyers, there are fewer residential builds going ahead, and this is severely impacting on Hamilton's housing stock, which also impacts on employment for trades and other services in the residential building space. CPL is experiencing this market reduction in residential building activity at first hand. And as you may know a little bit about Greenhill Park, since inception we've been selling 100 sites a year, because we maximised to that, in 1 or 2 days. This year, well, I think we've sold 25. Last year, again, not that many, so it's certainly impacting. In the commercial space, the yields are barely stack up to make these investments worthwhile, if at all. We are embarking on the development of a neighbourhood centre within Greenhill Park. Our feasibility study for this area shows that the returns on investment are less than what a person would achieve with money in the bank, i.e. less than 6%. And that is for a development where there is no land cost assigned to the project. My father bought the property over 50 years ago, so it doesn't even stack up what we're doing. And then if you have to buy the land, well, you say goodbye. And that is for a development where there is no land cost assigned to the project. And this has been owned, as I just said, for 50 years. With the land cost included, and this is the real world, and this is the people you're dealing with, there would be a return of far less than 5%. In other words, people will not develop. And I think, yeah, one of your best examples, and I was a party to it with Porters, was delegates. You will not get those people coming here anymore with your proposals. They came here because there was reduction in land cost, 3,000 a square metre up there. Now you've got your proposed DCs, which are frankly just out of this world. Accordingly, given the current costs to develop and reduced yields, in our experience, there is already little to no financial incentive to build quality commercial centres in Hamilton. We firmly believe the proposed DC increases could make these developments completely unviable, hence they will not go ahead, hence there will be less DC income with your proposals, and not to mention less rates coming in. So you'll be going backwards. If the developments do not stack up financially, they will not go ahead. This will mean within this community less employment, less activity, less vibrancy in Hamilton City. This will have a profound negative impact on the city as developers and developments move elsewhere to areas where councils will support their developments. And again, you will have less DC income. So what you're proposing might be saying you've got that, but I'm telling you, you're going to have that. You're going to have less than what you've got actually coming in. A review of the surrounding councils, which is on those sheets I've given you, that their DC increases are far less than the proposed by Hamilton City. And let's just have a quiet look at them. You're 79%, Taurunga's 12%, and this is residential, by the way. Matamata Pārko is minus 160%. Waikato District is minus 1%, and Waipawa, I think, are very prudent. They've deferred it at least till 25. A review of the surrounding councils show that their increases are far less, despite those councils facing the same issues you do. For example, you've seen Taurunga's 12 as opposed to your 79, and we've got the others there. So in other words, developers will not be developing here. Your growth and impact will be frustrated, and your income with your debt will be even looking sicker. Again, this will mean developers, builders, and people undertaking new projects are likely to look outside Hamilton for their next project and look to other councils that are more friendly to development in their district or city. HCC to date has been very proactive and supportive. However, the proposed increases, which I appreciate you've been put up by the likes of the council staff and Carson, will have disastrous effects on not only growth but also DC revenue being received. I'll speak quicker, Mayor. HCC has put forward that the increased DCs are required to fund infrastructure, and I'm not going to go into that argument. There's been some faulty decisions. Respectfully, it is our opinion that the forecasting that the council has undertaken is flawed, as higher DCs will mean less development stacking up financially, meaning less developments being undertaken, meaning less overall DC revenue to fund any infrastructure projects. In other words, you will likely have more DC income if you didn't increase the costs, as developments will still be able to go ahead, albeit with finer margins. In a nutshell, your projections of revenue increase from increasing DCs will be sadly inadequate, and the net effect will be less DC income than you're currently receiving. We implore the council and you as elected members to support development rather than hinder this. You need to listen to experienced developers like ourselves and others who have submitted against the DC increases. We operate in the real world. Sorry, I keep losing my spot.
We are over time.
No, I know, but I'm nearly finished, if that's all right.
That's what I was going to say.
And I pay plenty of DCs and plenty of rates.
Yeah,
I'd
no,
like
I'm
to
more
be
than
heard.
happy for you to finish the point that you're on.
Yeah. And see the struggles being faced by developers to make projects stack up at first hand. Since 2022, we as a company have held our pricing on residential sections despite costs going up. Whilst this has impacted on our return on investment, it was considered necessary to provide purchasers and our build partners certainty in moving forward. It is our view that you, the council, needs to follow this lead and hold the current DC costs. This will provide certainty in an uncertain market. By holding DCs to current rates, more development will go ahead, meaning more DC income, more projects, more employment, and more vibrant city. In summary, 1, in the current market, developments are barely stacking up, if at all. There is no room to pass any further cost increases on to purchasers. If developments do not stack up financially, they will not go ahead.
We can ask you to circulate.
I've only got 3 more points, please.
But then it makes everyone else late. But
I'm
yes,
sorry,
please.
but I really want to be heard.
Yep, that's fine. If you can just
2,
wrap those
I'll
up.
go now.
Mm-hmm.
Increased DCs will further increase the costs to develop. The proposed increases will put a stop to development in Hamilton, leading to decreased housing stock, reducing commercial developments, reducing employment opportunities, adversely impacting on the vibrancy and success of the city. 3, comparisons with neighbouring councils show significantly lower DC increases and even some decreases. Hamilton's proposed hikes could drive developers away, ultimately resulting in lower overall DC income and rates revenue. And finally, Council has likely prepared figures based on an increased DC revenue coming from the proposed increases, and that income going towards new projects. In the real world, demand is not there. DC income will reduce and you'll be worse off. The future of this great city hangs in the balance, and you are charged with it. And with that in mind, we expect Hamilton City Council to re-look at the proposed DC charges with a view to remove those increases. And thank you for your time. And I will say this is my General Manager, Brendan Hewitt.
Thank
I
you.
forgot in the beginning.
That's okay.
But I feel very strongly about all this, and, you know, we are involved. We've been a long time, and very respectfully to all of you, longer than you.
Thank you so much. And I don't mean to constrain anybody's thinking, but we have to be fair to the other submitters. And if you've got anything else you want to leave with us.
Have you got any questions?
We have no time for questions because we've got other submitters, including other developers, already waiting. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. We will get to discussions and debate
Feel free
later.
to get in touch if you do have questions.
Give us a ring.
Discuss it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
We're very keen for that. Okay, thank you very much. So we've got Grayson Bell. Thank you very much for waiting so patiently.
No worries at all. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Hey, look, just for those that don't know me, I'm Grayson from Graffarel Enterprises. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm sure you've already heard from many submitters re Hamilton City Council needing to cut its cloth, not imposing further costs on developers, as this will only raise house prices, drive development away from the city. I'm sure it's also been noted that in addition to the DCs, developers already pay to upgrade the infrastructure in the streets that we're developing in. Another long forgotten point is developers are also adding ratepayers to Hamilton City Council's pool, where there was not one lot of rates coming in, then it could now be 4, 6, 10 lots of rates from that same site, all of whom pay rates for Hamilton City Council services. Although I agree with all of the points that I'm sure all of the previous submitters have made, there's probably no point telling you something that you've heard 20 times already. So I'm going to take a different approach with my submission and hope to make you understand how our businesses work and how we can potentially help each other resolve Hamilton City Council's funding situation. I personally think it's obvious to all of us here today that Hamilton City Council has some major spending and therefore funding issues. The money has to come from somewhere though, and I think we all understand that regardless of the submission process, it's likely that this DC change will be rolled out and the money will end up coming from us developers. I disagree with this, but I think that's what will happen. Now, we do also need to understand that Hamilton City Council fees and charges are already contributing to roughly 15% of the average house cost we build, which is significant. What I'd like to ask from each of you today is for you to help us pay for this increase. As you'd be aware, the current climate and for the foreseeable future, developers' margins are skinny. Building costs are up, sales prices are down, DC increases, sorry. So this mix means there simply isn't the money to pay for these DC increases, and the outcome will mean less houses are built, house prices will go up, or developers will leave the city, or a combination of all of the above. There is a relatively easy solution, though, in my mind, and that is you save us time. Time is money, and as noted, money has to come from somewhere. As an example, one of my developments at the moment is a 10-home duplex development in Chartwell. The bank holding cost and interest alone is currently 50 grand a month. If you save me time and compliance, the money saved on interest alone can be redirected to contribute to the cost in the DC increases. This is incredibly easy to do too, as there are so many ways that you as an organisation can save us time. Set your teams a short period of time where land use and subdivision consents and engineering applications have to be approved by. Run these consent processes together so that we aren't waiting on one consent before we can apply for the next one. Allow building inspections to be booked in advance of the consents being issued. And to clarify, I'm not saying do the inspection, I'm just saying allow us to book it so that we can arrange our build schedules. If the consent's not out in time, charge us for the inspection. Review all of the final code of compliance paperwork and highlight any issues prior to the final code inspections so that we aren't waiting weeks at the end for you guys to sort your paperwork out. Run works clearance and subdivision certification in tandem so that we aren't, again, waiting for one process before another one starts. All of these are minor things, and I'm sure there's hundreds and hundreds more granular things in the organisation that could be done to help reduce time. What I'm trying to convey here is unless you guys change the culture in Hamilton City Council to a help us to help you culture, rather than finding ways of saying no or making things slow all the time, what will happen is Hamilton will see less houses built, which means you'll have less of a rating base. There'll be less DCs coming in due to less development, and you'll see a rapid increase in house prices whilst all of us as developers exit the city for other areas that aren't imposing these kind of restrictions and additional costs on us. My suggestion of saving us time to save us costs to help you fund the DC increase that you need will mean that we can do more developments each year, which means more rates and which means more DCs for you and lower house prices. It's a win all round. But for this to work, it needs to be more than just words. It needs each of you to change the culture within that organisation. Finding problems and how to say no is how it is now. It needs to change to how can we make this work and say yes and say it quickly. You guys are our city's representatives and the power sits in your hands. But please know that if you don't help us fund this DC increase, we literally cannot fund it either, which leaves very few options and a pretty disastrous outcome for this city that we all really love. That's all I have to say today, unless there's any questions.
A very good, clear submission. There's a question from Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Grayson, thank you for your submission, for all the work you do for the city. I just want to get a better understanding. Even if we were able to do all the things that you're asking of us, that seem to be quite a reasonable request, at the levels that the DCs are going to increase by, are you still saying that you would be able to provide the level of development in Hamilton that you planned?
Look, I completely disagree with the DC increase at the levels that are proposed, and as I said in my first, opening, I agree with the submissions that I've heard that have been made. But all I'm trying to say is that there's a point here that you guys need funding, and that's obviously going to end up coming from us. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that we need to help each other solve the problems of the city, and I think that culture doesn't exist at the moment, and that's really the point that I'm trying to make. Is, as I say, that one development we've got is costing me $50,000 a month in interest sitting there. You save me a month, I can give you 50 grand, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And at the moment, we're just, I think, all looking at this probably the wrong way.
Final question, because I know other colleagues have. Would you support council delaying our decision on this matter to rework with developers to try to find that perfect soft spot between efficiency and reasonable increase?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it would have to be delayed because I know, a number of the suggestions that I've made just in my sort of 4 or 5 points that I think could help. There's a time and a process that needs to take place, and I'm sure there's people in the organisation that would say that can't work for whatever reason. But I do believe that those type of things would need to be in place before this DC increase, because we can't put our businesses on hold. We will end up going to another district to do development until, such a matter gets sorted. And I think just, should we go down this type of path, again, I think it's one of those things where you do need to engage with developers on it, see how it can help, how we can work together. I mean, I've been invited to council before and someone said to me, look, let me draw you an umbrella chart. That's not the approach that needs to happen to get things done. I think, we need to consult, but we need to make decisions, and people at council need to be accountable and make those decisions happen. It just can't be a talk fest.
Thank you.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you, Grayson. Just a question around the phasing in of DC increases. I'm just wondering your perspective on that approach.
Look, again, it would probably need to talk around a little bit more detail on that. Obviously, phasing in certainly helps, but at the end of the day, you still end up with the same problem if we're talking about the same number at the end, whether it's, now 1 month, 1 year. All we're really doing is delaying the inevitable outcome. It does allow us time to, adjust and plan, but again, the money still has to come from somewhere, and we can all see what the bank economists and everything are forecasting at the moment. House prices aren't going anywhere anytime soon. And again, costs like this are simply going to put pressure on house prices to lift. And if they can't lift because of the market dictation, effectively we develop elsewhere.
Thank you.
So much. Councillor Bidder, if you're super quickly.
Yes, very quickly. The first house you ever built, if you can tell us how long it took from you deciding to build it to getting the consents, and compare that to your latest house.
Well, I was 19, so it was a long time ago. Look, in all honesty, I can't remember because it was so long ago, but an extremely short period of time. Even what we've seen in the last 1 to 2 years has been extreme. Like, I've got a consent at the moment that has been sitting in council. We've literally only just got draft conditions this morning. It's been in with you guys since October last year. And that's how long it's taken to get through land use consent, subdivision consent, engineering approval, and building consent.
That's too quick long these days.
Thank you so
just
much.
Can't operate like that.
Thank you so much.
I've got a build pipeline out now till the middle of next year. But if I'm not starting to put in consents now, I'm not going to be able to fill my build slots. That's how slow you guys work. It's unbelievable.
Thank you, and we've heard that very clearly, and you've made some really specific and helpful suggestions. So thank you for that, and of course we'll be deliberating and discussing these matters. So thanks very much, Grayson.
No worries.
Appreciate
your time, guys. Thanks heaps.
All right, take care. We've got Blair McAllister next. Yes? Yes? Hello, Blair. Good afternoon.
Right, I got a whole heap of figures. I got my partner's 12-year-old daughter to check these for me. She said that my figures are close, but I could have done better if I didn't have a short-term memory loss. That's coming from a 12-year-old. Right, HCC, you're at $221 million in debt. You're overspending by $50 million a year more than your income. You want to spend $3.5 million on the restoration of a water-damaged aged care centre on Victoria Street. It's water damage, it's buggered. Waikato Regional Theatre costs the ratepayers $9 million minimum. My person in HCC tells me it's a lot more than that. Let's get to Rifle Range Road. What an absolute cluster. Absolute cluster. You had 4 submitters who said, yes, let's improve Rifle Range Road, the upgrade. 99.8% of submitters said, and in fact, no, you lot went along and did it anyway. It's absolute chaos with people trying to attend a rugby or sports at Swarbrick Park, the chaos with parents dropping their kids off from Frankton School. It's a nightmare. Trust me on this. If you guys haven't gone down and had a look, then get down and have a look. Where's the 280 car parks you promised, Madam Mayor? Nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. Now, HCC said they conducted a survey as to how many people rode bikes along Tui Karamea and Rifle Range Road. There was no survey done. Your guy admitted that there was no survey done. Now, according to your LTP, the council wants to increase the city's debt to $2.3 billion, up from the 21 proposal of $1.19 billion. How, what, and why? For God's sake, where's this money coming from? Now, $2.4 billion is going to cost this city $343,300 per day in interest. Got that? You know that, Ewan, right? You got it. $343,000 per day in interest. We're paying $100,000 in interest a day now, which is disgraceful. Here's the news. The Mayor said on a social media post a few days ago, no one is suggesting borrowing more money, and then blocked the person who was speaking with her about that. Now, cost of 4 raised pedestrian crossings and a roundabout on Newcastle Grandview Roads, $480,000. $480,000, that's half my house, to build 4 shonky bits of concrete and a roundy concrete bit in the middle. Are you having me on? Inline bus stops, what a nightmare. Ask fire and ambulance. Now, I've recently been medically retired from the fire service after almost 40 years. Trust me, when those bloody bumps went in, that was the end of us. We've wrecked a truck, we've smashed some gear in the thing because suddenly there's roundabouts there and there's bumps and all sorts of crap. We're not that bad. Which brings me on to this, and I do not believe this. $525,000 spending on embedding Te Tiri o Waitangi into council policies, including 175Ks on developing of policy procedure of documents and implementation, 175,000 on development of policies Te Reo, and an implementation of $70,000 on an app so Hamilton City staff can learn Te Reo Maori. You've got to be having me on. $500,000 for what? If the staff want to learn Te Reo Maori, and I've got no problem with that whatsoever, do it in your own time, do it on your own ticket. If I've got to do stuff like that on my own tickets, then so can the jolly staff here. I've spoken to 5 staff here. None of them want this. None of them. They think it's a joke, but I'll tell you what, and I'll quote you on this from a very nice lass. We are fearing to speak out for fear of retribution, fear of internal slandering and bullying, and fear of their jobs. Boom. How was your trip, Madam Mayor? $10,300 I paid for that. Thanks very much. I hope you enjoyed it. What's the story? You didn't get your flight sorted out because you didn't buy non-refundable tickets. I'm off to Christchurch next week to my best mate's 60th. I got refundable tickets. I got insurance for it. Why didn't you? Don't bother asking. I know. Everton Holdings, ladies and gentlemen, council took them to court. Judge on day 1 said, you ain't going to win this, Hamilton City Council. $247,000 it cost me and these good people here. 247K. When you were told you're not going to win this, you lost. Cost me 247 large. Absolutely disgraceful. My rate's at present about $3,300. I like your bell. I'm just seeing that guy on Breaking Bad with the bell. Ding, 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 the Mexican drug guy.
That does mean that
Carry
your
on.
time is over, so please make your last
That's okay.
point. Last point,
Let me
please.
finish.
Last point.
My rates currently are about $3,300 for Hamilton City Council. In 5 years, my rates will be $7,247.31 by my calculations and my 12-year-old lass. It's shameful. I can't afford that. I can't afford that. You know that. You know that, Ewan. You know that, Jeff, and so on. I spoke with you a couple of weeks ago, and you know that, and I talked to you about this. This is disgusting. We're just being treated like glove puppets. You've got us up to the elbow. I don't know where your money's coming from because we can't afford it. You guys need to sort yourselves out and sort yourselves out fast.
Thank you very much, Mr McAllister. I'll now invite Stephen Black to come and present, please. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Stephen.
Good afternoon. That was quite a performance. But
Well, that's nothing, mate. They only give me 5 minutes.
Speak, thank you.
right, I made some written submissions, and basically can be summed up a bit along the lines of, it seems to me that you guys have got, you know how much money you've got to spend each year because you set the rates, but you've overspent and you're in the poo. You're trying to get the DC costs up to try and cover some of that, and you're trying to flog the ratepayers with a large increase as well. And to me, surely you know how much you've got to spend each year. Whatever you set the rates for this year, you know that there's going to be X amount available. And surely it's part of the management, senior management here, to have a budget that you stick to. And if you're spending more than your budget, you need to have some pretty good reasons, or find somewhere else where you can take that money from. I've noticed that the Mayor of Auckland has had a large increase, cut back down to 7%. Now, I'm walked through the folk down the bottom here saying I don't want any increase. Now, I think that's a bit ridiculous because obviously the cost to you guys each year goes up. And everybody's happy with the cost of inflation. No, that needs to be there. But I agree with the previous person about there seems to be an incredible overspend in a whole lot of areas. I'd like to see how much money you spent on cycle initiatives in the last 12 months. We live on Howell Ave, around the road from Howell Ave, where you've narrowed the road down to create havoc for the cars on the road to put in a 3-metre cycle track. Well, and I've also made suggestions about how to fix that, is to take the gardens out beside the 3 humps going down Howell Ave so that you can get 2 cars past. But every morning and night in the peak traffic, you've got near misses happening, and this is a safety committee issue that you don't seem to be interested in. I'm out mowing the grass strip in the middle of Cobham Drive these days because I've been doing it for 3 years because the council can't, won't, or don't mow the grass in the centre of the road. I've taken on a new project, and it's the southern entrance to Hamilton, where it has looked a mess for many years. And I ring you guys and you say, it's outside our area, we can't do anything. I ring NZTA and they go, we've got a contractor, but we're not paying them very much. I ring the contractor and the contractor says we can only do what we're paid for. So I'm out there mowing it myself because I have a little bit of pride in my city, and I want to be a city where people arrive there and it looks loved. I drove through, what brought that to my attention was I drove through Ashburton some years, about a year ago, and for 2 k's either side of Ashburton there's nicely mowed berms. It looks like somebody loves the city and is looking after it. You come into the south end of Hamilton here, it looks unloved, there's rubbish dumped there, and there doesn't seem to be anybody interested in doing anything about it. I'm also supposed to speak to a little bit about the DCs. I heard these guys talking about their DCs not wanting to go up because of development, but to me, you've got a problem. You've got a debt that you've got to try and get from somewhere. and whacking it on the ratepayers only, at least it should be shared across, surely.
Or we can take questions.
I'm happy to answer some questions.
Are there any questions, councillors? No? Yes, Councillor Wilson?
Tell us about the hardship that you'll encounter as a result of these unprecedented rate rises.
The budget doesn't fit a 25% increase. If you were giving me a 25% increase in my wages, I can handle a 25% increase in inflation, but that's not happening, is it? So.
When you were mowing Cobham Drive, how many orange cones are you putting out?
Yeah, well, that's a classic point. I'm putting out none. I wear a high-vis and safety boots, and safety glasses and hair muffs, and I feel NZTA have overstepped what their requirements are, and I haven't heard much from the council saying, surely, no, are these really reasonable? We've lived...
ZTA, and Mr Black, I'd rather you kept yourself safe, and I understand your contribution to the city, but I would hate for something to happen to you on a NZTA road.
Yeah, well, I've spoken with your people multiple times, said I'm more than happy to hand it over to your people, but they're talking about a 5 or 6 week grass mowing rotation, which I don't think anybody at home does that. And also, where's the pride in your work? If I was employed by you guys to mow grass at 5 or 6 weeks and leave clumps of grass everywhere, I would not feel fulfilled or...
We'll pass that on to NZTA again for you, as we often do. Councillor McIndoe has got a quick... Oh, no, we're out of time. Yeah, we're over time. Sorry. Apologies. Thank you so much, though, for coming in and for taking a pride and a passion in our city. We do appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now we have Ben Preston. Good afternoon, Ben. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for having me. I guess, first of all, I'm going to speak in a fairly general way. Those of you who've read my submission will know that I'm fairly new to Hamilton. And with that in mind, I'm not in a position to give really detailed guidance and feedback. And part of my having arrived here from Wellington most recently, was there for about 5 years, in New Zealand for about slightly longer than that, 5.5. I'm here long term and here really to listen and understand. And so this is my submissions, really me offering my experience and perspective in a general sense, as best I can, and so that can hopefully be of some use. And with that, so my background individually, I've worked in Melbourne, Sydney, Perth, primarily, a little bit in the UK, and I've worked across property and land development in a whole range of roles. I worked for a time with Hutt City Council, helping them to explore ways of navigating some of the challenges that have been discussed here today, including development contributions and how to deliver. You know, I really don't envy the task that you have in front of you in navigating both this LTP. No, it's not. It's certainly not an easy thing to try and rationalise and bring some coherence to. I'm representing today a company called Living Systems Development, and we're effectively a developer, but a developer that's very heavily focused on doing things differently. In the sense that I think what I've learned in a career through development is that we've got a pretty standard way that we've done things, way that we've developed built environments, a way that we've collaborated across private public sectors to deliver on the needs of places as they grow from an infrastructure point of view, community services point of view, etc. And it's not working. Put simply, it isn't working. And if we continue to rely on the same approaches that we have in the past, we're going to continue getting the same results, and councillors and the public alike are going to continue to be frustrated. And there are alternatives there, and there are alternatives around. So although I'm representing Living Systems Development today, that's not necessarily what I'm here to share on behalf of. This is really just offering some of my experience. And really, from a local government point of view, from my point of view, local government can be an enabler or a barrier to meaningful development. And I really hear and agree with a lot of what's been shared in terms of the development contributions, policy changes, and the implication that has for the feasibility of development. But I also think there's some creative solutions. There was one of the gentlemen that was on online raised some good points around that. And I think I'm not familiar with the development contributions policy at the moment as it stands, but there is mechanisms around development agreements and also potential avenues around supporting fast track development, resource consent processing. But being very specific about the sorts of developments that are able to access that, things that align with the long-term strategy of Hamilton and actually address some of the long-term needs. There are mechanisms that can work. Often in my experience, it does come down to the way that the operational element of council actually delivers. The reality is, from what I've seen in New Zealand, councils have been increasingly lumped with more significant responsibility over management of local assets and local development in the last sort of decade or two, without necessarily a significant devolution of finance from central and other areas to navigate that. And I think it has, from what I've seen, resulted in quite a bit of operational bloat and ineffectiveness in spending and decision making. That's not an easy thing to solve, but there are ways to do it. Some of the ways that that have been done overseas and things that I would really recommend. My interest here is less in the LTP and the funding. I'm not qualified, having not been here for long enough to comment on that per se, but I'm interested in how that gets operationalised. How does that actually get delivered on within council and within the operational structure of council? And there's a lot that can be done. We know that Three Waters is an issue. Every council's facing it. Infrastructure is an issue on that front. At the minute, there's a very centralised approach being taken. I understand that in the LTP, the depreciation of assets is a huge part of the increase in cost. That's going to continue to be the case while we rely on a centralised infrastructure solution that's not addressing the fact that if we take Auckland as an example, the soil quality in Auckland, and this is testing done by one of the world's leading soil experts, the water infiltration on average is about 1/10 of what healthy soil actually is, which means you get a peak rainfall event. There is no way for that water flow to actually recharge back into the local waterways. So you're left with that pulling of surface water that increases insurance premiums, increases pressure and reliance on the centralised infrastructure, wears that infrastructure down more quickly, etc. There are things from a policy point of view that council can do to incentivise the sort of development that is leading to long-term, more sustainable solutions and improvements in things like soil quality to address some of those issues. There's also things like demand-side resilience. We saw last week massive problems with the national grid and potential concerns around grid resilience. There are well-documented examples, both nationally and overseas, of the use of, it's a strong debate. People get very passionate about it for good reason. Do we rely on fossil fuels? Do we rely on renewables? I personally don't like to fall into simplistic arguments like that. I think it all has a place. But there are things that council can do to incentivise things like distributed solar with battery storage on developing properties in a way that allows for dischargeable load back to the grid in the case of peak electricity issues. So there was a well-documented, a company called Solar Zero kept 30% or so of its battery supply available, discharged it back to the grid to help stabilise that supply during that peak. This has been done and tried and tested, many times overseas. We're just not using these solutions. Likewise, community wealth. It's been talked about a lot. That there often is this loggerheads issue where developers in the private sector have one perception of what council is doing or not doing to inhibit development. Council likewise have their own view. Often councillors have one view. Operational staff within council have a different view. We end up kind of having a race to the bottom discussion and not really getting very far. You've got a tough task ahead, but if we look at Cleveland in Ohio and Preston in the United Kingdom being two good examples, they've implemented policy measures at different times that allow them to navigate circumstances that traditionally would be considered good calls for austerity measures, and they've managed to do it in a way that increased GDP. They did that by prioritising local worker-owned cooperatives or partnerships with the private sector that specifically respond to institutional strategic needs. So partnering with large institutions in the region and supporting local businesses to ensure that more of the GDP within more of the transactional economy is actually happening locally and benefiting local communities. There's ways to do this stuff from a policy point of view. So that's kind of the summation of what I want to say. There are measures here, And I don't envy the task that you have, I really don't. I'm not qualified to speak specifically on these matters just yet in Hamilton City Council, but I really do just want to emphasise, having moved up here recently, I'm here to help and support in whatever way I can. And these things have been done. I've been involved in doing them in certain other parts of the world. And yeah, happy to take questions on any of that, and appreciate the effort that everyone's putting in to navigate what is a very challenging set of circumstances.
Well, thank you very much for what is a very fresh way of looking at the problems that we are all facing. Got a couple of questions. Councillor Thompson.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Paula. Thank you so much, Ben, right? Ben Preston?
Yeah, that's the one.
I was just interested in your comment around centralisation of infrastructure versus decentralisation. You talked about stormwater, I guess, and are you referring to kind of that sponge city idea? And are there any other examples in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, that's one element of it. You know, at the end of the day, our ability to deal with stormwater locally comes down to the capacity of the local ecology and soil to store that water and then slowly discharge it back to the surrounding ecology. But even including, for example, mandatory rainwater harvesting and rainwater tanks on dwellings built provides a massive amount of stormwater detention. If it's done in a way that's demand responsive and actually then is able to respond to storm events. So there's measures that can be done in policy in conjunction with urban development that can help to mitigate some of the worst effects of that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it, and we like that you've chosen Hamilton to come and live over Wellington. Excellent. And bringing fresh thinking with you is really very much appreciated.
It's been a very happy trade thus far. Belfast, just outside Belfast. Yeah. I did. I worked there for a year, but not for very long. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, no, we're delighted to have you here. Okay, thank you. We've got Anne Bell now. We are a few minutes early, but that's a good thing. Good afternoon, Anne. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Belle. Hi.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for allowing me time to speak. I would like to acknowledge the councillors here today and the enormous role you all have in running Hamilton City. But that role comes with a huge responsibility. Firstly and foremost, to the ratepayers of Hamilton. You have been entrusted by the ratepayers to make the decisions for the well-being of all people living within Hamilton City. So as a ratepayer, I would like to speak on behalf of my family, friends, and the people out there who say they don't feel like they have a voice or are being listened to. I have attended a few council meetings, and during that time I have become aware of concerns raised by some of the councillors about the state of the Hamilton City Council finances. I have noted a number of comments have been made during these meetings that have undermined this concern and have seen the spending continue. The Hamilton community are also noting this. I read an article in the paper which wrote that if councils were companies, they would now be classed as bankrupt. Hamilton City Council was at the top of that list. I am aware that the council is in considerable debt, and I am discouraged when I travel around Hamilton and spot what I would class as unnecessary spending. This is so frustrating to residents to see the spending when they are struggling to feed their families and are just making ends meet. When the pressure on families becomes so huge, something is going to erupt. And what would this eruption look like? I suspect it would be played out in rising crime rates, family violence, homelessness, mental health, and that heartbreaking word, suicides. Can you live in peace with yourself, knowing that your decision to continue spending and increase rates has contributed to this breakdown in families? Can you? Asking for a rate increase while not reducing your spending is like that song Highway to Hell by AC/DC. As a young person, I was taught to live within my means. I was not encouraged to borrow money, as the borrower becomes slave to the lender. That's Proverbs 22:7. For example, in our Vision for Hamilton document, one of the priorities states shaping a fun city with lots to do. I do not see it as the role of council to provide my entertainment. I'm asking you to listen to the people of Hamilton and to connect with the everyday person, the frontline staff, the staff that wanted to take you for a ride in a fire truck so you could experience what your decisions have created. Did you do that? I am aware of only one councillor that took up this offer. I am seeing and hearing councillors who are out of touch with how the people of Hamilton really think about them, although I am sure this will be reflected in the next election. In the meantime, I would like to encourage you all to use this time as an opportunity to listen to the residents of Hamilton with a no to a rate increase and a yes to spending cuts. Finally, I am advocating for a return to what was the initial role of councils, and that was to provide core services only. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very clear submission, so we appreciate you doing a written submission and coming in to speak to it. Thank you so much. And we now have Michael Walmsley. Hello, Michael.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michael Walmsley and I'm a professor of engineering at the University of Waikato. I was born and bred here in Hamilton, and my wife and I have spent most of our life here in Hamilton. So I'd like to talk specifically about the housing crisis and how it specifically is impacting our family and offer a potential solution. My wife and I have 8 children, 5 of them are married. We have 17 grandchildren by the end of the year. So we are contributing to the growth of Hamilton, and we're very much wanting, and our kids are committed to staying in Hamilton. We live on a lifestyle block in the Temple View Future Urban Zone, and we lived there for 30 years. Now, if you read the Hamilton City Council 10-year plan very closely, that place doesn't get mentioned as anything's going to happen in 10 years, perhaps even 30 years. So we've lived there for 30 years on a 5-acre block, and during that time, we haven't really been able to develop or do anything. And if you look at the 30-year plan that Hamilton City Council is developing, we're really saying 60 years are going to go past and we still can't do anything. We'll probably be dead by then, maybe even some of our kids. So what does this mean for the family? Well, of our 8 kids, 3 of them got onto the property ladder before it took off after 2008, so they're sitting fine. The others 3 that are married, they're actually feeling pretty hopeless. They've even got sizable deposits, but by the time they crunch the numbers, have kids themselves, it's virtually impossible as far as they see it. So when you consider all of this, the new government gave a glimmer of hope. And if you read the recent cabinet paper by the Minister of Housing, this is what he said. He says, housing affordability is arguably the single most pressing economic, social and cultural issue that faces the government. And we understand that. But this is the important part that I thought hit the nail on the head. He says land availability for residential development is the #1 issue that needs to be addressed, even more so than the rising costs of building materials and construction costs. So this land availability is the chicken and the egg that we've all been debating even this morning about how do we open up more land when we've got this development cost hanging over our head. Well, I have a simple solution, at least for the area that I live in. Okay, as I said, I live in the Templeview Future Urban Zone. And within that zone, there's 43 property owners. And most of you that mightn't be aware that the vast majority of these properties are less than 1 hectare in size. So when you look up the reason for future urban, it's to protect it as an area of farming and for future development. Well, that development has already happened for virtually half of the properties. They're all sitting there as half-acre, 1 acre, 2 acre blocks. So I would like to recommend that we consider to follow the lead of Waikato District Council and look at the possibility of large lot residential zone for some areas around the periphery of Hamilton. The purpose of this zonal category, according to the Waikato District Council, it provides low-density living opportunities within defined urban growth boundaries. The zone also serves as a buffer between high-density residential areas and rural areas that are located on the outskirts of the growth areas. Now, these particular residents in the Waikato District Council, they provide their own septic tank and their own stormwater, and in some cases even their own water. So I would like to add that bit of thought to my submission and have you consider the idea of having a large lot residential zone category whereby on, say, 1/4 hectare blocks, people that have their own septic tanks and their own stormwater and potentially even their own water, which I've got, could go ahead with development and not just have a 60 square metre house that maybe 2 people could live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your full written submission as well, with a lot more detail and coming to speak in support of that. Time for a question, if you're quick, Andrew.
Yes, quick. Hello, Mike. So just to clarify, there would be very minimal DCs required because you're providing your own services. You're not actually hooking up into council infrastructure. Even the roads in place, is that right?
The roads is in place, yes, and most of those properties are actually at road fronts already.
Yeah.
So there's very little new road. There would no roads need to be built. So it's really a no-brainer if we want to win some favour with the current government, is the way I see it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time and your feedback.
Thank you.
We may have a submitter on Zoom, or we may not. Debbie? No, we don't. We're going to have an early lunch break. We will be back at 1, but should a number of those... 1:45, that's what I meant. I'm looking with them tired eyes, tired stomach. We'll be back, but if people arrive a little bit earlier, we may have some flexibility to come back into the chamber. So I suggest that 10 minutes before 1:45 you are around, so we should be able to convene. That would be good. Thank you, everyone. We're adjourned for lunch. Okay, good afternoon, Atamarie kia koutou. We're going to start again for the afternoon. Sorry for the little delay in getting back, but girls got to eat, right? But we've got Debbie online, so good to see you, Debbie. In your hands.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, malo lava. Greetings to councillors, Mayor Southgate, Hamilton City Council leadership and staff. I'm here as a humble voice, a Hamilton resident for a majority of my adult life. Studied and work and now raising a family here at the heart of Te Manautaki, Waikato. HCC and the elected council and mayor have an important function in our city. The responsibility should not be taken lightly, and we as residents collectively want our concerns and voices heard. I guess the situation is that the rates increase proposed, the long-term plan has motivated many of us to speak up and voice that this is not sustainable. And with public sector cuts right across the board now, in local government, now in the public sector staff budgets, and this flows onto people, whānau and community. And many of us, we will not have salary and wage or pension increases to account for these increases in cost of living, educational rates, with many households needing to make sacrifices in order to keep budget and maintain home and household costs and responsibilities. When we think about these things, we need to look at how can we look at this exercise in our Hamilton running of the city operations, and how can we do the same exercise as we would in our households that we need to do now? So projects that we wanted to do now perhaps need to be put on hold, not forever, just until we can actually look at them when we have a more sustainable environment, when we have lowered our costs. Perhaps our debt needs to be reduced, which is why we're looking at the rates increase. We get that. However, there are things that we need to do in order to make the right decisions. So accuracy in our data. In the long-term plan, it was stated that there were water quality issues, that there were potentially wastewater infrastructure, but the quality of data could not be it wasn't accurate. So how can we make that data more accurate? And also, our councillors need to be more connected with our communities. Many of us have voiced concerns, but we don't have the ability to connect with our councillors, or our councillors are actually connecting with only select groups. We need to broaden that, and how can we get our councillors to lean in with our communities so our voices of concern and our feedback are not taken only in times like this, when we have a long-term plan. We're given 4 weeks to report back on concerns to a plan that's been taking perhaps 12 months in the making. So we need more consultation or better ways of actually communicating with our councillors. And those methods can't just be email or phone calls. I know a few of you have social media accounts, that's great, but how can we actually get out to further communities? So making our councillors available for people to chat, making them people that we can just tap on the shoulder and say, hey, Andrew, can I talk to you about this? Or hey, Louise, I'm really concerned about this. How can I interact, and how can you lean into my concerns? Thank you for listening. That's my verbal submission and considerations for you all today.
Appreciate those thoughts. I've got a couple of questions. Just one in terms of, because it's very important to me around engagement. I get out and about as much as I can given the hours in the day. What specific ideas do you have for councillors to be more present in the community?
So for some of the examples is perhaps having days where they could actually have drop-in centres, and I know that with some of the angst that's happening at the moment, there may be concerns for councillors that public aren't respectful. But I think that's part of it, is also understanding that our councillors are our voices, so we need to be respectful to them as well as, in order for them to hear their concerns. And perhaps having days where you can actually have a chat to your councillor, but it means that also that it needs to be times when, unfortunately, many of us do work, and so I've taken time out to voice my concerns, but many people don't have that luxury. So perhaps having once a month, a Saturday morning, perhaps, or being present at perhaps your local school sporting events, it could be another way as well. Perhaps a survey to ask many of us, how would you like to interact? Those are just my ideas, just thinking out loud right now.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you for the time that you've taken to, like you say, take time out of your working day and send us a submission. We appreciate it. And next up we have Shane.
Kia ora, I'm not Shane.
I was going to say, oh no, I was just looking at you and he's saying to me,
Surprise!
No.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak our written submission. My name is Astra Patmore. I'm the General Manager for Community Link Trust, but today I represent Fern, which is the Fairfield Enderley Resilience Network. Our group is made up of a community of groups, and in the Fairfield Enderley area, including Annie's Corner, Community Link Trust, Fairfield Baptist Church, Te Papanui Enderley Community Centre, Te Puna Waiora Desert Spring, Te Whānau Putahi, Te Whare o Te Ata, and also supported by the Ministry of Education and involvement through local schools through Te Paihare Kahui Ako. Fern's purpose is to collaborate on possibilities and opportunities to facilitate pathways that grow the potential and participation of the Fern community, and you can see the values that we work in by our submission. We have 4 things that we share that we support to go forward in the long-term plan. Fern would like to see that Hamilton City Council develop a youth strategy. One of Hamilton City Council's 5 priorities is shaping a city where people thrive. A key indicator of a thriving city should be visible in a strong, engaged and thriving young generation. Yet in our Fairfield Enderley community, the statistics around child poverty, low school attendance and a lack of opportunities for our rangatahi aged 13 to 18 are genuinely concerning. Data indicates that our youth are not thriving and therefore our next generation are not destined to become a thriving future for our city. If Hamilton City Council has a priority for people to thrive, we would expect that there would be a strong youth strategy visible in this long-term plan. However, we feel there is a lack of focus on our rangatahi in the current plan. Fern's opinion is that it's short-sighted to not have a deliberate strategy around youth, and we therefore propose a development of a youth strategy. We've covered the key points of what that might look like in our submission. We've also shared a number of statistics which support the need for a youth strategy. Fern would like to support targeted rates for community infrastructure that sit outside of the general rates. We support moving Te Papanui community facilities improvement to the funded projects. Currently it sits in the unfunded projects, and improving the facilities at Te Papanui for the Enderley community will ensure our most deprived area is better served. The current housing developments in Enderley will see an increase in families into the area, and so there is definitely more funding that is needed here. Fern support the increase of community grants funding back to the previous levels before the cut of 7%, which amounted to a decrease of funding of $106,000. Our community is struggling through an increased cost of living and decreased government spending. Demand for our services has increased, and we need to be better funded to support the growing need. To make these further savings, because we get that that needs to happen, there are 2 things that we do not support in the long-term plan. One is we do not support a $10.3 million cycle bridge and additional connections of $6.6 million. This funding would be far better utilised in the community centres within Hamilton City. We do not support the current drop in funding when we need to invest in our community groups to ensure that they can continue to operate through these inflationary times. Basically, we're very underfunded.
Sentiments throughout the day, so, but thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Naiduro.
Because we've got a little bit of time. Kia ora, thank you for your submission and good to see you all. You've touched on the importance of a youth strategy, and Councillor Anna and I have been out to see you all. Just around,
truancy, youth crime. You know, we've talked about these big issues. We have heard your submission around funding. Just interested in what you think council can help with, if anything at all, in terms of provision for recreational facilities and the such?
We did a bit of an exercise with some of our Phoenix rangatahi and got them to participate in a whiteboard session where they could actually really come up with what the things that they thought would be really important. Interestingly, some of the stuff that they came up with was actually really relevant, and it was around things like skate park improvements, water fountains, public toilets, like actually really mature thoughts for young people. And so I think there's a lot of places that if there's investment and development done in those spaces, it makes it a place that they want to go. They're far less likely to be in the places you don't want them to be. So I think it's just really thinking smart around what can we do that these kids are going to want to be part of. But the biggest issue, if you ask me personally, is that there's not enough connection between our rangatahi and the community. There's such a gap there, and that's where you get this two sides and all the things that's going on. So engagement stuff would also be really important.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time, and thank you to everyone who's come in support of your submission today. We appreciate looking at the people who do a lot of really good work on a shoestring in our communities, and I want to say thank you while you're here.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Next up we have Trent Fothergill. Hello, how are you? If you want questions, you'll need to leave a little bit of time at the end, otherwise feel free to use your time.
Sure. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors. I'm Trent Fothergill. I'm pay rates on a few properties in Hamilton and have done for many, many years. So my submission today is based around the forecast debt that Hamilton City is projecting to take on, and compare to the 10-year plan of 2021, which at that time the City Council debt was $631 million with an interest cost of $14.5 million. The 10-year plan out to 2031, the debt would projected to be $1.16 billion with an interest rate of $22 million. 3 years later, and still with 6 officials at this table, were there in 2021 that approved that 10-year plan, really looks seriously different now. Today's debt is $864 million and the interest is $32 million. So interest rates rising is no surprise to any of us here. We're all long in the tooth and even seen double figures. But the forecast to 2031 is now $2.4 billion, which is in fact double what was forecast only 3 years earlier. But the hard bit to swallow is the interest cost is forecast to be $113 million in 2031, compared to what was forecast to be $22 million. There's a 5 times increase. And you all know the answer of 2034 is projected to be $2.486 billion, but the interest is projected to be $141 million. I don't know how the city can sustain that. And of course, if we let the debt become that huge, how can the city pay the debt back? So City Council chose in their reference to 10-year plan, for simple words for the people, they called it like a mortgage. It's not a mortgage. It's a debt that's never going to get paid back. A mortgage has an end date. We've all got mortgages or had mortgages, and we know, we're told by the lender, here's your end date. I can't see if we let that become $2.4 billion, can the city pay that back? It's impossible. And I'm sure we're all frightened in 3 years' time what the 10-year plan will say again. But it is impossible to pay that back. So here's today's numbers. $141 million interest bill is $386,000 a day the city will pay in interest. On an annual basis, 141 million equals 30,000 households will pay their rates so the city can pay interest. 30,000 households. How can you tell 30,000 households that actually for your rates, you get nothing but to pay the interest? I think it's shameful. I understand there's infrastructure needs to be built or repaired or replaced. There's many things need to be done. There's many people with their hand out, they want something. The city still has to operate. But I don't believe many people want to stand back and watch the debt become $2.486 billion. If you ask the ratepayers in Hamilton what they're doing about their mortgage, little bit by little bit they're paying it off. Every week they try to pay it off. Every week they see on their bank statement the interest bill, and it makes them cry. Anybody thought that the OCR would stay at 2% was dreaming. We've all seen it up around 8 or 9 in double figures from the bank. So we know that. 2.486 billion. 30,000 households will pay their rates only to pay the interest. This is crippling for the city. The city needs to pull its head in, save the money. If we found 130 million in 1 to 3 years and then another 100 million in 10 years to save, why didn't we do that 5 or 6 years ago? Why do we do it now when, all of a sudden, the interest rates have gone up? We're surprised. It's no surprise. 30,000 households will pay their rates in 2031 just to pay the interest.
Thank you. Your time is up, I'm afraid. But if you want to leave any other information for us, we will certainly read it for our deliberations and discussions later.
Who wants to ask me if I'm wrong?
We have no time for questions, unfortunately, because there's no time left. But
Nobody wants to ask me if I'm wrong.
we will be looking at all the information that has been submitted and debating and discussing it, I can assure you. So I want to thank you for taking the time to give us such an in-depth submission.
You know, living in Hamilton City is like living in the jungle. The big majestic animal bullies the little people until it gets its own way.
Thank you so much. Now we have Tim, and may I remind councillors that it's not appropriate to engage back and forward in debate or discussion.
I'm simply apologising.
They're all saying about it here, that's why.
There was an apology. I wasn't commenting on
It
this.
it's very distracting to the process, so let's just focus on each submitter and giving them due attention. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm running the meeting, and so we'll move on now to Mark from Kāinga Ora. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, Mayor Paula and councillors, and thanks for the opportunity to spend a little bit of time with you today. And obviously I have with me Andy, who you all know way better than me. Looks like the whole community does, which is great. But we wanted to just take the opportunity to thank you for the ongoing positive partnership that we experience with you and your wider team, and I wanted to acknowledge that. We also recognise the significant amount of work that's gone into the long-term plan and the scale of the infrastructure challenges that face the city as it continues to grow. I also wanted to acknowledge that we're nearly the last one of these submitters for your 3 long days, so I'll try and keep this real short. I also just need to preface our submission and just my comments in relation to our feedback is provided within the current mandate and settings that we have. At the time of submitting right now, we are under review, and we do not have any funding and financing certainty to commit to future development projects beyond 2025 at this point in time. It's highly likely that future parameters will become clearer in the next week or so, or next few weeks, in relation to our mandate and budget. So just wanted to clarify that. Look, our key ask in our submission is about seeking council, not about seeking council to spend any additional capital, because we understand how scarce that is. But it is centred around the potential opportunity in the Enderley and Fairfield area of the city. And we are seeking that you might consider reprioritising the location of the funding provision for some of the infrastructure more towards the Enderley Fairfield area of the city. We understand the following underfunded projects are required to support the potential wider redevelopment of that area, specifically the Enderley 5th Ave wastewater trunk main diversion and the Enderley trunk main upgrade. There's probably some others, we're not quite sure what they might be, but those are the 2 main ones. I did just want to reiterate Kaingaroa's commitment alongside council to seeing Hamilton be an even better place to live, work and thrive. We currently have over 4,000 homes within the city and have been asked to grow the number of social homes to support the needs of our people, and we're making fairly significant steps in that pursuit. I think this does mean that we might be the largest residential ratepayer or contributor, and obviously making a relatively significant contribution to your development-related revenues at the moment. We are continually investigating the best use of all of our homes to ensure that they meet the needs of our customers and the wider community and the government of the day that we serve. And within the city, 1,500 of our 4,000 homes were built prior to 1980, which does provide an opportunity to redevelop in areas where we have high ownership. Our submission in your long-term plan is focused primarily on that future-proof priority development area of Fairfield and Enderley. The Fairfield-Enderley neighbourhoods offer a strong opportunity to the city to reimagine brownfield and infill development at scale, in our view. And we wanted to reiterate that the opportunity, while it centres on some of the Kaingaroa opportunities we can activate quite quickly in the submission, really we are only about 30% of the homes in that area, and the real game will come in the wider development community in the private sector. There's a number of reasons why we're focusing on Enderley Fairfield. The first is it is at the centre of the economic development corridor between those 3 key sort of economic nodes, being the city centre, Ruakura/University area, and Chartwell, which provides the current and future residents of this area with a great opportunity to live close to amenity, such as schools and shops, etc., while also being close to a really wide range and growing range of job opportunities, particularly for lower to medium income earners in the city. The second is the age of our housing stock, the size of the sections that they are on, and the contiguous nature of many present an investment opportunity that aligns well with the demand that we have at the moment. The third is that the very early joint concept planning work that we've undertaken with your team demonstrates a significant opportunity across the whole housing continuum for redevelopment in this area. The fourth area, and probably in my view one of the most important, is the affordability of the housing outcome that we could potentially achieve in this area, especially relative to the level of residents' incomes in the wider Hamilton City area. And that's a really important consideration when we balance brownfield infill relative to greenfield development opportunities and what the cost of delivery of a home is in those areas. The fifth and final area is also pretty bloody important, in that our initial high-level assessment indicates that under the current settings, it is feasible across the whole housing continuum to be able to develop affordable and social and market homes within this area. We've done a lot of work looking at lots of different parts of the city, and that's not always true at this point in time, unfortunately. It'd be great if it was, but it's not. However, all this is only possible within the certainty of timely additional investment in infrastructure. The planning, just from a scale perspective, the planning undertaking to date includes Kaingara could develop an additional about 700 approximate homes in that sort of area. Acknowledging that others will choose to develop alongside us if it was infrastructure enabled, we've identified the need to have infrastructure capacity for approximately an additional couple of thousand homes or 2,000 homes sort of in that area. So we are purposely wanting to talk about scale opportunities. So we're here today just to reiterate and voice our request to Council that the required projects to enable this redevelopment would be within the funded section of your plan, which would give us the certainty to be able to progress the potential opportunity with yourselves and the other relevant partners with some confidence as we sort of walk through the next the next environment that we're about to enter. Just like to finish by reiterating that we're also supportive of Council's approach to continue to recover costs for infrastructure projects that enable development. And we're also supportive that community infrastructure is considered strongly within the 30-year sort of infrastructure plan for Council, hence some of the points that Fern were making before. And on that point, the only area where we are talking about potential reprioritisation, which would incur more capital, I understand, is we would be supportive of having a proposed redevelopment of Te Papanui Enderley Community Centre moved from unfunded to funded, which would allow DCs to contribute to its delivery cost. And bearing in mind we may be a significant DC contributor in that area. Look, thank you for your time. That's, I just wanted to sort of take the opportunity to high-level summary of our submission.
Thank you. Very much appreciated. I've got one quick question and then Andrew does. Just in terms of the yield in the Fairfield Enderley area, the revitalisation, you were saying 30% is what you own and the rest is. And Waikato Tainui, you've been talking with them, haven't you, about that? I assume, but I wanted to confirm this, that a portion of those will be in the affordable. Some will be rental, some client, some affordable. Is that the aim?
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking across the whole housing continuum, so there'll be some social housing increase, some affordable housing outcomes, and also some market outcomes. We need to make sure that we're trying to encourage an investment environment that will enable a mixed community. And fundamentally, what a great location in respect of all the economic opportunities that sit around it. And we probably would observe that sometimes
Andy's smiling because I'm trying to say
overseen.
nothing. Trying to say nothing before we deliberate. Very, very hard. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just want to clarify a couple of issues of uncertainty. One is the uncertainty for KO about funding beyond 2025 in terms of building these houses, and the other is the uncertainty for the council about putting in infrastructure to allow that to happen if it might not happen. Can you sort of elaborate on that, please?
Two great questions. First one, the Crown will still be quite a significant owner of the number of properties in this area. And once we have the outcome of our review and the budgets, I think that conversation will become a lot clearer.
Yes.
And obviously I sit here as a public servant not being able to make any more comments around that. Yes. The second part though is the way that we might be able to structure some deals in this space would create a series of off-ramps so that nobody ends up getting committed to a development without a clear development implementation pathway and funding pathway, which is the way we've sort of started to try and understand this with potentially your team, because the last thing we want to do is set anyone up to fail.
Yes, great.
Thank you so much. Oh, Councillor Thompson.
Well, I'll be quick. Thank you, Mark and Andy. In terms of Te Papanui Enderley House, would you would you only be able to contribute through DCs? I just want to clarify that.
Yes, at the moment, yeah, because that's the tool and that's the way that the funding environment is set up. We don't have any sort of appropriation, if you like, to contribute directly.
And
maybe some other opportunities in the future, but
okay, thank you. Secondly, in terms of, say there is funding to do development in the area, how do we get some certainty over a number of years in terms of yield of housing? Can we have something like the IAF but locked in for delivery of houses?
yeah, definitely not for me to be able to say that at this point in time. I think coming back to Andrew's question, I'm seeing some sort of development agreement that has a level of commitment locked in from all parties to make sure that we are progressing with a level of certainty, which also will be critical to enable the private sector's investment alongside this. At the end of the day, we're only about 30% of that community, 70% is going to be captured in that area. Definitely don't know anything more about other funding proposals.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your excellent submission. Thanks. And I look forward to debating and deliberating on it in due course. Thank you very much. Oh, and just let me also add that we're very grateful for the relationship that we have with Kāinga Ora. It's we talk often, and it's been very helpful. I'm going to go back to somebody who's here now. Justin. Justin, thank you. Thank you for your patience, Justin.
No problem. Kia ora tātou, kia ora Mayor, councillors. Thank you for hearing me today. I'll take my submission as read, but just wanted to summarise a few things, a little bit around context, a little bit around support for items in the long-term plan, and just some general comments. The context stuff is that I do think we need to recognise the pressure on needing to pay rates and rates rises and the very strong feedback you're getting around that. And alternatively to some others, I very strongly support rates rises, but I do think we need to recognise the situation we're in as a result of the last several decades, if not longer, of that exact same activity. So there's a counterintuitive relationship between trying to save money and those costs building up in the future. We are realising that. Doing the same won't get us out of that. Having said that, it's easily said, not easily done. In my submission, I had a couple of comments around potential mechanisms for aiding there. And these may exist, I don't know, but perhaps some kind of lien against properties for paying out rates later when houses are sold or when people maybe pass on or move into smaller homes. I do believe it is a cash flow issue, not a wealth issue. All of our wealth is wrapped up in our homes, right? And that, of course, is your primary source of funding. So I get all of that. That's the context. And I also just want to acknowledge and recognise my privilege as an individual being able to support that position. The second thing I wanted to talk about, I generally support the rises and the proposals you have in your long-term plan. I do think a lot of them support things from a climate change point of view, and I think that needs to be the lens that you need to be looking at all of your decisions through, if you are not already. Public transport, more dense living, infrastructure funding, all that sort of stuff. So I acknowledge that. I do want to make the point to all of you, as councillors and mayor, that it is a personal place of shame, I think, and I think a place of shame for us as a nation that catching a bus, riding a bike, walking, or driving a car is a political statement. And I think that is absolutely ridiculous, and getting over that starts here in terms of reaching across whatever perceived divides people might have. Thriving cities that Hamilton competes with for residents and talent have those things in a good mix. It is not binary and it is not political party orientated. So to be clear, in my submission I said I absolutely love and support the cycling infrastructure that you have. I like the traffic calming things on roundabouts as a driver and a pedestrian. I like the inland bus stops, and I know it's not in your LTP, but I love Te Huia, and I know that is a point of topic at the moment. And so I would encourage you all, from all aspects, to support those things in whatever way you can. All of that's related to a more dense city and urban form, right? And there's a theme around that as Hamilton will inevitably grow. My professional life is working with systems thinking and helping people understand complexity. What's often not understood is that linear rates of growth compound in actual impacts, right? So your growth, 3% growth, whatever, will realise as a compounding exponential growth of actual people or issues, debt, as somebody has already said, or deficits of infrastructure stuff. So more dense, more modern city is, I think, a massive plus and not eroding our existing economic base. More dense city means retaining farming and having good amounts of it, as well as a more dense city supporting innovative and new businesses and things that come out from that. So it's a plus. My request is that you do the public transport stuff, as I have said, as well as perhaps just reflect more on better mixed-use planning for city centre, smaller, node centre stuff, in terms of, there's some great new buildings going up. Just because they're new doesn't mean necessarily they're fantastically mixed use. So there is a link between having customers around businesses, not necessarily needing to transport them to them. That leaves me 15 seconds for questions, I'm sorry, but go.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
I'm not sure if it's a 7-second question, but I noted in your written submission you talked about supporting demand responsive pricing. I was just wondering if you wanted to highlight how that integrates with some of the other things you support.
It puts a cost on the use of the vehicle, effectively, right? It makes us realise the true cost of the assets we hold. It's not a dissimilar conversation to the liens on housing, actually, to be fair, in terms of rates. And so that will then, push people into your active modes of transport, your cycling, your buses, your tuia, whatever it is. So there's definitely a relationship there, and better for everybody. If people are choosing to take a bus, then that's freeing up more spaces for cars. Yep. You guys know all this already, I know, but thank you for the opportunity to elaborate on it.
Always useful to be told again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for very well balanced and reasoned submission that you've brought to us. We always like that we get a range of perspectives, and nice to have a positive range of perspectives to consider in our questions and debates later on. So
cool, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sam. Hi, Sam.
Hello. Oh, hello, is that the right? Cool, fantastic. Oh, sorry, I'm going. Hey guys, sorry, thank you so much for letting me come and speak today. I mean, you have to, but I appreciate it anyway. Just really quick, I'm not really an artist. I have a degree in economics, but I've spent the last couple of years working for the Hamilton Arts Festival, doing event analysis, so kind of looking at it more from that business economic side of things. Just wanted to add my voice about arts and cultural funding and how I think it should probably fit into this long-term plan. I'll go next slide if possible. Cool. Just quickly defining what I'm talking about when I say arts and culture. Grassroots and prestigious events. It's about fostering social connection. So that's people being involved in these things, people coming along, connecting, spending money. And it's also about getting visitation and the reputation. So it all comes back to Hamilton. Next slide, thank you. In economics, we've talked a lot about the role of government. Quite simply, it's about providing for people's collective needs, and it's providing those things that individuals can't provide for themselves. So infrastructure, parks, rubbish management. I can't build and maintain a park, but because a lot of people get benefit from it, it's your guys' job to do. In times of austerity, when money gets tight, we often ask, well, what about art and culture? Does this really fit within your guys' responsibilities? So I'd like to explore that. So we'll go next slide. Couple of questions we need to ask. Do the arts benefit the collective needs of Hamilton, and can it be funded privately? Next slide. We'll attack question 1 first. Is the arts creating collective benefit for Hamilton? Well, yes, it's creating quantifiable benefits. First of all, it's economic. It's getting people out and about, circulating, spending money in the economy. Ideally, it's attracting visitation, bringing new money into the economy, right? Next one is well-being. What I always like to talk about is its social connection. When people don't feel connected to their community, to the people around them, loneliness, all sorts of productivity things tend to decline. There's a lot of research about how much this stuff impacts and benefits well-being. And the third point I think is most interesting, and it comes back to reputation and perception. When people are excited about a place, they're more likely to move there, to stay, and to visit. And the story I like to tell is about a friend of mine called Michael. Michael got a promotion, had a few choices as to where he could move, and he chose Melbourne. Lived there for a couple of years and came back, and I caught up with him. And I said, oh, so what made you go and live in Melbourne? Oh, he goes, well, you've got, the Melbourne Comedy Festival, the Fringe Art, the Melbourne Cup, and he listed probably 8 or 10 of these amazing events in Melbourne. And my next question to him was, okay, so how many of those did you actually go to while you were there? Any guesses on the answer? Absolutely none of them. 2 important things we need to take away. First of all, this stuff really does matter. It moves the needle, right? People want to live somewhere that they think is exciting. The second thing is there's more to it than just attendance. It's not just are people turning up. Creative Waikato have got some really awesome research, and basically what they've found is that if Hamiltonians on any given day, any given week, think that if they wanted to, they could go out and have an arts or cultural experience, amazing well-being benefits, whether or not they actually turn up. So I'm going to say, yes, it is creating collective benefit. If we can go to the next slide. Next one is that if you guys stop, will it be funded privately? Potentially, but it's quite tricky. I only recently learnt this, but in the history of Western civilization, there's never been an entirely self-funded arts venture. Shakespeare, Renaissance Italy, they all had patrons, right? Somebody is fronting the money, and it's not consistently profitable enough for a lot of organisations that are profit motivated to put that money into things. So you're leaving it up to philanthropic individuals and organisations to provide. Can we afford to leave this up to chance? Next slide, please. What happens if there are no arts and cultural events? Thinking long term, everywhere in the world except Africa, the birth rate has gone below the replacement rate. So that means that the world's population is starting to peak and it's going to start to decrease, which means that young people, like myself, are going to be in more and more short supply. That means there's going to be more competition to keep these young people around. In New Zealand, a lot of areas have reached a point where they're considered hyper-aged, which means that 20% of your population is over the age of 60. Once that happens, it's extreme pressure on infrastructure and communities. There's stories about towns in Japan that have basically become ghost towns because the population's gone. Once people, and particularly young people, go, it's really hard to get them back, right? So think of arts and culture, it's a bit like your HR strategy for your city. It's about attracting and retaining the best people. Next slide, please. So let's circle back. Is it creating collective benefit? Yes. Can it be funded privately? I don't think we can afford to take that chance, right? Next slide, please. So really quickly, you guys have all the strategy stuff sorted, but this is my take. Something nice and simple. Every week there is an art or cultural event on in Hamilton. It's either happening or it's not. I think that's a nice kind of quantifiable one. Underpinning that strategy, you want to be looking at social cohesion, increasing the prestige, the perception, how the people in Hamilton and outside think of Hamilton. What do you want them to feel? Excitement, hopefully. It's a lot like your marketing, right? And in my opinion, a particular emphasis on that young professional demographic. If you've got those guys hanging around, that's when they choose to settle. It means you've got a stable population, stable economy, all that good stuff goes from there. Part of that is that the council doesn't necessarily need to be funding all this stuff, and I know this is the really tricky part, is how do you get there? I have a couple of ideas, but they're fairly half-baked, but we'll crack into it. Next slide, please. So the City Council is either needing to fund this stuff, you need to put the money up, or act as a facilitator, figure out how can you reduce the barriers for people putting on these things. Ideally, as I've said, find the money, but what else could you maybe do? Next slide, please. Rapid fire ideas. What can you guys do to connect your philanthropists, the private people, to your artists? A lot of artists I talk to, they've got no idea who to talk to, how to find this. So what can the council do there? Is there grounds to create a separate entity that's charitable, solely dedicated to funding art in Hamilton? I know a big motivator is being able to claim the tax back for private donors on making these donations. So can you facilitate that? Can the City Council provide marketing and promotion? I think in Taupō, every weekend they try to have a different event on, and I think that they do a lot to kind of make sure that's being promoted, take those costs away from the people that are putting on these individual things. What about streamlining the application, the reporting process? Sometimes the money that you get comes with so many strings attached that in terms of the cost of having to fulfill all these requirements, it gets quite tricky. And then offering things like traffic management and security. Yeah, what can the council do with your resources that maybe isn't fronting that cash? Next slide. Oh, cool, we're done. Right, so just the biggest takeaway from this, guys, art and culture, it's not a nice to have. It's a really key component for the long-term success of Hamilton. And just that final one, healthy art and cultural scene, it's vital for social good, and it's about HR, it's about attracting and retaining the best people in Hamilton, making it feel like an exciting place.
Thank you
Cool.
so much,
Thank
Sam,
you.
for a very well thought out and delivered submission. We've got just time for two quick questions. Councillor Hutt is first.
Do you think that we run the risk when we leave funding the arts up to wealthy private donors, that we only see a much restricted type of art, just thinking like of the Renaissance and all of the Jesus and Mary and rich dead people?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's anything, right? You're leaving it up to people's individual, and a lot of the times that's amazing, but particularly as well when we look at the census data, we've got such a broad array of people living from all sorts of different places, and you want all of these people to have something to connect with and make them part of Hamilton. So yeah, exactly what you're saying.
We've run out of time, sorry, Councillor McIndoe, but Sam is very approachable and yeah,
Thank you.
I suggest you reach out to Sam and have a chat.
Yeah.
All right, thank
Thanks,
you
guys.
so much. We appreciate it. Next up, Diana. Hello.
Kia ora. I have actually prepared a video, but I was too excited when I walked in, I couldn't tell whether I was going to play the video in the middle of my speech or not, so well, hold your breath. All right, I'll start. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for giving me time to speak today. Ngā mihi nui to our mayor and our councillors, and everyone here today speaking to the long-term plan. Ko Diana Ruri tōku ingoa, no kawerau ahau. Ko nai tūhoi rātou ko Ngāti Awa, ko Ngāti Maniapoto, ko Ngāti Tama Inupo Oku Iwi. I moved to Hamilton City when I was 13. I left my hometown of Kawerau and followed my heart to the Big Smoke 2 hours down the road. I've made a life and a family here in the Waikato, and I feel like it's only right to give something back to the place I now call home. And so I'm here today to talk to you about how I think we can make this city a better place to live. But before I do, I want to play a quick video that will give you more context to my kōrero. If not, it will be sent to you today. Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought it'd be something exciting, but that's okay. It'll be worth the wait. Okay, so imagine it's played. In August, actually, I have it here. I've got my little speech from the video, so I'll quickly say it. In August 2015, a few friends and I approached the Hamilton City Council to ask when they were going to upgrade the skate parks next. We were turned away and told issues like this are dealt with in a certain way. And so we investigated that way. A handful of skaters from Hamilton, with nothing better to do, Googling our lives away, trying to figure out how to take on an entity we felt had forgotten about us. Within that day of being turned away from council, we gave ourselves a name and hit the ground running on social media. Overnight, we had over 1,000 followers supporting our kaupapa. So what is our kaupapa? We started out as a bunch of friends whinging about the hopeless facilities and infrastructure in our town. What started out as that quickly turned into something real. We became a community that wanted to effect some real change. H-Town Skate Project became established as a not-for-profit incorporated society that relied solely on the kindness of volunteers. When we realised that we would be taken more seriously if we were an official entity, we got organised. Years have been spent writing funding applications, hosting community consultations, organising free entry events and submitting to long-term council plans. In the process of developing the Incorporated Society, ideas became realities, and before long, we found ourselves hosting skate schools all over the Waikato. With this came the blossoming of connections and the growing of our community. Although hosting events in skate schools were never part of the original plans, they naturally developed and everybody grew as a response to this. Relationships between us and the community have grown, and our exposure to opportunities has seen us achieve goals we had never even set. When I saw the long-term plan consultation pop up, I thought it was the perfect opportunity to resurface. In preparing for today, I was reminded of the original H-Town Skate Project Constitution and Manifesto and the fact that we have achieved all but one of our goals, to develop a central city space. I want to talk quickly about the skate communities over the globe. In all of the different corners of the world, there are skateboarders. There is no prejudice in skateboarding, and the origins of the sport are humble. It's less competitive than most of the mainstream sports we get our kids into, but it's certainly just as entertaining. In New Zealand, there has been a renaissance in skateboarding since it has entered the Olympic arena. Many companies and organisations have capitalised on the popularity of skateboarding, which is why it's important to have groups like H-Town Skate Project, who are in it for the love of it and not for the money or the clout. So I am here today on behalf of H-Town Skate Project and all of the rangatahi in this city to remind the council that our fast-growing population here in Kirikiriroa includes one of the nation's largest youth populations. We understand that the reality of budget cuts and increasing rates likely means that the arts and recreation are not atop the priority list, but our needs are still very real. In a city where almost half of the residents are less than 30 years old, I argue that there will be impacts and repercussions when there is a lack of resources in a young, growing community. So what do we want? We want to develop resources in spaces that cater to the present and future generations. And we want to see more spaces developed that are multifunctional. That central city space we dreamed of back in 2015, it still exists in our minds, and it's still a tangible idea. I realise that many of us would not see eye to eye when it comes to budgets, but I'm here to reiterate that in this fast-paced day and age, communal spaces are important and do help to mitigate many of the modern-day issues we face. As more of us choose to switch off our devices and step away from our algorithms for a breath of fresh air, to see a familiar face or keep the tinana active, there is a need to continue restoring, developing and growing communal space. Our community doesn't even want a skate park. Trends and past surveys demonstrate that the majority would prefer a plaza, which then opens itself up to collaborative opportunities that are endless. Rather than looking at something like the development of a skate park as a deficit or cost, it could be seen as an opportunity for social and economic growth. I understand the logistics of developing such an idea is much more difficult than pitching a plan, but I assure you, the talent is here, the potential is here, the opportunities are waiting. Mauri tū, Mauri ora, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the work that you guys have done over the last few years, and pleased to see that there's been some success within it. So thank you very much for that. My question is going to be, in terms of skating opportunity, as we redesign new parts of the city, do you see those kind of plaza type effects taking place so that skating or even parkour and other things are more informally incorporated into the design? Is that what you're...
Exactly. We don't sort of expect a multi-million-dollar skate facility. I really appreciate how the council has removed bylaws so that we can skate in public spaces now. It's no longer considered a nuisance. So the more we move to this mindset that we can use it as a way of fitness, as a way of catching up with people, not just as a sport that sort of gets you into the Olympics, and open up spaces to cater for plazas, whether it's Waterfront or Founders Theatre or Garden Place, making seats skatable within reason, you know. Yeah, trying to open it up, but it has moved away from that gritty 90s mindset of skateboarding's a hoha.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope that answers that question.
And it obviously because it's part of the Olympics, right?
Exactly, right.
You can go there.
Yeah.
Councillor McIndoe.
Oh, thank you. I thought Councillor Lana was next. Oh, Kia ora, thank you for your submission. You were here a moment ago when Sam presented from the Hamilton Arts Festival, and I note in your submission, point number 5, under what services would you suggest council reduces or removes, you've said venues and major events should be reconsidered. Our events are dumb and not bringing anyone in. I'm just wondering if you can comment particularly on the venues that council is tied up with, often at significant cost, and also some of the major events that we have part-funded over the years. Can you just give us some idea of your thinking as to what led to that conclusion?
I guess I really appreciated Sam's presentation before me because it filled so many gaps of what I was trying to prove. I guess a lot of the events we've had cater to certain demographics, and a lot of them aren't accessible for a lot of the people that come from the sort of world that skateboarding is. There's a whole group of people in skateboarding, but you want to have the reach as far as possible when it comes to events, and I think in Hamilton too many of them have a cost associated with them. And there's not enough frequent free events, so I think more engagement with the community and groups like this would allow for that to happen. I appreciate groups like Creative Waikato who are making those things happen, but it's like more of us need to come to the table to have more of an impact.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I suppose if we had more time.
Yeah, no, I can
Councillor
catch up with you later.
Earlier this morning, we heard about crime and vandalism at the Melville Skate Bowl. How should we address it as a society to try and reduce crime and problems like that associated with skating?
I think that's a work in progress. I've had conversations with kids at the Melville Skate Park who feel so, I don't know if disenfranchised the word, or disconnected with the community, that it's almost like a stuff you to the man, stuff you to the big person that they feel like has forgotten about them. And I have those conversations and reiterate, but there's groups like us trying to bridge a gap. But like I said, we do it on love, we do it on fresh air. So I'm now studying so that I can try and fill a gap in something that I think's missing, but more people need to come to the table so that we can tick those boxes.
So resources for your group might make a difference, something like that?
I think so, but it's, yeah, you've got so many people competing for the resources, so you don't want to step on toes, but you also want to have the impact.
Thank you.
But thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your submission.
Thank you.
And next up we have Rowena, please. Is she on the line? Hi, Rowena. Is she there? Huh?
Too much sitting.
Hot. It is hot in here, actually. For Hayden. Okay, yes, we will. We'll go for you, Hayden. Hello, how are you? I'm very well, thank you.
That's good.
Councillors, we'll move ahead. Ewan, we'll move ahead to Hayden while we're waiting on Rowan.
Respected members of the council, I'm Hayden Walker. I'm here representing our small family-run building and developing company, Walker Residential Development. I'm a firm believer that Hamilton is a great place to live and raise a young family, offering endless opportunities across various industries, excellent connectivity to the surrounding areas, and a vibrant community. Since 2018, we've been doing infill housing development in Hamilton. We take pride in delivering affordable, well-built homes to first-time buyers, downsizers, and investors alike. Today, I'm here to express my concerns regarding the proposal to increase development contributions within our community. While I understand the importance of ensuring sustainable growth and adequate infrastructure funding, I firmly believe that such an increase would harm the vitality and inclusivity of our city. First, I have to ask you all, do you want Hamilton to continue to grow? And I can only assume the answer is yes. So please allow me to elaborate on why I advocate against this proposition. Raising development contributions would place an undue financial burden on the developers, potentially stifling growth and innovation within our city. In recent years, dealing with a government-engineered recession and underperforming housing market, development has become increasingly unviable. Small and medium-sized developers in particular may struggle to absorb the increased costs, leading to a slowdown in construction projects and limiting the availability of housing and commercial spaces. We cannot simply pass these costs on to end purchasers and expect them to accept higher prices without additional value. Last year, our company completed a 10-unit development on Peacocks Road. Despite the properties being on general residential quarter-acre blocks from the 1960s and having all services connected, we encountered the highest development contributions we've had to pay. Under the proposed rates, we would have had to pay over double, rendering the project completely unviable. Instead of 10 new, warm, dry and healthy homes, there would have been 2, leaving the land underutilised. On that development alone, we paid $320,000 in development contributions. Under the proposed rates, it would have been $742,000. This is unsustainable, as this project would have ended in a big loss and nobody is going to develop and go backwards financially. Additionally, there are costs of consenting fees through the resource consent process, SDU approval, and then building consent. This means it would have cost me over $800,000 in fees just to get to begin the project. I have the invoice and it splits out what the development contribution goes to, but I'm interested to know, does the council keep track of where the contributions are spent and if audits are conducted to ensure funds are used appropriately? It should be ensured that these funds are ring-fenced for the designated infrastructure upgrades and projects that they are collected for. The lack of transparency creates mistrust when increases of this magnitude are proposed. I had the opportunity to attend a housing affordability forum last year, run by the Waikato Housing Initiative. It was attended by local developers, some council members and staff, Kāinga Ora, Waikato Tainui, and among others from sort of in the surrounding area. There were insightful discussions on the challenges and costs of developing in Hamilton. While there were concerns raised, I left feeling positive that affordable and social housing was attainable through collaboration and embracing infill and density with good community outcomes through urban design and product choices. It seemed the council was on board too with the impending implementation of PC12, allowing more density to lower land costs and create more affordable housing. However, this has been delayed, as I'm sure you all know. And so, yeah, well, it means that we would now need to significantly have more density to offset the increases in these development contributions. Furthermore, this increase may worsen housing affordability challenges, particularly for the low to middle income residents. As house pricing rises, we must seek solutions to make home ownership attainable for all members of our community. Imposing higher costs on developers risks further driving up housing prices and exacerbating disparity in wealth and opportunity. Moreover, rising development contributions could deter investment in much-needed infrastructure projects, hindering our ability to address critical deficiencies. Developers may opt to forego projects and seek alternative locations, depriving our city of essential upgrades to transportation, utilities, and public amenities, impeding our long-term growth and competitiveness. regarding long-term growth, the council seems to rely heavily on the Peacock area and for growth and income from greenfield land development. However, the notion that the developers will pay for the infrastructure is somewhat misleading. If developers cannot pass on the actual cost to the end purchaser, then no development will occur out there. Development contributions should be used solely for capital growth expenditure. For council to justify the increase in DCs, they need to show a reconciliation of growth revenue with growth capital expenditure. At the moment, the council is flying blindly with a complete lack of foresight, as historical long-term plan data shows growth capex being high for the first 3 years, then dropping off. Hamilton's growth rate is consistently at 2.5% to 3% of the population, so any spend of growth capex should be consistent. But I'm not just here to criticise the council. When half the city is deemed undevelopable due to lack of past upgrades, we all have a big problem. There needs to be a working group that discusses the issues faced from both sides to come up with a workable solution, similar to the forum that I attended last year. Without both sides having a voice, we risk short-sighted plan changes with the potential to stunt future growth of our city. In conclusion, I respectfully oppose the proposal to increase development contributions, as I believe it would have far-reaching negative consequences for our city. Let us focus instead on cultivating an environment that encourages responsible growth, fosters affordability, and prioritises the well-being of all residents. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We have time for questions. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you so much, Hayden, for your excellent submission. So in terms of, I guess you mentioned PC12, and at the moment the focus in terms of enabling infrastructure is the stage 1 area. Does that support?
Do you mean in Peacock?
No, in terms of the north of the central city, and I'm just wondering,
Well, the PC12 sort of allows across the board more density and infill. So that was one way to bring down the land cost at the very beginning for the developers, right? Because we still have to buy the land before building. However, now with the increase in DCs, we sort of have to buy the land for even cheaper, which is sort of undermining the housing market, or sell everything for a lot higher at the other end, which is inflating the housing market. So sort of there's not really a happy balance. Like I get that we need to spend the money, don't get me wrong, but maybe like if there was a tiered approach to it as opposed to all in one go, because it's sort of like, you've got to pay all of this now, nothing's worth sort of an extra $50,000 overnight. And eventually the housing market will catch up. We did a quick sort of bit of a calculation on one of my projects we have at the moment, where we worked out that the housing market needs to go up 14% to make it viable to continue with it. So we just won't.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question, but I'll allow Councillor Wilson to go. Thank you. The other part of it was we've heard the difficulties in, say, building up and the viability around density, say, once you go beyond 2 stories. So what's the tipping point in terms of construction costs?
There's like a happy medium. So once you go over 2 stories, you sort of need to go to like 5 stories.
Right.
So when you're in that middle, it's because you're yielding X amount of properties, but the cost of construction is quite high.
Okay.
I'm all for going up. Like I've spent a lot of time in big cities, and I don't see why we're so opposed to it.
Thank you.
Hey, Hayden, I'll be very quick because the mayor's pretty strict on time. You expressed the concern that you see in our LTP that there's a lot of capex in the first 3 years and then it drops off.
Yeah, we just went through all the public data that was online, and sort of from 2012 through till now, like it was like 300% out.
Yep.
And so, we have this horrible graph.
Could you voice your opinion of why you think as an organisation we do that?
Well, I believe that we're probably trying to play catch up for things that haven't been done in the past. And it's like I said, like the issues are there, so we can't ignore them. But it's how do we solve them in something that's good for the whole city and community alike? Like because housing prices aren't just going to go like this to afford everyone to swallow that price increase. And that's really the hard part. It's really a no-win situation, is it?
Yeah. Do you think it's potentially because we would breach our debt covenants if we actually projected what we know will happen.
Well, yes, but then also at the same time, we fought tooth and nail as a council, well, and a city, to not hand over all of our water assets to the government. So it could have been not our problem.
Fair point.
Yeah.
Perspective. Chat with you about that another time.
Yeah,
Hey, Hayden, thanks very much.
Thank you very
for
much.
coming in. Oh, we are now Rowena. Rowena?
Am I there?
Yeah, hi. We can hear you but not see you.
Oh, okay. Well, how do I get seen?
Hit the. The main thing is what we do.
I can still give you what I'm going to say.
Yes, perfect. It's more
Is
important.
that all right? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. All right, Paula. All right. So, Mayor and councillors and anybody else that wants to listen, good afternoon. And firstly, I'd like to just say that Margaret Evans' submission has really covered most of what I wanted to say. It's excellent and it definitely needs to be looked at. But what I'd like to zero in on is I'm really concerned. I've just been listening to the different submissions, and everybody's got their reason for wanting this and that. But we've got such colossal debt, and I think that all unnecessary projects just have to be stopped. They just have to be stopped. And we just need to focus on core services. And what I'm really zeroing in on this afternoon is this Maori Language Act, which is going to cost a little bit. But there's free apps for this. But my concern is this Maori language that's being inserted into different reports and the long-term plan or whatever. You've got the future Hamilton and for one heading, and then underneath that you will have several unpronounceable words unless you're Maori. And if you look up these definitions, they're very vague. A lot of Maori definitions are vague. So if we had it in English specifically, you would be able to get a much more accurate response. So we could be giving money to something like Tiaki, whatever it was, Tiaki Promise. Okay, so you look up Tiaki Promise and you get this beautiful waka flying across the sky and it looks beautiful. And I don't know how much the ad was or the whatever it cost to produce this thing. It's really lovely. But what's it telling us? Are we giving money away to something that we don't know what the specifics are? Especially with the debt that we have. I think before we go putting things into Maori language, I think we might need to have a refresher course on some English words. We might start with like economics or financial or debt because I can't understand how we've got to this level of debt, consistently getting more and more each year. So, who does it benefit by putting Maori words into an English sentence or at the heading or something that we don't understand? Because it has physiological reactions to people. I think teachers would agree with me on that people don't want to continue what they're reading. They lose the context of what they're reading. And so I think this is really an important area that really needs to be looked at. We have to stop the spending on unnecessary projects and just focus on core services and until we get this debt down. Expecting ratepayers to front this is unacceptable. If I ran my household budget like the councils, I'd be hauled up in front of a judge, and be told to stop, or else there'd be serious consequences. So I really think that this needs to be looked at. No more spending. Have all the arts and everything else once we've got the debt down, but not at the moment. That's really all I've got to say, actually. there any questions?
Thank you very much for sharing your views. They're very clearly set out in your submission. I don't seem to have any questions at this point in time. Thank you very much for appearing, even though we couldn't quite see you. We did get the gist of what you were saying, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we have Don, you're next. Excuse me eating, but if I don't eat as I go, I don't eat at all, so.
Right. Just speak to the submission that I made. Basically, I think you guys need to term this a turnaround plan because you've got a burning platform. You basically are in a bit of doo-doos and you need to get out of it financially. And I don't think I'm telling you anything you certainly don't know very well. But we have to say thank you. We applaud what you've done with the savings. And we also applaud the fact that you acknowledged borrowing to pay for everyday costs is not appropriate, nor fair use of debt. It hampers future generations. So in the financials, I'm sure you're going to spend a lot of time going through those. We would propose that you engage with an eminent group of Hamilton senior accountants and business people to assist you to peer review your budgets. The Chamber would be like to be a part of that working committee, and there's quite a few of our members who could assist you with that. In terms of democracy, I would suggest to you that time to submit is too short. It's very concentrated, and people don't have the time to absorb everything in the huge reports that you put out in order to be able to come up with suggested solutions. Although I'd have to say I like the last three speakers. They had some good ideas. In terms of turnaround, there's always an urgent need to increase revenue and margin, and we would suggest that you need to encourage Hamilton Waikato tourism to get more people to come into the region, spend dollars. Spending dollars puts money in our members' bank accounts, but they then can pay the rates that you wish to actually charge. Amalgamation, I think this has been a subject that the Chamber's been on at for some time, and I think it goes back to, I think, Chris Simpson's first notes about it. The Waikato is a fairly disparate group of territorial authorities, and there are cost savings to be made, certainly by putting a turbo boost on CoLab. The stuff that CoLab's doing is just around the edges, and guys and girls, you should have, well, with Xero, you could have all of your accounts done by CoLab for you, and that would save all of the territorial authorities a small fortune. But I think it's the Hamilton City Council's responsibility to lead in this area, and I suggest you do so. Infrastructure. Chamber's view is that we must implement user pays where we can, especially on high-cost items. Public transport's one of them. But we need targeted rates, we need PPPs, we need value uplift, special purpose vehicle to deliver CapEx and join with your voters and business to actually fund it. There are people that are in the region and in town that would love to be able to invest in a bond or similar for a secure return. We would suggest that water metering must be implemented. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And by metering it, you get your consumer to actually help you reduce usage. The endowment fund, we would recommend it be separated from the elected councillors. We see the issues that, for example, have just arisen in Christchurch, and we suggest that you have a very good look at the issues that have been raised down there. We suggest that a separate board of regional business people with investment experience is needed and given a mandate to invest in projects that lead to long-term growth. And that might be, for example, attracting co-funding from central government with regard to projects they're looking at, for example, like Southern Links. The airport, I would suggest you shouldn't be seeking to suck funds out of a successful entity to fund your own poor performance. To sell shares is populist and a poor long-term investment strategy for your ratepayers. The regional airport, in my view, and our view, is on the cusp of growth in both its property portfolio and will have a clear aviation future once Auckland Airport finalises its plans. And according to the Waikato Times, there's some interest in an Australian airline coming here, which is a good idea. Transport. Cars and their owners and drivers are a notable omission from your priorities. Ratepayers are finding it harder and harder to move around the city, and the planners dream of a 20-minute city on a weekday at 8 a.m. or 5 p.m. is certainly a mirage at present. The majority of voters wish to travel around the city and the region in cars, and I suggest the council is out of step with the preferences and actions of its citizens. We would also, on transport, suggest that Southern Link should be your highest priority lobbying initiative. When the expressway went in, it reduced the amount of traffic in town by 17%, and a Western Ring Road, if we can four-lane it, would do something similar. The government is keen, it's on their list, but for construction commencement next term, not this 3-year cycle, it needs to be fast-tracked, and the diggers, it would be great to have them working in 2025. Business voice. Give Waikato Business Voice a louder voice at your table. You need to remember that commerce underpins a healthy and wealthy community. You just heard from a young developer there. He is going to struggle to make a dollar out of doing development, which is what you need for housing. So if people like that leave, this city's going to be the poorer. So that's pretty much it from us. Any queries?
Thank you very much. I just have one quick question. I can't remember which point you started to cover it off on, but in terms of your view on local authority shared services type or collab, you mentioned one, but I'm wondering, have you got any views on how council might leverage more of that activity across the other councils for cost effectiveness?
For example, I mean, if I look at a business, the things that are common in business that I could share with a competitor or another business, you've certainly got Xero finance, accounting. You've got IT services. You've got HR services. You could roll through property. You could roll through a string of them of areas that the 11 or 12 councils could actually cooperate on. And one of the things I think Ewan would understand, a hub and spoke type approach, and if the hub was Hamilton or similar, I think you've already got it. To me at the moment, Ngaruawahia, Cambridge, Te Awamutu, Ragland, Morrinsville are simply suburbs of Waikato at this stage, of Hamilton.
They'd love to hear that, thank you.
I'm sure they would, and I'm quite happy to actually tell them that.
Councillor Thompson has a question.
Thank you, Don, for coming in today. I've got a couple of questions. You mentioned user pay and supporting that. Do you support charging for parking in the CBD, and would you support us looking for the medium term at congestion charging in or around the city?
Okay. Comfortable with congestion charging. I've lived in Singapore and understand how it changes people's behaviour. For example, if I'm going to a meeting in Auckland at this stage, I will leave somewhere around 9:30 to get there. It is, and typically what you also do if you're going to Auckland, you line up 3 or 4 events or meetings if you can. So congestion charging, comfortable with that. It's a user-based thing. In Singapore it works particularly well, and sometimes it doesn't stop congestion, but it works.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Anna Case-Cox, Councillor Case-Cox, sorry.
Kia ora. Similar to Councillor Sarah's question, just any other suggestions you might have for reducing congestion going forward in our city?
We'll certainly, I would suggest to you, you need to look at flow rather than slow. The slower vehicles move around the city, the more congestion you will have. And at the moment, the planners seem to be focusing on putting obstacles in the way of good flow. And if you can, for example, one thing that you could look at if you wanted to is one-way Tristram Street and Anglesey Street. But the other thing, Tristram Street at the bottom end where ACC have gone in, that's a bloody nightmare. Why slow the traffic down? Get it out of the city.
Sorry, Councillor Wilson, we've run out of time for your question, but you know where to find Don if you want to.
We'll talk about the airport.
Well, maybe that was going to be the question. Who knows? We will never know right now. But thank you very much, Don. Thank you for the good relationship that the Chamber has with the city and the continued interest in business success for the Waikato. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. We've got Leanne. No, we've got Peter, then Leanne. Peter, hello, how are you?
Hi there, I'm good. I can't see you both and read my notes. So you just told me when you...
You don't need to look at me, you just need to focus on you. When you're ready.
Okay, no, I'm down in Christchurch, so this is a little bit challenging. All right, so I've just lost where I was now. Okay, all right. Okay, so I've just introduced myself. Have you got a copy of my...
Yes, we do, thank you. Absolutely.
Today's, yeah. So really just saying, look, I've got a background in chartered accountancy and private practice, a lot of greenfield and brownfield project experience, interactions through RMA processes, and more recently, financing residential development. And also I was that guy that sort of commenced a judicial review of the Waipa's decision to decline the Sheer Waters Authority back in 2018, and ultimately abandoned that because of elected members sabotaging each other's leadership teams. So that aside, pretty much my focus initially is on the LTP, talked about rates increases, everyday deficits and some vegetation management. That's an issue specifically for me. In my point one, I pointed out that the compound effect of 5 years rates increases is 110%. And if you take the de facto CPI of 4% annually over the next 5 years, and you both tax it and untax and not tax it, you have about 11 to 21% increase, which is leading to my point two, leads to effectively rates increases exceeding earnings growth by 5 to 10 times, which is far in excess of ratepayers' ability to pay. So on that basis, I'm saying that ratepayers' financial survival is seriously threatened. Everyday deficits of yesteryear are something that shouldn't be repeated, and those projected for future years must not become a reality. And while some steps have been taken to right-size the organisation, Council must go further and deeper to ensure everyday deficits no longer feature in its future, and that in doing so will reduce the financial pressure faced by current and future ratepayers. In my view, Council's got some options. One of those is to slow capital spend on new property, plant and equipment, reducing annual depreciation charges, and avoid, at least in part, the need for rates increases. It can further prioritise spending so it's laser focused on its regulatory and statutory obligations, its growth responsibility and core services. It can defer the preparation of its long-term plan, the implementation of its long-term plan, and produce an annual plan. Pursuing this option would allow the local order done well, the regional deals, and whatever a regional approach to the 2 or 3 orders looks like in the future, that would allow those things to become a little bit more known, and so ratepayers will have a bit more of a, hopefully a realistic trajectory of rates increases. One point of interest to me, and I haven't actually heard it explained, is what risk mitigation strategy does council have in mind should it run out of headroom to take on the additional debt LTP projections suggest are possible. So look, that's pretty much my focus on the LTP is strategic, as you can see, rather than the nuts and bolts. The specific issue for me is vegetation management, which has been completely absent at my alongside the Rediora Bridge. Now we have a plantation of noxious weeds, or I should say a forest, that's coming in my point 8. It adjoins the road and river reserve. It's coming into our place at Gwyn Place. And this is a prime site which faces east and is ripe for development in the right scenario. And obviously I don't want council as a neighbour to be impeding on those prospects, which it is seriously doing. So I basically think by implication, it seems to have fallen outside council's operating budget. And really what I'm looking to see in point 10 is that there be a delegated responsibility to the chief executive so that the matters I've raised promptly and thoroughly addressed with me in collaboration with myself and my wife. Turning to the DC policy, as I see it, I've got a deep background in the sort of work, or sort of the effect of this sort of policy. I think development feasibility is compromised. Currently, the attributes of the current market are lower and falling property prices. Margin compression is commonplace, and negative margin or losses are being experienced. No residential development business can stand 100 to 130% cost increase, except for monopolies with few competitors or a strong price-making ability exists. And neither of those factors apply for developers in Hamilton. Development contributions represent one of the largest input costs, and there is no capacity for developers to pass these on. Land I own at Victoria Street and Gwyn Place of about 4,100 square metres is to be zoned high-density residential and will enable development of 6 stories or more.
Peter,
this development form, sorry?
Sorry to interrupt you, but we're very tight for time, and we're actually out of time for your submission. But do you want to just wrap up the point you're making, please?
Yeah, basically, I'm just saying council should pause its DC policy, look at its schedule of assets, look at its emissions policy, and benchmark its DC charges against those of neighbouring areas, because it hasn't done so.
Thank you so much. That's very clear. Thank you very much. And we heard perfectly, even though you are down in the other big city. So thank you for taking the time to join us this afternoon.
Pleasure. Any questions, or have I run out of time?
Run out of time, but we'll have lots of questions when we come to the deliberation phase of all this, I think. So thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
Leanne. Hello, how are you? Everybody knows Leanne and Craig, right?
Kia ora.
In your hands.
O tēnā koutou katoa, a ngā me mō te kaunihera, kia koe hoki te koro matua, tēnā koe, o tira kia koe hoki te tungane, tēnā koe. Tēnā koutou, thank you for this opportunity for us to present our written submission today. So I'm here as chairperson for Tainui Waka Tourism and a board member of New Zealand Māori Tourism, and Craig Muntz as the part-time secretariat for Tainui Waka Tourism. We will read through our submission though, to keep on track. So Tainui Waka Tourism Incorporated is a regional Māori tourism organisation, and our vision is tākiri tū te kōrero ki te ao, sharing our stories with the world. Our mission is to foster the development of Māori tourism within the Tainui Waka region, and we operate through the support of a voluntary board of directors and a part-time project-based secretariat. Tainui Waka Tourism advocates for the retention of current levels of regional tourism, event sponsorship and community grant funding. Our written submission provides some regional, national and international context in support of this position. We also acknowledge the many other submissions to Council that provide compelling arguments for the retention of this funding. Of particular note, we take this opportunity to highlight the need to bring Māori tourism development to the forefront of Hamilton City Council and Hamilton Waikato Tourism work programs with dedicated operational resourcing and funding support. Hamilton is situated along the iconic Waikato River. We have a significant Māori population and a wealth of Māori performing and visual arts capacity residing within our city. Hamilton is also the main commercial and hospitality hub of the Waikato, home to the Kingitanga, Waikato Tainui and Te Wānanga o Aotearoa. These are key comparative advantages that we can collectively draw upon to develop strong competitive advantages in the Māori tourism space. Māori tourism development along the Waikato River aligns to the numerous regional and local authority strategies. For instance, at the inaugural Te Waka Economic Summit, the concept of a river-based culturally authentic package of tourism attractions and infrastructure emerged as the major priority. The vision of the Hamilton Waikato Tourism Opportunity Plan is the mighty Waikato River is the lifeblood that flows throughout the region that embraces visitors, is recognised for its manaakitanga, and is alive with people enjoying authentic experiences, journeys and vibrant communities. The Hamilton City Council River Plan vision is, as you know, the Waikato River will be the defining heart of Hamilton, and a key pillar of He Pou Manawa Ora, the wellbeing strategy, is to invest in celebrating local Māori history and stories.
Kia ora tātou. Our key national tourism authorities, TNZ, Tourism New Zealand, TIA, Tourism Industry Aotearoa, and NZMT, New Zealand Māori Tourism, all identify Māori tourism as a key opportunity for development. According to TNZ, New Zealand's Māori culture is second only to our landscapes is the main reason visitors come here. Their global Te Aki program and relaunch of 100% Pure New Zealand campaign are examples of TNZ weaving Māori culture into our national and international marketing. He Pai Tukutuku is the strategic vision and pathway for TIA, our national tourism industry. In this strategic blueprint, which was released in November 2023, that TIA states, we believe there is enormous opportunity for tourism and Māori from building on and deepening the unique role of Māori within tourism as something that will differentiate Aotearoa New Zealand in our international markets for the benefit of both tourism and Māori. Furthermore, they state the tourism industry has an opportunity to respond to this demand, enriching both Manawhiri and local communities in the process. According to MB data, 46% of international visitors currently experience Māori culture. However, TIA Blueprint has set a target of 70% of international visitors participating in a Māori cultural experience by 2030, 6 years' time. This presents an enormous growth opportunity for Māori tourism. It's also important to note the TIA vision for the industry includes the following aspiration. Māori businesses and communities form a broad foundation for the unique Aotearoa New Zealand visitor experience, and with Māori culture increasingly recognised as the key point of difference as our visitor destination. 10 game-changing actions have been identified by TIA for the industry to pursue. Action 2 is titled Embrace Te Whakarai Māori. This action acknowledges the enriching potential of incorporating Te Ao Māori, Māori worldview, Mātauranga Māori, Māori knowledge systems, and Pākehā Māori, Māori business into the fabric of tourism within Aotearoa. This action aims to elevate the role of Māori voices within the tourism industry and calls for industry and operators to 1. Build relationships with local iwi, hapu and whānau, actively learn and embrace Māori culture and te reo me ona tikanga. 3. Support Māori tourism data collection research and other insights. And 4. Appropriately carry the cultural stories of people in place. This action lays a challenge to the industry that substantial progress and the building of capability are required to elevate the importance of the Māori voice. This action area cannot be done alone and needs to be reciprocal in nature. As a Māori MTO, mandated by Tainui Waka Alliance, TWTI is well placed to deliver a work program in support of this key industry action and our regional tourism sector. At present, 80% of our tourism spend here in Hamilton is derived from domestic tourism. Hamilton is predominantly a domestic visitor market, with the majority of international visitors to New Zealand transiting through or bypassing Hamilton altogether. Charging a fee at Hamilton Gardens? Great. That will generate some income from the international market, but this will not lead to the structural change that we believe is required to grow and anchor international visitation in this city. In comparison, the proportion of international visitor spend at Waitomo and Matamata is more than 120% higher than Hamilton City. Why is this? It's quite simply, these two towns have key visitor attractions that appeal to the international market. If Hamilton can develop visitor attractions that will grow international visitor expenditure to match Waitomo or Matamata, this would bring over 200 million of new money into our economy, boosting occupancy rates, addressing seasonal issues for our SMEs, and attracting hotel investment. Tens of millions of dollars have already been spent on establishing, developing, and operating our key visitor destinations, Hamilton Gardens, Hamilton Zoo, and Waikato Museum. What type of visitors are these key visitor destinations actually attracting? How many are local? How many are from other regions? How many are international visitors? And most importantly, how does all this align with the key strategic direction of TIA, TNZ, and NZMT? We note in March 2024 at the Economic Committee agenda that Hamilton Waikato Tourism has a goal that by 2025, Hamilton and the Waikato region will be recognized by visitors as the home of the kingitanga, with the exceptional experiences that enable the visitor to immerse themselves in our unique Māori culture. 2025 is 7 months away. What progress has been made towards the realization of this goal? We also note in that same agenda that Hamilton Waikato Tourism has completed the final, quote, the final work streams funded by 1.7 million of central government grants received over the last 3 years. Herein lies our fundamental issue. Whilst we have a commendable goal of developing exceptional visitor experience that enable the visitor to immerse themselves in our unique Māori culture, we have no dedicated work program or investment plan in place to realize this goal. Māori tourism development has been clearly identified by our national and regional tourism and economic development agencies as an absolute game changer and a priority. This needs to be better reflected in our core regional tourism budgets and central government funded work streams. If Hamilton City Council wishes to truly enhance our attractiveness and competitiveness as a visitor destination, then the LTP also needs to pivot to focus on Māori tourism. In other words, we need to be investing in the development of people and culture. We need to be investing in he piko he taniwha, realizing the cultural tourism potential of the Waikato. Hea te mea nui o te ao. We all know that. He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you so much. We have time for a question. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Kia ora. Thanks for your presentation. Should it not be private enterprise that builds that sort of tourism business type infrastructure rather than council?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There needs to be a partnership model. However, we could say the same thing about the zoo. We could say the same thing about Clauden's Event Centre. There is a role for council to provide that spark, to provide that catalyst to support development in this space.
But those projects are, they would never make money. You know, zoos don't make money.
Absolutely.
Right? Because it's about the broader good. What you've articulated is a commercial proposal, and I think from your own narrative, should be profitable, and as such, shouldn't that be driven by a commercial enterprise, not funded by the ratepayer?
What we're basically saying is there needs to be a stronger focus within Hamilton Waikato Tourism, a stronger attention devoted to this area.
Okay, thank you. That's clearer. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tauriki.
Thank you for a great submission. Are we seeing a trend of our Māori people being invited overseas to take our product over there and missing out on opportunities here?
Absolutely. Over the last 3 years, we've taken, I think, over 50 cultural exemplars from here on tours to the Seminole Tribe of Florida, on tours to the Navajo in the middle of the New Mexico desert. I mean, the value of that in-kind support from those organizations has been probably at least $1 million. Those relationships are really vital and important, and it's something we can leverage on. Seminole Tribe of Florida, they have 50,000 staff in the hospitality industry. They own globally the Hard Rock franchise, casinos, hotels, you name it. So there is growing interest and awareness and acknowledgement and recognition and value being placed on Māori performing arts. We'd just like to see some of that happening here.
Globally hot, locally not. We need to work on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a very
Tēnā
clear
Thank you.
submission. Thank you for the advocacy that you're doing for our city. We appreciate the passion that you have and bring to the table. Thank you, everyone. That brings us to a tea break. I was looking at Amy just in case she said I was wrong. No, we have a tea break. We'll be back at 10 minutes. 3:25 was 3:35. Oh, 3:45.
Let's try and bring some forward.
No, they haven't picked up their phones.
Okie dokie. Whew. It's been a long 3 days. We'll start, everyone. The end is kind of in sight of this phase of the LTP. No disrespect to the wonderful 3-4 submitters that we have at the left of the day. I feel for you because, you know, you get that kind of, what do they call it, the graveyard shift, when we're all looking a bit black-eyed at you. But no, we are here to listen, and so we welcome Eastlink's up first, aren't they? It was Jason. Jason's up first. Oh, you're doing it
combined. We're doing
That's
it
right,
combined.
you're combining.
We're doing combined, yeah.
You're usefully combining.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, so everybody understand that? Combine those two, so you'll have to sort of flick between the two. Thank you very much, and off you go.
Okay, good afternoon. My name's Ralph Blackburn. I'm chair of the Eastlink Community Hub Board. And as we've just said, co-presenting with me today is Jason Cargo from Waikato Tennis Trust. So I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Eastlink Hub Board and our member organisations who belong to that hub. Go to the next slide, please. So who are we? The Eastlink Hub was formed 21 years ago in 2003, so we've been around for a long time. We're home to the following clubs: Hamilton Inline Hockey Club, the Lugden Park Tennis Club, the Lugden Park Squash Club, Hamilton Waido Kai Karate Club, and Eastlink Cricket Club. And we also have 3 regional sporting organisations: Waikato Badminton Association, Waikato Tennis Trust, and Waikato Squash. We're the largest sports hub in Hamilton. We have over 3,500 members. The last 12 months, over 150,000 people visited the hub. And 60% of those people who visited the hub were from within the Hamilton City Council boundary. The hub hosts events from regional, club and national level through to international tournaments. Next slide. Our master plan. So we engaged Recreational Sport Leisure Consultancy to produce a master plan for Eastlink. Stage 1 of that plan has been completed and the final report produced. The theme for the master plan was to be aspirational with realism. The master plan project has been a collaborative process with input sought and provided by Hamilton City Council staff, Sport Waikato, Hamilton Marist, and both current and future member organisations of Eastlink. All parties involved in the master plan process have reviewed and approved the final report. There's full consensus and alignment to the master plan from everyone involved in the project. The master plan provides a long-term roadmap to ensure that Eastlink and its facilities, current and future, are optimised with a coordinated planning approach and avoiding any future ad hoc developments. Key components of the master plan are: create a sense of arrival at the hub by creating a link between existing buildings and future new buildings, create a linkage to Hamilton Marist, our neighbours, create a space that attracts community groups and provides our community with outdoor recreational space as well as various indoor sporting facilities. And finally, provide a roadmap for future development of the East Side Greenbelt. The implementation of the master plan will be undertaken in stages due to the need for thorough planning, further consultation and coordination with stakeholders, requirement to secure funding and consideration of future governance and management models for the hub. Next slide, please.
Yeah, okay, so it's my turn now. So I'm just going to talk about the issues and opportunities, because some of this involves Waikato tennis. So first one, capacity of existing facilities. So Waikato Badminton, Hamilton Inline Hockey. Inline hockey facilities located within the Eastlink Park are operating at full capacity at peak times. This is limiting the growth of their sports and the ability to attract new membership. In contrast, the Waikato Tennis Indoor Pavilion and outdoor tennis courts have capacity at peak times to attract new users and members. I'll talk more about that later, because the indoor facility is about 70% at peak time. Relocation of clubs to the hub. The sustainability of facilities such as the Perry Arena, Waikato Tennis Indoor Centre, outdoor tennis courts and the squash courts as part of the Waikato Tennis Pavilion requires addressing. The need to consider co-locating other clubs to the hub to provide more sustainable approach for for tennis and squash. I will talk a little bit about that later too. Support a focus on having fewer but stronger clubs in the long term in Hamilton, and national and regional support to some of the proposed facility developments. Next point, enhancement of sports hub. Eastlink Park currently provides a hub model for large indoor and outdoor sporting facilities that cater to national, regional and local activities and events. There is the ability for some of the proposed facility developments to enhance a sports hub model. Potential for complementary facilities to be included on the site. Turn and Circle Gym Sport do not have a permanent base to operate their sport. They have a large membership of 420 members. I think they presented yesterday, as I believe, to the council. Multi-use facilities, need to consider multi-use of existing and proposed spaces, facilities. Outdoor tennis courts, the outdoor tennis courts are underutilised. There is a requirement of 11 hard courts to cater for national and regional tournaments, which has been a key part that we've been using to date. A small number of courts are not being used as tennis courts currently and have been utilised as cricket nets and also a junior development area. Ability for a portion of the facility developments to free up the existing wider network of facilities for other community use, e.g. Te Rapa Sportsdrome. I think that's gone through a plan change, changed the status of reserve, I think. Wider networks of facilities, need to consider long-term outcomes of adjacent parks and hubs for alignment, and need to activate the site. The site needs to be welcoming to the wider community, as Rolf alluded earlier. Need to integrate the site for users, focus on informal recreation opportunities, and accommodate revenue gathering activities, e.g. cafe and gym.
So just on that commercial activity, the other reason we're pushing for this is because it improves the financial sustainability of our member organisations. Our sports that are located at the hub do struggle, and membership revenue and casual play revenue just isn't sufficient for them to maintain their assets. So we see commercial activity being allowed on reserve land to allow us to do that. And it will provide us with a funding stream to reinvest into our current assets, as well as hopefully provide a funding stream for future development. So we see that as vital for our existence. Next slide, please. So what are we requesting from Council? We're seeking formal acknowledgement from Council supporting the Eastlink Master Plan. Where a lease renewal for a 30-year tenure is to be presented to Council for approval. This will include a request to lease additional reserve land at Eastlink as per our Master Plan proposal. And we're also advocating for a collaborative approach with Council to funders for prioritised projects. We see that again as vital. Next slide, please. In relation to the Hamilton City Long-Term Plan, the Eastlink Board and our member organisations fully support and endorse Hamilton City Council's proposal for a targeted rate to support community infrastructure. Organisations such as ourselves need the support of Council and our traditional funders to provide funding to assist with the maintenance of our existing assets and the development of new structure. Next slide, please. The future. So this is what the master plan has identified, and it's identified several key facility developments and a staged rollout of these developments. So we're not looking for a big bang, going to do this all in one go. This is a staged development over the next 10 to 20 years. The new facility developments are the yellow-coloured boxes shown on the plan. Recommendations of the master plan include short-term, so this is 0 to 3 years, 6 additional badminton courts, a new gym sports facility, which would be the home to Turn and Circle Gym Sport, outdoor active recreation promenade, which is what that orange line shows, and this is where we're trying to create the sense of arrival and offer outdoor recreation activity to members. And phase 1 is car parking. So we see the car parking is a major issue, especially with the development at Marist. Where are all those people going to park when they go to watch rugby games and things like that? The medium term, 4 to 7 years, we would look to build a new pavilion, and this would incorporate 5 squash courts, which would be a combined Lakton Park Squash Club and Waikato Squash Regional Facility, a gym fitness centre, cafe, admin meeting rooms, and would be the home to Eastlink Rackets Club, Waikato Tennis and Waikato Squash. And then long-term, 8 years plus, another 6 additional courts for badminton and potentially an additional inline hockey half rink. So over to you, Jason.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so we're now changing over to Waikato Tennis. So as was alluded before, that I'm the chair of Waikato Tennis, and I'm trying to highlight a few of the things that we're one of the RSOs, the regional sporting organisations that are at the Eastlink Hub, and how we're going, how we're travelling. Is we've got a major facility here, and it's not easy running a major facility. It's tough. It's tough. A lot of volunteer support, and unless they've got funding sources, you do worry if your bills are going to get paid and your staff are going to get paid. And so I'm sure you've heard quite a few of those stories. We're here to support the Eastlink master plan. I'm going to talk about it a little bit later on because it's really good. It's caused us to actually really have a good look into the future and say, well, what do we think is going to happen? And it's not an easy process that. But that was something we had to do, and I think we'll be grateful for it. Okay, Waikato Tennis Trust is a non-for-profit charitable trust that develops, promotes and governs the sport of tennis in the Waikato and Thames Valley. The trust is an affiliate body for all affiliated tennis clubs within these regions. The Waikato Tennis Centre is the home to the trust and is part of the Eastlink Community Hub, which encompasses a variety of diverse sports in the area. The Trust works with the Hub to increase the utilisation of our assets and space for communities to use facilities and services. So it was established back in 1921. At that stage, it was leased out facilities at Hinemoa Park, where the Hamilton Squash and Tennis Club is. And in 1960, it went to Lakton Park, which is the current location, produced grass courts. 1980 was a pavilion was built there, which incorporated the squash and tennis club. In 1990, they did a big major redevelopment there. I don't know what the cost was, but turned the grass courts into hard courts. That was the first time that I can recall that the tennis came to council to seek some funding. Then the next biggest event was in 2001 when a board was formed, and Paul Honus then was chairperson and is now our current patron. 2007 was when the indoor arena was built, and that was the second time that the tennis came to the council to help some support. But at that stage, we took a loan of 500,000. The Perrys put 500,000 in. I think Lion put 100,000 in, and there was various other groups, and I think including council that put 200,000 or 300,000 in. Just last year, 2022, we paid off that loan, which is quite a significant event for us, but that has meant it's come at a cost that. So I thought it was good to give a little bit of that history. Later things that we've done is we've shifted our offices away from the pavilion to the front of the indoor tennis arena. As an organisation, we've got 18 clubs that affiliate to Waikato, 14 of them in the Waikato, 4 of them in Hamilton, and another 4 in the Thames Valley. A lot of tennis is driven, it's one of these traditional sports, and it's driven a lot by coaching in areas, and that's been quite a challenge since COVID, and then the challenges of securing enough coaches. The key thing that I probably want to talk to you about is financial stability and future focused on, as traditional sports are under pressure with the likes of other sports coming in, like pickleball. And one of our most difficult things is getting funding for wages. We've got 2 full-time equivalents. That includes a manager and an admin person and a grounds person. So we look after our own facilities. We're not like rugby or cricket, which have which have a lot of support. Just one final point I want to talk about is we have a number of groups use the facility. It's not just tennis. It's disability groups. It's Māori tennis. It's Pigeon group. It's all sorts that use the whole tennis centre. So it's not exclusive to tennis. So we've got quite a few funders that can help us look after our facility. But I think the key thing is that we have looked after our facility for quite a while. We do need some support as part of EastLink. I think it's critical you look after facilities like this, or otherwise they can disappear, I think. I think I ended as that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, we've got 9 seconds to go, Louise. Yeah. Don't tell Amy.
Just looking on the master plan, looking at the parking, not inherently against the parking, but just curious because I know that Marist have a lot of issues with people parking just sort of chaotically in that area when Marist is at its peak. And I also know from being on the traffic panel that the other tennis club has a problem with parking because it's in a reserve. Do you have any thoughts on how to manage that? Because it's lovely and next to Marist.
Yeah, so that car parking we've got in here would be to support Marist as well.
Okay,
So
cool.
we've talked to the Hamilton City Council Traffic Department around how this would all work, and so they've had input into this plan. But that car park we see as a joint car park between the two of us, and this is where we're working collaboratively to make sure we get the right outcome for an EastLink belt.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I have another question, but I'll hold it.
Yeah, unfortunately we've run out of time, but we can follow up on some questions as we go into our deliberations. So thank you for the very full report that you've had.
We had 20 minutes.
And
Do we not get 20 minutes?
Yeah, we've got 20-minute slot.
Don't we have 20-minute slot?
Yeah.
they did that. You did that. Did you? No. Did you not? 5 more minutes. Okay, we have time. No, we do have time. Louise has another question. I have one as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. I know from speaking with other sporting organisations that the optimal use of their venue, like getting as many people coming in and playing as much as possible. I know some of them are looking into technology solutions to allow people kind of remote access or to book a little bit.
Yep.
Is that something that you see would be a part of some of this upgrade?
It already exists. So Waikato Badminton have a pay-to-play system where people can casually book a court, and Waikato Tennis has the same. So if you go on to, there's a website called Pay to Play. Anybody can go on there, book a court, and you pay online. So those two facilities are open 24/7 to anybody who wants to play badminton or tennis.
Cool, awesome.
Questions were just a very quick one in terms of, I looked at the, I've been down to a number of the facilities there, badminton and what have you. Now, in terms of revenue to support yourself going forward, I didn't see on the master plan, though I haven't studied it intensely yet, opportunities for like a cafe or some kind of revenue producing element. Have you?
We haven't done any of that detailed analysis. I mean, this first stage cost us $41,000, which 2/3 of it came from the member organisations who, you know, it was great that they actually dug into their own pockets to fund this. So we haven't done anything further because I guess what we're looking for, as I said, is acknowledgement from council that you formally endorse this before we spend any more money going down feasibility track, detailed drawings, because I don't want to be wasting money, to be honest. And the 30-year lease is another key component of this because, you know, with a 30-year lease, it gives us the ability to talk to funders and say, actually, council endorsed this, they've given us a 30-year lease, we're going to be around for a long time. We're not just, you know, a fly-by-night organisation, and I think we've proven that. We've already been there 21 years.
Yeah, I was going to say, doesn't look like you're going.
So those two things are really critical before we start spending any more money around feasibility and that detailed stuff.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
just because we've got a bit of time. Just in terms of other sports, you mentioned that there may be interest from other, I think you said sporting organisations.
Yep.
So,
So obviously there's gym sports, Turning Circle, which
Yep.
we've been heavily involved in the last 12 months discussing with them. We have reached out to table tennis, and I know they've got plans to redo their roof, but we've said to them, 10 years' time, maybe come to us. Because our hub lends itself to being a racket sport hub.
right.
But we do see gym sport, which isn't a racket sport, being quite complementary around, some of their high performance stuff and things like that. So yeah, we're open to talking to other organisations.
Okay. How about basketball?
The issue with basketball in the past has been the flooring.
Ah.
So they want a wooden floor, which the only building that we've got a wooden floor in at the moment, well, we haven't now. Badminton have actually put a cover over their wooden floor. That's the only facility that had a wooden floor.
Oh,
And the other issue is peak time. Like everything with these organisations, everyone wants that
Everyone
4 to
wants
8
that.
o'clock.
Yeah.
And so, the traditional people who own the building say, well, that's our peak time. We've got to look after
Right.
that for our member clubs.
Yeah. Thanks.
And the other thing with that, Anna, is the number of lines on a court. As soon as you put additional lines on a court, takes it out for any national play.
Oh, okay.
Which is something we have to manage, because if we want to get extra revenue and utilisation, we have to look at that. And that's happening with pickleball at the moment.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank
you.
Thank
Yeah.
you. A lot to consider there. We are now running over time, so we will leave it there. But thank
Okay.
you very much for the time that you spent.
Thank you.
That brings us to Peter Boss, and then on behalf of Living Streets. Who should go? And then quick round around the room, and then that's it. Oh. Thank you very much. These formal bits today. Yeah.
Hello all.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Peter.
Okay. I'm speaking on behalf of Living Streets Kirikura. Living Streets' objective is to increase foot traffic, pedestrian visibility and safety. There's some background reference on what I'm speaking about on Hamilton Urban Blog. It's talking about central city high-rise buildings, the downside. I've divided the submission into three sections. Part 1 addresses the long-term plan funded page. Our written submission highlights projects that we believe are a good fit for both the Council's stated long-term priorities and the new draft government policy statement on transport. We also ask that the Beta project be brought forward. The Part 2 looks at both the funded and unfunded sections of the long-term plan. Here we ask that part of the Eastern Pathways, Hukanui Road, Peach Grove Road, Stage 2 and low-cost, low-risk walking program B be funded. We believe this is a good fit with Hamilton City Council's priorities and the draft government policy statement. Part 3 discusses funding growth. Here, Living Streets does not support remissions of DCs for central city developments with 6 or more stories. Dwellings need sunlight, so the taller your building, the further apart the structure needs to be for the occupants' comfort. There is evidence that a high-density, medium-rise neighbourhood actually has higher density than high-density high-rise. We ask you to check real-world evidence. The image on the screen shows high-density high-rise in Hong Kong has produced lower density than and less street life than high-density mid-rise in Paris. Part 1. Living Streets supports the projects listed in our submission. We strongly support the Eastern Pathways University to CBD, or Clyde Street to CBD. This is one of Hamilton's busiest bus routes. Buses are now close to moving more people along this road to the city centre than any other mode of transport. Buses are now close to moving, I'm doubling up. If we want maximum foot traffic in the city centre, no mode of transport can compete with the numbers public transport can deliver. We believe there is a need for a new or widened bridge with a dedicated bus lane. We strongly support the Eastern Pathways Tiara Street Ruakura Road project. We support lane reduction on the currently oversized 4-lane Ruakura Road. Traffic volumes on the short section of Ruakura Road are lower than before it was widened and is being used by less than half the traffic volume it was designed for. The original design was to include bike lanes separated from the footpath. We ask that the Beta Street urbanisation project be brought forward to start in the year 25-26 instead of 27-28. So it follows the completion of Bikes on Pipes project. By bringing forward the Beta project, we connect the river path to the city centre, to the Waikato Hospital, freeing up car parking space at the Waikato Hospital and maintaining economic growth at the Beta Street shops. Part 2. In the unfunded transport list, there are 2 projects we'd like to see moved into the funded project. The first is the Eastern Pathways, Hukanui Road, Peach Grove Road. Here we ask that the Comries Road, Hukanui Road intersection be upgraded to a light-controlled intersection with pedestrian crossings. Being next to Chartwell Square, bus stops and a busy library, we believe this will meet the benefits for increased economic growth and volumes of pedestrians of the government's GPS. Second, low-cost, low-risk walking programs B. To deliver a program of projects across the city to support walking, safe crossings, especially outside schools and shops, to improve connectivity and accessibility. These places have demonstrated volumes of pedestrians and cyclists already, which is a requirement under the new GPS. Part 3, funding growth. The Council is misguided when it says providing more capacity on the same building footprint because it focuses on a single building, not on the outcome for the city's living environment. History. Modern town planning, zoning laws started in Germany in the 1890s, limiting building heights to protect residents, health and right to sunlight. In the 1960s in New York, tall building shadows justified passing the type of town planning zoning laws Hamilton currently uses in its district plan. Impact on the environment. The taller a building is, the greater the weight of the lower floors, and the greater the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions of the building. A study of UK areas identified moving from high density low rise to high density high rise urban environment, the average increase in whole life cycle carbon emissions is 142%. Building height has a significant impact on life cycle greenhouse gas emissions, while density does not. A Melbourne report found higher building footprints do not deliver higher density than mid-rise buildings. It did find a direct inverse relationship between the building heights in the study areas and the degree of activity at street level. Sydney, a study by Energy Australia on multi-residential buildings in the Sydney area found that townhouses and villas had the lowest average energy demand of all building types and clearly showed that high-rise buildings presented the least energy efficiency form of housing. The graph shows, if you just want to move the slide down back to 1, and at the bottom of there's a graph showing energy use comparison. Chicago, a research paper from the Tall Buildings and Urban Habitat group on the environmental impact of tall versus small found that 4-storey courtyard buildings had the lowest energy demand. Tall used the most energy of all. It also found that tall buildings depend on a series of spaces that are not residential use units, but account for around 30% of the total building area, hallways, lifts. GL Architects from Denmark stated that a problem with high buildings is the microclimate conditions created at the base. When winds meet a tall building, Turbulence and fast downwinds will sweep the nearby streets in unpredictable ways. Fast winds lower the temperature of street and public space, minimising comfort levels for people walking or staying nearby and effectively preventing public life. Additionally, high-rise cast long shadows, limiting the recreational value of city streets and squares. However grand they may appear as a skyline or from within the apartment or office, poorly placed and designed high-rise buildings can render public space useless for public life activity. The inevitable result is public space with an absence of public life. And last of all, London, the second slide comes from a report on London. And it just gives an example of the outcome of London's experiment with trying to build up to provide low-cost housing. To sum up, the taller a building is, the greater the weight of the lower floors, which increases the building's life cycle greenhouse gases emissions. End. Thank you.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you, Peter. Just a question on, I noticed you supported the Bader Street urbanisation project in particular. We've been talking a bit about peacocks and our concern about getting peacock away as a development. Do you consider that project to be quite important to the peacock development?
Bader Street and Peacock's traffic is important for the Bader Street shops. So yes, we do. The more peacocks grows, the better for Bader Street.
Right, and vice versa.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thank you, Peter. One quick question. In terms of the transport projects, if you were to rank them in terms of priority, where would the Clyde Street bus lane as part of the Unilink sit?
Oh, very high. Because like I've mentioned, it's carrying a lot of people. And if you want foot traffic in the city, there's your foot traffic.
Oh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was listening. But okay, thank you very much for your. I was just thinking ahead. We've got two more now, just so you know, because Logan has joined us, and so sorry, Wayne. Patience. Thank you.
I'm enjoying it.
Okay.
It'll be a short one, don't worry.
Okay, well that's because you haven't been here for 3 days. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Hi, Logan.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa. He uri tēnei no Ngāti. I ngā oops, I'm new at this. I ngā rangi I Ngāri. Ko Putawaki te maunga, ko Kawerau te whenua tupu, ko Mātātua te waka, no whakatāne ahau. He oi ko Ngāti Pikiao te iwi I whangai mai I ahau. Ko Waikato te awa. Kei kiriroa o e noho ana. Ko Logan tōku ingoa, he ringa toi ahau. He mokopuna ahau no ngā ahau e whā. Nei rā, ngā mihi. Kia ora, I'm Logan, not from here, but I love this place. I've been here about 10 years. I moved here because I decided to delay moving to Auckland. Yeah, I was going to go to animation college, and then I was like, that seems a bit bougie. And then I just had a bunch of mates here that went to hardcore shows, punk shows, whatnot. And I was like, actually, that seems cooler. And since I've lived here, it's become cooler and cooler. Some things have dropped off, you know, there's less venues for some punk shows and whatnot. But yeah, but basically, everyone that's spoken over the last 3 days, which I've watched all of it, has said most of what I wanted to say. So I mostly want to tautoko to, you know, the Benny Maramas, the Dujon Cullingwoods, the Meteor Gang, the Go Eco Gang, all of the community groups, because I think personally that's the heart of our city. I think that's where the real growth is. I think those are the communities that are going to see this place thrive. I think those are the communities that are going to see this economy here thrive. You know, the Hamilton Gardens Arts Festival, your Boons, all that stuff. I think that's really where we're going to see real growth. I think if we can have an intersection of council, corporate, all of that actually joining together and working together. That would be the best. We need voices on every single side there is in politics, local and government, you know, big government. We need to hear from the Jeffs, we need to hear from the Paulas, we need to hear from the all sorts, you know. I'm not going to name drop everyone, there's too many. But yeah, we need to come together for a balance. We need to carve through all the vitriol we see online, because there's far too much of that. I've been jumping into that. My team leader at work told me I need to get away from politics because of my mental health. I was like, who else is going to jump in there and, you know, try and have a diplomatic discussion instead of just yelling names, because that's what we see far too much. I was worried I was going to come in here and swear the whole time, just because I grew up with bogans. So, but I'm keeping it cool. Yeah, I just wanted to come in and basically say I think this city is probably one of the most beautiful cities in the country, probably the most beautiful city in the country. And unfortunately, if my friends were better at debating than me, I would have moved somewhere else. I would have been in Wellington or Melbourne, just like many of the creative community have said over the last 3 days. Those are the cities where all of us disappear to because there's not enough support here, or because things are too expensive, or because there's no spaces for us. Not that there's no spaces, obviously. You've got Zeal, you've got Meteor, you've got spaces, but there's not enough cheap spaces for those of us that run stuff that's not, you know, high budget corporate stuff where you're getting bankrolled by whoever. You know, the small fries like us, we need the on the ground funding, on the ground support. And I've heard some good speaking today. The bro from Hamilton Garden Arts Festival doing the finance side. I don't understand that side, but I understand the kaupapa he was talking about. And yeah, I just think we need more unity on all that stuff. More support, whether it is, you know, cutting our funding a little bit, we'll make it work somehow, but we'd prefer it not be cut, obviously. Yeah, I'll shut up.
Thank you. We've got time. Whoa, we've got super speedy time for a couple of questions. Councillor Pike.
Thank you. As a previous Hardcore Show Youth Zone and Smackers attendee, thank you for coming in. How challenging is it for different types of live music, such as hardcore punk, to thrive, and how important is it to enable spaces with different options for our rangatahi?
Yeah, I've worked at Zeal. I'm now running Hentown Smackdown with a couple other people. It's pretty hard. It's just harder and harder to get funding these days. You know, like you look at one funding grant, you're like, we can get $1,000, but we have to do 5 million things.
Mm.
We'll just try and make that $1,000 somewhere else. So that's one big thing. I know the dinger went off. We've got a Hentown Smackdown 20th year anniversary exhibition coming up.
Yes.
Please come along so you can see a part of Hamilton history that you haven't seen. Yeah, I'm going to be sending out emails to all of you tonight, so you'll have an invite. I expect to see you there. Kia ora.
Thank you so much. Logan, thank you very much for taking the time. We appreciate it. We do like the voice of younger people in our community, but also having that variety of sectors and interest is really important. So
Awesome.
Thank you.
Not too young. I wear a beanie for a reason.
A lot younger than me. If you looked at the colour of my hair. Yeah. Wayne, lucky last. Yes. Thank you for your patience.
Oh no, it's been most enjoyable. I think a pretty hard act to follow for the last couple that I've actually sat and watched. So good afternoon, and thank you very much for your time, Mayor Paula and councillors and council staff. So for my verbal submission today, I just probably would like to start with a bit of a thank you, because over the last 18 months there's been a pretty significant project that's happened with the lighting of our sports fields around the Hamilton area. Just last week we were lucky enough that we're now hosting the men's and women's First 11 high school competition down at Gower Park under lights. So basically I think we did a rough tally up, and it was around 1,400 to 1,500 people had been through Gower Park from Monday through to Sunday. So when we discussed it as being a game changer for our game, it literally has been, and long may it continue. Unfortunately, the subarctic conditions last Thursday and Friday might have probably discouraged a couple more people coming in. So I just like to thank you all for all your hard work over that. So I guess getting on to our verbal submission, a friend of mine from Wanderers, I know it sounds strange, but football club, he came and made a verbal submission earlier today, and we as a club also endorse what they're trying to do. And we see that, as it's been mentioned, a collaborative approach in and around things like artificial turfs and that sort of thing has been a really important way forward for the region, not just football, but multiple sports. And I know there has been mention from other organisations about long-term leases, but from our point of view, what we're not coming today cap in hand asking in this particular financial sort of environment for capital from the council, but it's probably more so a long-term lease so that we can actually get funders on board and do a majority of this work, heavy lifting ourselves. Obviously, any contribution is fantastic, but we see the way forward for sporting infrastructure is actually working on these things and just getting down and getting to it. I guess there is a little bit of a time-sensitive nature in and around with the leases, as there's been some significant amount of funding that has been indicated towards us, but obviously there's not a finite time frame on that availability of that. So that we see that as being one of our biggest issues going forward is having that security of a long-term lease would enable us as a club to really invest in what a wonderful ground that we're allowed to be custodians of. The other thing is, we've worked very closely with council staff in and around a community facility, a new community facility at Gower Park. So we've done the lovely needs assessment and feasibility studies, and we're just in the homeward bound with the business case study. So that's another thing that is in the horizon, but really the need for solutions in and around football or rugby turfs is pretty high on the priority list. Oh, and incidentally, great feedback too from all the teams that used Gower Park for the Women's World Cup. Not that I'm bragging, but I think we've got the best football service in the country. So thank you very much, and like I said, that's it's a credit to the team that you have here, but we're very proud to make sure that it gets looked after too. So yeah, any questions?
Thank you so much. I do have probably one, but before that, I just want to say thank you very much for what you did working alongside Council for FIFA Women's World Cup, because we know it was a collaborative effort with many clubs. And just quietly, I'm quite proud of the fact that the Secretary-General of FIFA herself recognised Hamilton as being one of the leading venues from the point of view of the players and the whole experience. We don't have the big audience of the Auckland arena, but we did have good quality playing facilities and experience for those that came here. So we know that it comes down to the clubs as well.
Thank you.
One of my questions is, from reading your submission, it seems that what is of most help to you is actually not the big things, but there's the lease, which you're not the only person to talk about long-term leases, so that's a point very well made. But also there's like little bits and pieces around maintenance to footpaths, around a little bit of access to drinking water, some bike racks, a little bit of connectivity to the Western Rail Trail. So those small things you see as things that will strengthen the club offer?
Oh, I think they'll strengthen the club offer, but also it is a fantastic resource so close to town as well. And you know, like the aim is to, you know, not just have 1,500 people come through Gower Park every week. It's, you know, as many people as we possibly can, because, you know, I think one thing that probably they do over in Australia very, very well is that connection with sporting organisations. And I think if we make it a lot nicer for people to you know, want to come along to Gower Park, even if it's recreationally or, you know, for a walk or what have you, I think that is the best way forward.
Thank you so much. Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paul, and to some extent Wayne's just been answering the question I'm going to ask, but I'm going to ask him for a bit more detail. But can I also just acknowledge the incredible job you've done with Melville United? I love your passion, I love your vision, and it is a really exciting development. I hope that you manage to achieve all your goals. Question. Yes. You talk about the fact that if we can give you the lease to enable you to have the artificial turf on pitch 2, that you anticipate that wider community use. So you've just hinted at a few things, but which groups in particular do you think you'll be able to attract that you're not currently able to cater for or accommodate?
I think it's a wide range of groups. I mean, there's always, I mean, at the moment, probably the biggest issue that we have in the city is the fact that it's not so much the green space that we have available, but it's the green space that is usable, especially in the winter time. You know, like I do look at, you know, when you're down in Wellington and things like that, like their turfs are being used from 7 in the morning to 10 o'clock at night, and it's just probably, I think if you had the ability to utilise that, you have less cancellations of sporting events. But you know, I think there needs to be, you know, I think there's a very good example of what they've done with the Peak and how you can book that space as well. So I think, yeah, like we'd love at the moment at Gower Park. I think there's the Frisbee Special Olympics do their football training at Gower Park on a Sunday. There's obviously football. It's obviously not going to be good for cricket, but you know, touch rugby. There's all sorts of avenues in which the park could be used.
Right. The Hamilton Cricket Association might be disappointed to hear your answer to that last bit.
There's a whole lot of fantastic light poles scattered through the park, unfortunately, or fortunately.
But those other sports that you just mentioned, it opens up new opportunities
100%
for us to consider. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
There too, I know that. Thank you once again. Thank you for all that you've done. I feel like I've watched Melville come of age over a very long time, since my brother coached a women's team there a long time ago and played. You didn't ever play there, did you, Jeff? Melville? Hey? You just you, Nicole? Yeah. Thank you so much, anyway.
And thank you very much, and well done on 3 days too, team. Thanks. Thank you.
Councillors, that does bring us to the end of the submissions. We've got a couple of little bits of business to do, but I think, and Blair has let me know that he would like all your questions that you would like included in the deliberations report by Wednesday. Having said that, I think it's really useful for us to hear from each other. And I'm just going to do a really quick round the room with your top 3 requests of staff, if you like, around what you want to see in the deliberations report. And I'll just kick off, and then we've got a couple of little pro forma bits of business to approve things. So from me, a couple of the top 3, I guess, is we've heard how tough it is. We knew it was tough, and we've heard that through the submission. So what I want to hear from staff is some of the additional options we do have to soften or significantly cut the rates impact on the community without dropping the levels of service or the core infrastructure that we should be delivering. We've heard some challenges of our forecasting assumptions, so come the deliberations report, we need to get our head around that and be absolutely assured that we're on the mark with all our forecasting assumptions. I have heard, as well as hearing people talking about the affordability, which I absolutely get, we've also heard from the creative sector and the community sector how important the very small proportion of the budget that is put towards the community is. So I'm wondering, considering that we didn't hear a lot of support for the targeted rate per se, are there other ways that we can make sure that we continue to deliver in partnership with the community and don't undermine the outcomes that we've delivered for them over the last number of years? I'm particularly interested in how we explore revitalising the CBD. We need to consider the submissions that we've had and explore which ideas give us the best benefit, and that means we may need to review the situation around parking and other things that the submitters have said to us. At the end of the day, I think we need a vibrant CBD, and I'm interested in this and what is the best way to achieve that. The last one I'm going to mention, there's loads that I'm going to put through in my written ideas to staff, but I would also like to respond to the developers' concerns. The last thing that we want as a council is to put the brakes on development at this time, especially the affordable housing. So that has really resonated with me and concerned me, and I want to know what options we do have to appease the developers' concerns. We've also heard, and this is something I've been talking about for 3 years now, is the red tape and the process and the efficiency of consenting. We've made some gains, I know that, but it seems we may not have made as many gains as we could have, and I would like to know what the next set of gains are to make the consenting process easier and less costly on developers. So those are my sort of, not my only ones by any stretch of the imagination, but those are 3 that I'm just laying on the table that are vital to being covered off in the deliberations report, please, staff. Emma, your top 3.
Yeah, actually, I had quite a few, but those 3 were similar to yours. And one in finding ways to make meaningful reductions in the rates, but also understanding how we can reinstate the community grants, as we've heard, how just such a small amount can have such a huge and widespread impact and be really detrimental to our communities. And again, following your lines, Paula, is the current DC's proposition. It looks like it's going to be detrimental to us and result in a decreased revenue, and I think that's, a step backwards. So we need to look at ways we can rehash that and create a positive revenue response.
Louise?
Yeah, absolutely agree on arts and community. I think that was a really strong theme. It would be good to know, I guess, if we've approached any alternative methods of working with those communities in terms of proposals for service level agreements rather than funding. Also really agree with Mayor Paula around the CBD and particularly levels of service for the CBD. I think there was also a smaller theme perhaps around food strategy and a youth strategy. So I'd be quite interested to know if I know we have done a little bit of work on a youth strategy, whether we're looking into, from staff work, a food strategy would be really good. And I know Mayor Paul asked a question around regional council's interest in the cat desexing fund, and it would be great just to have an update on that conversation.
Thank you. Max?
Yep, thank you. Look, the 3 days have given us an opportunity to hear from great ideas from our community, hear about what they're giving us, and their real interest in partnering with us and the value that they bring through their volunteers and small amount of staff that can activate those volunteers. I'd like us to really think about how that funding proposition for them can be reinstated in some way. I heard also around definitely that youth push for a strategy or a way to be able to connect and activate with youth, and I think that that's valuable for us to think about. Moko and I both love the idea of local gardens and finding bits of space that aren't used well, and there was some amazing presentations and ideas for us to ruminate on. It needn't cost a lot, and those are the sorts of things that I've been looking for in these submissions in order to be able to enhance what we do without it costing always costing council. Partnerships also with business, and there's some great ideas that have come through about streamlining our work with business, our interactions with business, finding great ways to be able to be more enabling, and certainly around DCs, I agree with your points.
Thank you. Moko?
Yeah, I won't echo the DC conversation. I think that's pretty clear. I think we have a real tough job around what that looks like. I heard quite clearly we need to get some revenue flowing. So that to me means that there's a concession somewhere in that discussion that we're going to need to consider. I thought that I'm really keen for us to really entertain the conversation around looking at Fairfield, Enderley, Kāinga Ora matter, and I think that's a real achievable one if that's what they're presenting on. And I think, you know, our arts and our tourism community, they go hand in hand, and I think they, you know, I'm really keen for us to have a real serious think about what we can do in that space. So, kia ora.
Anna, thank you.
Yep, pretty much actually a lot of what's been said, but in terms of Fairfield Enderley, I guess looking again, given the DCs, it might be possible if Kāinga Ora can get underway there, looking at the Te Papanui Community Centre, which did come through the oral submissions, but also a number of people mentioned it in the written submissions. So I'd like to see, you know, what we could do there, and Keisha and I have been talking about, like, whether it could be a reduced build or something, but, you know, one of the concerns, and I guess it's a ongoing priority, is a concern around equity in our city and how we prioritise and ensure that our lower socioeconomic communities get, you know, it came through actually in the submission report that our community services are most valued, if I read that right, by our more lower socioeconomic communities. So we need to respond to that and make sure that services are provided there. And also, last thing, just our community team. I think that was mentioned quite a bit by submitters as well, the interface that they provide between council and the community is really significant. And so when we, you know, talk about our team and our staff, I just want to highlight the value that team in particular brings.
Andrew, thank you.
Oh, no.
Right. Tourism, community, arts groups are already on life support. I don't want to be the one to flick the switch to the off position. I also don't want to increase rates to pay for that. This brings us to DCs, where we actually can find an answer, a possible solution. DCs are not high enough to pay for the growth, but they are too high for developers to provide the growth. That means we have to change the system. DCs exist to pay for infrastructure. It is the cost of infrastructure that is the problem, not just in Hamilton, but across the country. We have to change the way we do our infrastructure, bring its cost down. It's currently 4 times the OECD average for New Zealand infrastructure. We have to change that. We have to come up with different ways of doing infrastructure.
Very useful, thank you. Anything else? No? Tim?
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I think we already knew that we were in a difficult position these 3 days, and the exercise that we've been through have just underlined how serious our position is. I don't think there's any question that we have to look again at our DC's policy. Andrew's just given a good analysis of the difficulty in getting it right, but we haven't got it right at the moment. We cannot drive development out of the city. There's no question of that. Tinkering around the edges won't cut it, and like Andrew, I don't want to be the one flicking the life support switch off for important community organisations as well. I think we have to be able to look at some of our major contracts, perhaps in the roading field, for instance. That would be a second one that I would offer. There is no question that we are hearing from people across all levels of income, socio-demographic areas, that the rates increases are just not affordable for them over the long term. We probably have to have some very tough decisions about ourselves as an organisation, and I know that's tough to hear, but we've got to be able to say it, and we've got to be able to do it in such a way that we don't gut our organisation, but we are a much leaner machine than we are at the moment.
Jeff?
Yep. In regards to the DCs, I think whether or not the figures that we've got are accurate or whatever, my feeling is we can't proceed in the path that we're heading down with that. And I think it will be damaging to our city, so we need to find another path there. In terms of, I think the points were well made by submitters in terms of the piddling savings that we were looking for from cutting community grants and things that aren't worth it. We're looking for something far bigger. I think what's come through for me with a very strong sinking feeling is the seriousness of our financial predicament, and that this is not going to be a time for tweaks. We are going to need, in my view, significant further cuts in OPEX and CAPEX, and it's going to be really hard. And yep, that's it from me.
You're not wrong about it being hard. Thank you. Kesh?
Thank you, and I won't repeat what's already been said, but I'm genuinely worried, and what's come through the strongest for me is just the dollars, the money. In terms of the rates, and we need to look at it like you've just said, Mayor Paula, the revenue projections I think we need to relook at, and that would cover the DCs, and then our debt and capital program. And I think all three are linked. And like Jeff just said, tinkering around the edges, community grants, Waikato tourism, those are really small amounts. And we've heard people say, radical change. So I'd be focusing on the money. That's the primary focus. And then back of my mind is the balance. So in terms of equity across the city and how we cater to the needs of Fairfield, Enderley, Te Papanui. And then also the importance of community services, arts and culture. So it's not going to be an easy couple of months, but is it even a couple of months? I want to say 6 weeks or something till we... but yeah, the message has come through loud and clear that it's unaffordable, rates, we've got a lot of work to do.
Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Similar to other speakers, the DCs, I'm interested in how we address the concerns around both the timing of payment and setting those DCs as in regard to providing certainty, as well as how we address the overall amount and impact on feasibility of development. In terms of the CapEx, I would like to understand how we could run a ruler across, particularly actually some of the cost of some of the CapEx projects, but also the scope of them, and that includes waters. I'd like to understand, for example, is in any way are we doing more than what we would absolutely need to do with, for example, the Puketi wastewater treatment plant? Are there any options for staging? It's over $500 million. So I'd like to understand some of those big projects and have the opportunity to delve into those further. On a very different note, I heard a lot of people talk about the need to be able to have pride in the way the city looks and that it's clean and kept. So I'd like to understand what could our options be to do more with our current budget for the likes of picking up litter, for looking after parks and things. How can we mobilise volunteering where health and safety is not a barrier, and make more use of current resource to improve the overall amenity, and particularly in terms of litter and potentially gardens where it's not by a road. I'll leave it there. Oh, sorry. Okay, that was only. Oh, the last thing was just I'd like to understand. Some of the submitters talked about bus priority, and the last submitter talked about the importance of Clyde Street, and that he would have it high up on the priority. I'd like to understand how we might be able to reprioritise to look at least getting a start on getting construction ready around Clyde Street and the that portion of the Unilink.
Ewan. Thanks, Mayor Paula. This is my 6th LTP, and this is different. This is different from any of the other ones I've experienced. I found the number of different ordinary people who have felt really motivated to come in and speak is very different to every other LTP. And what grabbed me was the understanding of how precarious our financial position is and how good they were at telling us where the problems were. I feel like I think a majority, we've got to stop, think very carefully about our DCs. Not only, as Sarah said, about the timing, I think we've got inflated costs that have found their way in there. And on the other end of the spectrum, I'm very interested in seeing a change in the level of remissions levels, including in the CBD. I'm beginning to swing away from 100% to reduce that slightly. If that revenue can be used in certain areas, particularly in areas where the DC would be charged in the CBD for other usage. 2, I'd like to stop growth on any other front that we haven't been contracted to. I think our appetite for growth is going to provide a perverse outcome where Peacocks is going to go undeveloped, and that's a real danger. Number 3, I would like to see stopping of, and you'll be horrified, of transport-related projects over the next 2 years. I hear people are saying, stop some of these things. 4, this will come as a surprise. I've made a mistake. I think we need to go back to funding Tourism Waikato and the community groups. It comes with maturity, having the ability to listen and say, I got it wrong. Let's put it back. Number 5, and I'm nearly finished, because you said we were limited. I have 9. I have 9. But the other major one, I know, like Councillor Tim, we are going to have another meaningful discussion about a lean organisation. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Angela.
I'm just finding my list for my top 3 out of 15. Pretty much agree with everything everyone has said. I would, particularly Mayor Paula, about CBD that you've mentioned and the DC, so I'll be looking for some change in there. CBD is the core of our city's economic heart. So on that, I'd like to have in the report to understand exactly how much we've budgeted for maintenance and improvement of streetscapes in the CBD, Garden Place, timeline of replacements for footpaths, street furniture and all of that as well. As Councillor Sarah talked about the number of submissions on how the city looks and feels, and there was a raft of submissions talking about lots of ideas and innovation, you know, replace gardens with this, that and the other thing, reduce flowering. I think we can still maintain a really attractive city, so really want some detail around that. Absolutely, the RTO and the community funds, 100% support those going back. And my third one, I want to understand how many submitters mentioned comments that supported the arts and were opposed to reductions in funding of the arts and were support of the theatres. I know, James, when you worked through the workshop with us, you said they can basically flick some buttons and give us those numbers. I would like that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We've got a little bit of business, formal business to go through, but that actually was very useful, and I think it's really good that after 3 days and quite a few months of debate in various forms, that we are so closely aligned with some clear priorities, and that they do largely match what we've been hearing from the community around DCs, around the CBD, around community, around the cost of projects. There's a great deal of alignment, actually, surprisingly, and that's a good sign for our deliberations. So I'll leave it there because I imagine we're all semi-comatose now from the whole thing. But we do need to do a little moving and seconding because this is a part of a formal meeting. So we need to go to the long-term land development contributions report. Noting, of course, we get the deliberations report. This is separate. This is the report that was in the council meeting, right? We've also got, I'm going to do them all at once, development contribution submission summary report and the growth funding policy summary submission report. Now, that's just for receiving, okay? So it's receiving, and these will all be up in the air for deliberation when we come to the report next week. Thank you. So I so move. Oh, did you move? You can move. Doesn't really matter. Emma moves and Ewan seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all as long as the work gets done by us, we're good. So been moved, been seconded, all in favour, opposed, carried.
The motion is carried unanimously.
We're going to finish with a karakia, but before we do, can I? Oh, Mark, are you there? Hello. So, Mark, if you hadn't heard all of that, and I don't know if you did, Broncos fan. We asked for our top 3, and you've got to do it very concisely. Top 3 questions to staff. Quick, go.
For the deliberations report.
No, I've got nothing extra to add. Everything
All right.
I would have asked has been asked. So no, I was just raising my hand to say I vote in favour.
Thank you. Thank you. And look, I want to just conclude by first of all thanking staff who've put in. We've put in, as councillors, we've put in immensely long hours, we know that, what with all the reading and all the preparation, but staff have been behind all this, preparing it, and they've put in probably just as many, if not more hours, and we want to say thank you very much to the staff. So kudos to you for that hard work, because we've taken some compliments and some brickbats today, so that's the way it goes. To my colleagues, thank you very much for the way we've got through the 3 days' work. We've had the odd blip and bump, but that's actually normal in the cut and thrust of politics. But actually, we've got through and look at the kind of thinking that we're steering. I'm really proud of that. So thank you very much. And I'm pretty amazed at myself overcoming all manner of jet lag to get through the whole thing. So there we go. No. Oh, yes, and thank you to the staff who've sustained us with the most delicious baking. All that naughty stuff that we have enjoyed but has helped feed our brains, we do appreciate it. It's always was a really good surprise to turn up in the morning and see what was there. So, yeah, well, governance are included in staff, you know that. And they're not here, but I do want to also thank the security staff who sit through very long hours to keep us safe and keep the community moving along. So that's nice. We don't often appreciate them as much as we should. Thank you, everyone. We are dismissed following a karakia from Moko is going to lead it because it's up there. Thank you. Tēnei te whakai, tēnei te whakawātia, haumie, hui e, tai ki e. Thank you, everybody.